Scary stories of cryptids, ghosts, or even just people up to no good. Stories from the woods, at work, or even at home. Horror is always unpredictable. Unless we're talking about, well, pretty much any horror movie ever made. If it's not already obvious, I am a huge fan of the genre, and scary stories are what this channel is revolved around. Why am I telling you this? I guess I don't really know. Anyways, this video contains all of my favorite stories from December. I'm thinking about putting out one of these every month, on top of my usual scheduled content. I know a good majority of people like playing long videos during car rides, while they're sleeping, or even just using them as background ambience, so I figured there is no harm in seeing how this goes. Please be sure to support the video with a like and comment if you enjoy. Subscribing if you're new is also very appreciated. Remember, you can send in your own stories to rylhstories@gmail.com if you'd like to have it featured in a video. The writers of these stories are credited in the description. And of course, a huge thank you to them for either sending in their own story or granting me permission to narrate it. Enjoy the video, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. This event took place during the summer of 2013. Once again, my name is Alan. I went over to Matt's for one of our crazy Friday nights. Matt at this time was still living in the haunted house, so most of the time I'd pick him up and we'd drive around if we weren't going to drink. I was the friend with the license and the car, so I also planned the route on the fly. On the night I'm about to tell you about, we had another friend of ours along for the ride. We will call said friend Mike. Mike was a bit older than both of us, but sometimes had the mentality of someone younger than us. He acted ballsy most of the time, but could be a baby from time to time also. I picked both of them up on this night, and we decided to drive to the next town over. The night sky was clear with stars shining. The town in question is famous for making a very famous whiskey that goes by the initials JD, sometimes even to my own detirement. I'm curious when it comes to where a back road can take me. We drove the main road to the town and circled the small town square. Most of the time I find night drives calming, because I'm a night owl myself. Upon turning the square and getting back on the main road, the GPS showed a road going off the right called Cobb Hollow Road. Normally just the name Cobb Hollow Road, off of an already deserted county road at night, would automatically bring the sound of banjos to your ears. Me, once again being my ballsy, curious self, said, "Fuck it, let's take this road." Upon turning down Cobb Hollow, the first thing we realized is there are no lights besides my headlights. We came to an area where the trees overhung the road. Most people would have probably turned around at this point, but not me. Matt was about as chill as I was, but Mike got a little fidgety at this point. I turned my head, looked at him, and said, "Thought you were all big and bad. Why are you acting all scared about some trees?" Mike just glared at me and didn't respond. At this point, the trees and darkness had become very thick. If something wasn't illuminated by my headlights, it absolutely wasn't visible. As my headlights light up a sliver of the canopy above us, we saw a split second of movement. Without even having time to comprehend the movement, bang, something landed with a loud thud on top of my car. As soon as this happened, the car stopped moving. My tires spun as if the car was being held in place. When I realized I was putting on a smoke show, I stepped out of the car. I wish I had never gotten out of the car. As I stood upright, still holding on to the car door, I turned towards the back of the vehicle. What I saw is still burned into my mind to this day. Even though it was pitch black, this thing had a glow to it. It stood on all fours. It had the legs of a dog-like creature, but had talon-like claws. Its torso was contorted with ribs showing. It had 3 Rottweiler heads. All had red glowing eyes. I was paralyzed with fear and felt myself go ghost white pale. As it noticed I had stepped out, it dropped my vehicle from the back wheel wells it had its grip on. All three heads looked at me as it slowly rose to its hind legs. They had red, glaring eyes. They started to show their teeth in the way any territorial animal would. Its teeth looked as long and sharp as daggers. Matt and Mike were as petrified as I was, but Matt snapped out of it enough to reach over and jerk me back into the car. By the time my ass hit the seat, adrenaline was pulsing through my body. I was ready for a fight or a flight. My instinct chose to fly. I jammed the car in drive and punched the gas with the foot of a race car driver. I got the drop on this hellhound, but it wouldn't be denied. It was fast, and it was loud. It let out a howl that would make the hair on anyone's neck stand up. I was doing every bit of 60 miles per hour, approaching 70 or 80. No matter how fast I went, it adjusted its speed to keep up with us or gain on us. It was playing with us, as if we were some chew toy a dog would play with before it was destroyed limb from limb. We were all screaming and panicking. It hit the back of the car with enough force to knock me off the road. I was a good enough driver to catch the car without overcorrecting and flipping. When it knocked me onto the shoulder of the road, my tires caught and spun gravel. As my tires spun, gravel hit the beast in all three faces, knocking it on its back like a grenade head went off in its faces. We could see the lights of a nearby street and house lights as the trees ended. As I did the last quarter mile at 80 miles per hour, I was pulled over coming back into my town. We were just happy to see another human. The cops pulled us out and calmed us down. Mike couldn't talk and was shaking uncontrollably. Matt and I were still pale white, but the adrenaline had worn off enough for us to speak. We told them about turning down the other end of Cobb Hollow and coming under the tree-covered part of the road. We told them about that thing. I figured we'd be committed for sounding like three crazy kids on a drug binge or something. The cops, however, believed us. They went on to tell us they had been stationed at the gas station at the end of the road. Because of the amount of cars that flipped due to high speeds coming around the turn right there on weekend nights, they weren't able to find most of the crash victims, just empty cars. The few they did find told them of a red-eyed, three-headed beast. This is a true story that happened to my friends and I a couple years ago. A story that I wish I would have recorded, because the events that took place probably would have gone viral on my maybe 2,000 sub channel at the time. I live in Minnesota, a small and quiet area. My friends and I decided it would be fun to explore an abandoned school one summer night in June. The school was about 40 miles from our small little country town. The school itself had been abandoned for about 30 years, and rested in the middle of a tiny town with a population of about 200 people. However, the school was used for neighboring towns as well, so it had 2 stories and a full basement. It was, well, is, massive. People would always talk about scary things that happened there, and we grew tired of hearing stories and wanted to see for ourselves. We made a plan to meet up at 2 a.m. and drive over there in 2 separate cars. I can't be asked to make up names for all of my friends, but since it isn't really vital to the story, I'll just say it was me, my brother, his girlfriend, and 4 of our friends. Upon arriving, we were worried about being able to get in. It sat right in the middle of this small town, and we knew that someone was bound to call us in if they saw us. We parked a couple blocks away and made it over as stealthily as we could. Honestly, I'd say we did a pretty good job. No one said a word the whole way. Getting in was extremely easy. Someone, probably with the same idea as us, but with clearly more planning, had cut the chain holding the 2 main swinging doors shut in the front. Getting in was as simple as just walking in. Once inside, we got more than we were expecting. The school was extremely run down, and about as creepy could get. Graffiti littered the walls, and ceiling tiles littered the floors. Awesome, a whole school to explore. We walked down the main hallway, admiring the beaten-up lockers, random bicycles. Yes, bicycles. Until we came to a large room off to the side. My friend who was leading the pack looked surprised as he shined his flashlight into it. So, of course, Everyone wanted to know what caused the expression. This is where things began to get a little freaky. Inside the room there were articles of clothing, a case of water only about halfway gone, a small twin-sized mattress, a toothbrush, and some other miscellaneous items. It was very clear that someone had been staying here. I know that may not sound strange for some of you city dwellers, but for a small town, especially one that takes gravel roads to get to, this was bizarre. We had no idea if this man was still around or not, which is what is going to make this next part sound, well, extremely stupid. After exploring farther, we found the door to the basement. Everyone was too terrified to go in, but my curious self couldn't let it go unexplored. Yes, again, in hindsight, I know how dumb this is given what we came across earlier, but I had a bright LED flashlight, a pocket knife, and a personality that just doesn't care. My friends know I can handle myself well enough, so I told them I wanted to go down there and they could scope out the second story. Everyone seemed okay with the idea, so I propped the door open with a brick and walked down the concrete steps. The basement wasn't as creepy as you would expect. It was about as furnished as the main floor had been, but maybe a little bit less beaten up. I came across a door that said gaming room and just had to check it out. Inside I found some old arcade games that were pretty destroyed. Pac-Man, Space Invaders, and a few others I don't remember. Looks to me like everyone else is missing out on some cool shit. After exploring different drawers and whatnot, I went back into the hallway and continued my adventure. Most of what I found were recreational rooms I couldn't really tell the purpose of. After about 70 or 80 yards, I came to the end, and what I saw had me, again, very curious. There was a rectangular hole on the top half of the wall, carving out a crawl space with pipes and wires running through it. It looked to be about 20 feet by 20 feet. As I get up on my toes to shine the flashlight around the corner of it, I felt what I can only explain as a cool breeze. What happened next is why I am telling you this story. As I shined my flashlight around the corner, I heard the blood-curdling scream of a female, followed by what sounded like firecrackers going off. I had no idea what was going on. I don't think I've ever reacted to anything as fast as I did in that moment. I turned around and sprinted for the stairs, not knowing where the source of the sound came from. It definitely sounded to be from the basement, but I just couldn't tell. As I near the steps, I hear all of my friends yelling for me. When I reached the first step, I could swear I felt something grab at my ankle, but in all honesty, it was probably just my imagination. However, with how this story pans out, it has me second guessing. I fly up the stairs almost like they don't even exist, taking 3 or 4 steps a jump. When I get to the top, I see everyone running towards me, asking what happened. Of course, I'm asking them what happened. They thought I was messing with them. I thought they were messing with me. We all heard the same thing. Apparently they had just finished exploring the second floor, as I was finishing exploring the basement. We had already explored the whole first floor together, leaving no area unsearched, which means no one else was here with us. So if I didn't make the noise, and they didn't make the noise, who did? We decided it best to call it quits with that. But this is not where the story ends. As we walked to the front door, we could hear muffled sounds of things moving, footsteps that didn't sound like they were coming from us, etc. These things can be passed off as it being an old building with a bad echo. But what happened next is what has me questioning everything from that night. When we got to the front door, we were met by a police officer. He looked annoyed with us, but told us all to stand up against the wall next to the door. We did as he asked with no protest. He told us that what we did was extremely stupid. After telling us we weren't in any trouble so long as we don't do it again, he told us some things that makes us not want to go anyways. Well, kind of, if you catch my drift. He told us that he didn't come in to find us because he's terrified of the place. Upon asking him why, he had this to share with us. After patrolling this town for 10 years, I know everything there is to know about that building. I've seen people go in and come out screaming more times than I could ever write trespassing tickets for. Hell, just a couple weeks ago. He now began to speak with us in a very friendly manner. I saw a homeless man come running out butt naked in the middle of the night. This is where I remembered the room that someone had clearly been camping out in. After catching the guy and asking him what the hell he was doing, he told me he had been homeless for years and decided to camp out in there for a few nights. I know the question a few of you are probably asking right now: how did he get a mattress? Apparently there was a storage room that we somehow missed. Why it had mattresses in it, I really don't know. He continued speaking to us. The man woke up in the middle of the night to a young girl around the age of 10 staring at him from a few feet away. The man jumped up and the girl began to scream for him to get out. So he did, butt naked and all. Considering we were all already caught, I decided to tell him our story. The officer was intrigued by it, but not surprised, because apparently some 20 years ago, a woman in her mid-40s had hung herself in the gymnasium, and legend has it she still haunts the property, both as an adult and as a child. Well, that's my story. We shook hands with the officer, who then followed us back to our vehicles, drove home, and talked about it for hours. My only question is, what happens if you don't take her warning? I'm not sure, but I'm not going to be the one to find out. Everyone has their fears, whether they are rational or irrational. Mine has always been dolls. Not all dolls. Mainly just the ones that are a bit too human. I think it's mainly the eyes that get to me. So I'm sure you can imagine, I was ecstatic to find out I was the inheritor of my very own clown doll. A gift from my late great aunt. I'd met her maybe once or twice in my life. So why she left this of all things to me was beyond me. The doll was something straight from my nightmares. I mean, a doll was bad enough, but then you throw in the clown element as well. The doll's glass-like face was painted white, with red accents and markings over the eyes, mouth, and cheeks. The eyes themselves, however, were nothing but a black void. It has thick white hair jetting out the sides, and a round hat that almost resembles a cherry on top. Its outfit is essentially your typical clown attire. Like the face, it was a mixture of red and white. This doll is about the size of a toddler, so way too big for me to feel comfortable anywhere near it. I would have given it away, but out of respect to my grandmother, I kept it. So naturally its new house would be my closet. I placed it in the back on top of an old dresser that held clothes that no longer fit me. I thought that would be that, and my life would go on as it always had. Unfortunately, that would not be the case. I'm not exactly a tidy person, so my clothes rarely made it back to my closet, so I didn't have to see my clown friend for quite a while. It was a few weeks later before I finally went into my closet on the quest for a clean pair of jeans. There he was, sitting on the floor in front of the dresser. I assumed he must have fallen off the dresser somehow, because I clearly remembered setting him on top. Those empty black eyes were too much for me though, so I grabbed my jeans quickly and left without bothering to put him back on top. I spent the rest of the day thinking about how that doll could have fallen off the dresser. So, as a curious person, I decided to check out the closet when I returned home. The doll was there, of course, but it was back to its original position atop the dresser. I approached it and looked into those empty eyes. Nothing. As much as it creeped me out, it was just a doll, right? I must have just imagined seeing it on the floor. I live alone, so there's no way anyone else could have moved it. Regardless, I decided to stay clear of the closet as much as possible. A couple nights later, I was awoken to the sound of what seemed to be laughter, and it just had to be coming from the closet. It was very faint, which is why I was a bit surprised it woke me. I am generally a heavy sleeper, so for something like this to wake me was quite odd. The last thing I wanted to do was go into that closet, so I decided to attempt to wait it out. After about 30 seconds, I heard a loud thump noise, and then the laughter stopped. After turning on every light possible, and arming myself with a kitchen knife, I decided it was time to check the closet. I slowly opened the door and it was completely normal. Absolutely nothing out of place. Even the doll was sat upon his normal spot on top of the dresser. I picked up the doll and felt around to see if there was any sort of speech box, but there wasn't. With a loud sigh, I set the clown back down and left my closet. Perhaps I was finally losing it. Over the next couple days, I was on high alert. I began to notice small things here and there went missing or were moved. Most notably, small bits of food that I swear I hadn't eaten. I relentlessly searched every nook and cranny of my small house, looking for any possible signs of vermin or any other intruders. Everywhere except the closet, of course. Alas, my searches turned up nothing, farther confirming my idea that I was in fact losing it. That was until a couple nights later. The laughing returned. Only this wasn't just a faint laughter. This was a booming cackle. The laugh seemed to reverberate throughout my whole house. I was petrified. I didn't dare move an inch from my bed. I began to hear loud banging noises from my closet as the laughing persisted, until suddenly my closet door swung open. A large, dark figure emerged and stormed out of my room. I heard it sprint through my house, opening my front door and leaving. As soon as this happened, the laughter stopped. After reminding myself to breathe, I was finally able to move from my bed. I approached the closet. What I found devastated me. My old dresser was no longer against the wall. Instead, it was now in the middle of my closet. And where the dresser had been was a hole easily large enough for a human to fit behind, but small enough that you would never notice if it was being covered up. Beside the hole was the doll, sat perfectly up with one arm outstretched towards the hole. I didn't dare look into the hole, afraid of what I might find. Instead, I grabbed the doll and locked myself in my car as I called 911. The police later confirmed my suspicions of what had happened. Someone had been living in my home. Inside the hole was a pallet where the person had been sleeping, as well as a small amount of trash. Worst of all was the person had a small collection of pocket knives. Probably not meant as weapons, but it's still not exactly comforting thinking about it. Since that night, my clown friend has not left my room. He now has his own special perch on the table next to my bed. I'm still not a huge fan of dolls, but perhaps they aren't all so bad. I work at a freight company in Southwest Ohio on third shift. I'm the yard guy, which means I move trailers and box trucks around the yard and put them into the docks. We had two poorly lit lots in the back of the building that I frequently have to walk back to, aptly named Back Lot 1 and Back Lot 2. This is where the semi-trucks are kept for moving the trailers. I usually keep a headphone in one of my ears to listen to podcasts or music. The other ear is left open, so I can hear if people call me over the radio. Anyways, there have been some coyote sightings on the property lately. This is odd because we are in a warehouse district virtually void of any woodland. I have personally seen a coyote in Backlot 1 once or twice, but it usually keeps its distance. The first time I was in my car driving around the lot to look for trailers left behind, I spotted it out of my driver's side window some ways off. It seemed like a normal coyote, no big deal. The second time seeing the coyote, I was getting out of a semi to hook up a trailer to move. Immediately as I stepped out of the truck, I felt a presence, as if someone was directly behind me. I turned and noticed what looked to be a large, reddish dog staring at me, but from afar, maybe 50 yards away. As I looked closer, I recognized it as the coyote I had spotted before. It was much larger than I remembered. I also took them for skittish animals. I didn't think that they would stare you down like this, but I shrugged it off as a misjudgment of size from the first time, and some territorial behavior. This was around a month or so ago, and I hadn't seen the coyote since, until today. When I was out moving trailers around this morning, I felt that presence again, but this time that feeling of being watched was amplified by a sense of dread. as if there was a predator actively hunting me. Look, sometimes I can be paranoid. Some of the podcasts that I listen to certainly don't help with that. But knowing this about myself, I tried to put it out of my mind, turned on some music, and went about my business. Fast forward to around 2 a.m. I dropped off one of the trailers in backlot 1 and got out of the truck to crank down the dolly legs. That's when I heard someone call my name. Mike, the voice, had a bit of static undertone, like it came from the radio. I picked up the radio to call my boss. "Anybody call for me?" He responded a simple nope. Like I said before, I'm a bit paranoid, but that voice was not imagined. I heard it. This was enough to make me turn off my music until I was done moving trailers in the yard. When I was finally finished, it was around 3:45 a.m., and I had to take the semi back to backlot 2 to drop it off for the driver that comes in later. I finished backing the semi into its spot, and when I turned the engine off and opened the door, I heard a long, drawn-out voice call Michael. It sounded a lot like my boss calling me on the walkie-talkie, but more like it was coming through an old record player or phonograph. Not having my music on, I knew right away that this wasn't my boss over the radio. The voice had come from directly in front of me. I looked up to see the coyote staring at me. It was a good 75 yards from me at this point. But how had it sounded so close? I thought. The scariest part was it looked like it was smiling, distorting its features so that the edges of its mouth curved to look more human-like. I stared back at the coyote and did the only thing that came to my mind. I yelled at it. Get on out of here." The coyote's reaction was not something I would have expected. It began to stand on its hind legs. As it did this, I could hear bones cracking, flesh being contorted and displaced. Its shape became slightly more human, with the exception of its legs and head, but paws dangled from its arms where its hands should be. As it was reaching an upright position, I had already closed the door on the semi-truck, shutting myself back in. The thing's mouth widened into a bigger grin, exposing just how many razor-sharp teeth this thing has. I started the truck thinking my only way out may be to run this thing over and head back to the dock where my coworkers were, as well as some more illumination. I guess this thing took the truck starting as a challenge, and it bolted towards me. Its movement was unnatural. It had this awkward gait, but still faster than I've ever seen any human run. I slammed the gas pedal down and the truck took off. If you've ever seen someone try to gun a semi from idle, then you know I wasn't going very fast at all. Just when I was about to hit this thing, it jumped to the side of the truck, ran to the edge of backlot 2 and jumped the fence with ease into a small patch of trees. I kept driving and pulled the truck to our dock for the refuge of the warehouse. As I stepped out of the truck, I could hear a distorted howl from the distance. I quickly looked around the lot from the dock, but I couldn't see anything. Hopefully that's the last I see of this thing. When I got into the office, my boss asked me why I had brought the semi up to the dock, and I told him that the coyote was back where I was supposed to leave it, and I didn't feel safe getting out and walking back. I couldn't tell him what I saw. He wouldn't believe me. I'd be surprised if anyone believes me. I'm afraid to go back to work tonight. I can't even seem to get to sleep now. Every time I close my eyes, I see that grin. You know that feeling you get when you walk down a dark hallway? The feeling you get when the lights are out in the room behind you? The feeling that someone or something is right there behind you, inching its way closer to you? Well, whatever you do, don't ever look back. My name is Michael, and I just turned 20. I work as a security guard for a small office in a rough neighborhood. They sell paper, or something along those lines. I don't really pay attention to the other people there. I usually sit near the door during the afternoon, checking everyone that comes in and out. It's a pretty laid-back job, and it helps me pay for my night school. I usually only work during the day, and I've never been at the office past 6, but today my boss asked me if I could take the night shift, as the night guard had quit due to unforeseen circumstances, whatever that means. Anyway, I said I'd do it, but just for the night. All I really had to do was lock up and sit down in the main office and relax. Right? Well, not really. I was given a paper with a list of a few instructions, 4 in total. 1. Lock the doors in the main room once everyone has gone home, no later than 12 a.m. 2. Go through West Hallway and lock all doors but unlock door 6. Then turn around and do not move for 10 seconds. No matter what. After 10 seconds, turn and face the hallway. Then start walking. Taking a step every second. Don't look back. Don't ever look back. 3. Go to main office and hide under desk. Facing the front and wait for door 6 to close and lock. 4. Leave at 6:30 a.m. Do not lock the front door, but lock the gates. It started normal enough. I didn't know if they decided to play some kind of joke on me, since it was my first time, but they did a good job. I was scared out of my mind. The instructions were so specific, and just altogether creepy. What would happen if I took a second more or a second less? What if I missed the deadline at 6:30? What would happen to me? I tried to get the thoughts out of my head, and I focused on the instructions. I wanted to study them before the night shift, so that I wouldn't make a mistake. It was 11 p.m. now, and most people started to leave. Janitors and workers that stayed late all started to file out, each wishing me luck. I waited a while until every single person was gone. Why would they wish me luck? I had to focus. It was only for a night. It was probably nothing, but I just wanted to make sure. 15 minutes until 12. I decided to lock up the main room and head through the hallway. Lock all the doors, unlock door 6. Got it. Turn around and wait 10 seconds. Okay, I started to count in my head. 1, 2, then I felt the temperature change. 3, 4. It got a little colder, and that's when I heard the door. 5. It started to open. 6. Then I felt it. Like someone breathing down my neck. 7, 8. I was about to run, but then I remembered the instructions. I have to stay till 9, 10. I turned and started down the hallway. Take a step every second. My heart was beating out of my chest. My whole body was cold. I couldn't feel my hands. I kept going. Even though I was about to pass out from fear, I was walking through the endless hallway, leaving behind whatever that thing was back there, but I felt it watch me as I walked. There was nothing between me and it. If it wanted to, it could kill me right there. I didn't even know what it was, but I didn't feel safe near it. I'm halfway now, but I feel it standing there as I pass by the fire extinguisher. I see a glimpse of the beast in the reflection. I can't really make it out, but it's slowly approaching me. I think it knows I saw it. I start to speed up ever so slightly. My whole body is numb. I don't feel the ground under me anymore. I'm cold and sweating. Walking down the hallway. I'm almost there. I just need to get into the office and hide under the desk. I'm praying to God I make it. I'm praying to anyone that will listen at this point. I'm not scared anymore. It's much more than that. I'm moving like a robot, just trying to make it to the end of this nightmare. I finally get to the door, but it's right behind me. I turn the corner and open the door, close it behind me and hide under the desk. I face the wall and wait. I wait for a while. and nothing happens, but I know it's there. I'm petrified, horrified. I'm so scared I feel my soul might just give up and leave. A few more seconds pass and the door to the office opens. Is it coming in? I didn't read about this in the instructions. What do I do? The instructions. I don't have them anymore. Where have they gone? Did I drop them? What now? It's coming in now. The room is getting colder as it enters. What is this thing? A demon? A monster? Whatever it is, it's not following the rules. It's looking for me. At this point, I'm in tears. I was trying to hold it in at first, but I didn't have to anymore as my fear took over. I couldn't move. My eyes blurred. I could feel myself start to black out. That's when I heard it leave and close the door. I wanted to let out a huge breath, but I know I couldn't. I keep listening for the other door. After a second, it closes, then locks. I let out everything, tears pouring down my face, breathing harder than I ever have. It's over, that's it. I just have to wait for 6:30 so I can leave. It's 6:23 now, just 7 minutes. I opt to stay under the desk until I can leave. 6:30 rolls around and I'm already up. I open the office door and rush to the main door, practically running out towards the gate. I get out and lock it behind me. I rush to my car and start it. I look back at the building and I stop in horror as the creature stands in the doorway, looking right at me. I hit the gas and head home. I handed in my registration the next day. It's been a few weeks now, and I've found another job, but I still can't get that thing out of my head. Sometimes I feel it's still behind me as I walk through my home. I won't ever look back. I used to love hiking alone, just breathing the fresh fall air, hearing maple leaves crunch beneath your new boots, getting away from responsibilities, societal pressures, and mankind itself. Being one with the forest. It's euphoric, really. Nothing can describe the joy of being alone in the sunny woods. That's exactly why, after my 9-to-5 day job at my office, I used to always go down to this little hiking trail. It's convenient too, only a few miles from my condo. Down the road from the waffle spot, right by the old little statue. I always think of the statue as a landmark, especially as a person who gets lost quite easily. Those lanky arms could be seen from a mile away. Funny, right? A few months ago, I was feeling especially down. My boss had just asked me to work over the weekend for the 3rd time in a row. Of course, I'd be a tad pissed. I decided it would be best to let off some steam with a good hike. I drove down the winding avenue, passing rows of little brick shops all in a row. The street grows a bit sparser. The buildings look a little older and less maintained. Neatly paved roads start to appear grayer and dappled with cracks. Bushy crabgrass cover the unruly front lawns of semi-abandoned stores and houses. I drive by the bustling waffle spot. Sticking out like a sore thumb, the aroma of maple syrup finds my nose for a moment, before it fades away. There it was. The oddly abstract figure stood there, arms high in the air. The statue I had familiarized myself with. I took a turn into the gravel lot, and parked my old Corolla, sliding on my boots and buttoning up my trusty coat. I open the door and step outside, ducking underneath the wooden sign with Westward Trail, painted in big, yellow letters. I hike across the trail, stepping over oh-so-familiar footholds and roots, picking up anything interesting I find along the way. Bottle caps, safety pins, sugar maple leaves slightly more colorful than the rest. I make my way over peaceful creeks and ivy bushes, around patches of chickaberry and ferns. For once, I feel free. but something didn't feel right. The woods were oddly quiet today. No birds sang, no crickets chirped. It seemed the only one making noise was me, until I heard it. The pitter-patter of footsteps in the leaves. My heart drops, not from the noise itself, but the colliding atmospheres. Something is wrong, really wrong. I felt it in my gut. I slowly turn around to see a squirrel. I nearly fainted because of a squirrel. It scampered off into the bushes, as if it were in flight from something, probably me. It stirred up leaves with its tiny clawed feet as it weaved between the trees, disappearing into the distance. I chuckle. Of course, a fuzzy squirrel wasn't going to faze me. I hiked some more, scaling mossy boulders, jumping over fallen trees. The sun began to creep slowly towards the horizon, as blue skies turn a pleasant pink. It was about 7. Time to head back. I retract my steps, up the same hills, through the same trees. I find myself standing in front of that old wooden sign. If only I had known what awaited me there. I step into the gravel parking lot and a chill runs down my spine. I'd like to say that I turned around, realized what I had encountered, but it was too fast. The thing's long, bone-thing arms took hold of me with an iron grip, the clammy hands digging into my flesh. I feel myself being lifted off of the ground, the gravel disappearing beneath my feet. I was being hoisted, it seemed, until I reached a height no person could lift a fully grown adult. I wasn't going without a fight. I screamed, kicked, thrashed about like a fish caught in a net. My foot landed in what I thought were its ribs. I heard a strange groan from whatever was attacking me. Its cold, crushing hands weakened its hold on my arms. I wasn't going to let this opportunity pass by. I run. I make a mad break for my car, my gait messy and scrambling. I lock the doors and hightail it out of there, my foot pressing so hard on the gas it hurt. I drove without stopping, without looking back. My heart raced in an uneven yet incredibly quick rhythm, my eyes flicking about anxiously. I see the lights of the waffle spot fade away behind me as I get closer to the sweet safety of my condominium. I rush inside, not bothering to take off my coat, locked the doors and nestled up in the corner behind my bed. My shaky hands try to turn on my old iPhone, but the battery's dead. I turn it back on in my coat pockets. I stayed in that very spot until the sun rose. I tried telling the police. They investigated the scene, but no evidence turned up. Not like paranormal entities have fingerprints, after all. I still hike alone sometimes, but I usually like to bring a friend or 2, or 3. Honestly, any amount is fine with me. Sometimes I drive by that trail, and it's mostly the same. Wooden sign, gravel lot, messy grass. There's only one difference. The statue's not there anymore. This event predates the previous experience Matt and I had, but it set the path for our curiosity with the paranormal. Matt still lived a few blocks away from me at this point. I was 15 and he was 16, and since I didn't yet have my license, I'd walk the railroad tracks to his house every weekend. We were your typical teenage tough guys. We showed no fear of anything, on the outside at least. It was summer break in between freshman and sophomore year in high school. We had spent the afternoon and evening tossing the football, and as night fell, we started telling ghost stories. Matt's dad joined in on the storytelling with us. He was always trying to one-up us and play cool, but I could always tell his stories were rubbish. Until that night. Around 10:30 p.m. that night, Matt's dad said, "I know a really haunted place I can take you guys. You want to go?" We looked at each other for a second before Matt beat me in a calling shotgun. We piled into his dad's Honda Civic and headed down a country road between Manchester and Tullahoma, Tennessee. Seems like we drove for an hour or so with nothing but spare streetlights and dark woods on both sides of the vehicle. Suddenly Matt's dad turned right onto a dirt road, leading into the woods. I only recognized the area because 4 students from our school died out there a year or so prior. Other trails led off the main path every mile or so. I experienced something at the end of one of the trails years later, but that'll be another story. The area we were approaching was called Fire Lake. The lake was at one point a popular camping site, but was also an area where some of the settlers of yesteryear set up shop. They also, of course, eventually died there. As the lake came into sight, Matt's dad took the last path to the left. About a mile down the path, we pulled up on an extremely old graveyard. "Well, this is it, boys," Matt's dad said as he shut the car off. We just kind of looked at each other like, what do we do now? Matt's dad jumped out and started to round the gravel circle between the graveyard and the pitch black. We turned on the headlights, so we could at least see where we were walking, since it was now 1 a.m. Matt jumped out with a hustle like I'd never seen. I was a bit heavier, so I was the slower moving one. The graveyard was at least a mile around, and a half-mile wide. As we neared the halfway point out of my peripheral vision, I saw a black form taking shape behind me. As it was forming, it was matching our walking pace, as if it were stalking us. As it clicked in my head what this was, my fear went to 100% and I shouted, "Run!" Matt and his dad only looked back a split second to witness this thing following us. The stalk turned into a chase as we cut through the middle of the graveyard. I apologize as I stepped over every grave. I could feel this shadow person or thing breathing down my neck. I felt it swiping at my shirt tail and gaining energy. Then it grabbed my legs and I fell forward with a thud. It pulled me by the ankles, back towards the center of the graveyard. It spoke loudly, but in a whisper like static, as if 20 people were all speaking at once. I dug into the ground, but didn't have near as much strength as the shadow person had. All of a sudden, Matt grabbed one of my arms, and his dad grabbed the other. With a heavy tug, they pulled me loose of its grip. I lost my boots in the fight. We ran with everything we had, and I did a slide that would make Luke Duke proud. Across the hood of the car. We didn't feel safe until we were back on asphalt. I still have to look over my shoulder every now and then. I'm posting here in hopes for someone to give me advice, as I have no idea what to do. It knows I'm writing this, and it will know what you comment, so please don't hold back. The night this started seemed like any other night. It was about a month ago, sometime in mid-October. I got back from a long day of work. I work as a janitor in the town elementary school. I got the job right out of high school and have had it for about 3 years now. My town is tiny, and it's a very know-everyone area. There's only about 200 or so people living here, so because of my connections and close relationships to everyone at the school, I got the job. The school is extremely small, and there is only ever one janitor at a time, and Mr. Buckley, the old one, had recently passed on the job at 76, bless his heart. I have never seen anything odd at this job. Nothing supernatural in the slightest. The school was creepy, with a basement and sub-basement. Even a huge room down there that was used for the coal-burning furnace. The basement is where I spend most of my time, and I'm never creeped out by it. I've gone to that school all my life. It's grades pre-K to 8th, and it's like a second home. I even had a little spot in the basement where I set up a desk and stuff. One day I had to work late. Usually I would be done by 5 if there is nothing after school. But this day there was a Halloween fundraiser, and I was there cleaning until 10 at night. It didn't bother me much. But what did was the prank pulled on me by some high school kids that had come. They had broken all the light bulbs on the second floor. Every last one. The second floor wasn't huge, just a hallway and about 4 rooms in the bathrooms. But I had to sweep all the broken glass and replace the bulbs, and be extra careful since the younger classes were up there. I was on the last room, and it was about 12 in the morning. I was agitated and tired, and I had work the next day. The room was pitch black, except for the big flashlight I propped on a chair so I could see, and the light seeping in from the hallway. I was stood on the stepladder, screwing in the last bulb. I went to the switch and it flickered on. I let out a sigh of relief. I was finally done. But seconds after it turned on, it began flickering again. Rapidly, I mean, like a rave. The lights seemed to get even brighter, and I had to cover my eyes. Not knowing what to do, I stumbled to the switch and frantically slapped my hand over the wall in hopes of turning it off. And I did. But it was only dark for seconds before it started up again. And this time it was the hallway lights too. And all the other classrooms. And the flashlight I left on the chair. I was freaked out, and in a bit of shock. I never had to deal with this before, and I was definitely no electrician. It didn't click as to the weirdness of the flashlight flickering. It was battery powered and not connected to the school electricity at all, but I was too panicked to realize that. But then I turned my head to the back of the classroom. It was definitely no electricity failure. I know I wasn't imagining this, and whether you believe me or not is not my problem. But in the corner farthest from me was a figure, tall, like 8 feet or so. As it reached the ceiling, it didn't look human. Its proportions were off. Arms that reached below its knees, long fingers, a back bent in unnatural directions. I didn't scream, but my breath felt like it was knocked out of my lungs. I didn't know what to do, and my mind practically blanked out. But eventually my mind came to its senses and I ran. As fast as I could, I ran out of the school and back to my house. I didn't go to work the next day, and my mother was a bit concerned. I said I felt really sick, but it must have been Mother's intuition that I wasn't. I'm forced to live with her and my 4 younger siblings until I can afford my own house. I've seen the thing since, but have yet to stay at the school till dark again. What scares me is that I see it at home. I don't remember when exactly it started, but about a week after the first incident, I woke up to the same shaped figure under a streetlight outside my house. Then a week later, I had sleep paralysis, and it was in my corner. It's kind of hard for me to explain because I am so desensitized to it, and all the other memories are a bit foggy, but I was scared shitless. Now here's the weird parts. Not that any of this is normal. It became more frequent after the first bedroom appearance. It would be every week, to twice a week, to every few days, to every day. Now I see it all the time. If I wake up at night, in the hallway, in a dark closet, corners, but only if I'm alone. It's never hurt me or advanced on me yet, nor have I tried to communicate with it, and it doesn't move at all, but I know it watches me. It seems to be everywhere. I didn't see it yesterday, as it was Thanksgiving and I was with my family all day, and I slept like a baby last night. But I don't know what to do. Does anyone have any ideas of what this is? Or ideas on what to do next? I need advice, and I don't want to be the laughing stock of my town, so I haven't told anyone, not even my mom. Thank you, and please comment if you know anything. I'm starting to feel a bit insane. Natalie wasn't my friend, not even close. Was she my bully? I don't know. Would you consider the person that stole your dolls and broke them your bully? How about the person that spread every nasty rumor about you, even if they knew it wasn't true? If you answered yes to one or both of those questions, then yeah, she most definitely was. We lived right next door to each other. We could even see each other's bedrooms through our windows in each of our rooms. I mostly tried to keep the curtains closed so I wouldn't have to deal with her more than I already had to. There were a few moments where I felt some sympathy for her, Like how her parents never came to chorus concerts or never showed up to any of her extravagant birthday parties, and even missed her middle school graduation. But she would always lash out at others soon afterward. I guess that was her coping mechanism, in a sick way. I might have been one of her primary targets, but she was an apex predator. When you're rich, pretty, and act like you're at the top of a food chain, people will treat you as such. Anyone could be her prey. Still, she usually went after the most vulnerable. Monica, for example. Monica moved from Austria in 9th grade. She never shook her strong accent, and was probably never a social butterfly to begin with. It was extremely easy for Natalie to pick on her, and no one would stick up for her. Doing so would only make you her next target. That's why I didn't help Monica when I saw Natalie mocking her. I was walking home on the last day before Christmas break when I saw Natalie berating Monica for something or another. It didn't really matter with Natalie. She would find whatever could hurt you the most, and used it to its fullest potential. Monica was starting to cry. I knew I should have helped her, but I wasn't brave enough to face Natalie's wrath. "You better stop it," Monica yelled. Or what? Natalie had her there. Well, Natalie's parents were far from Mother or Father of the Year. They did get her everything she wanted, from her sparkling diamond earrings to the principal ignoring her bad behavior in return for generous donations. If it could be bought, they got it for her. Monica's brows knitted together as she tried to think. The Krampus. The Christmas? Natalie's demeanor changed from haughty to confused in a second. Krampus. It's a demon that eats bad kids on Christmas. You could tell Monica realized how ridiculous it sounded the more she explained it. Natalie began to laugh. Oh my god, are you serious? I'm so sorry. Please tell Devil Santa Claus not to eat me, she said sarcastically. It's true. My grandma told me he ate a kid in her hometown. Monica was still clinging to the naive hope she would win this fight. You're so pathetic, it's almost sad. Natalie's voice was bright despite her cruel words. Hey, I have an idea. Why don't you go back to Austria and be the Krampus's Christmas dinner? You could prove the Krampus is real and rid the world of a waste of space. Monica's face was red and tears were streaming down it. Natalie walked away, apparently proud she had reduced a girl to tears for no real reason. Monica just stared into nothing before sobbing. I couldn't take it anymore. I slowly walked over to her. Are you okay? I asked, even though the answer was obvious. Monica hugged me instead of answering. I was a bit put off at first, but she was like a little kid, desperate for comfort. I began to soothe her as best I could. I wish Natalie would just disappear. She choked out between sobs. As terrible as it sounds, I thought the same thing. Natalie made people afraid of her, and then harvested that fear to make herself more powerful. I know that sounds far too dramatic for high school drama, but when you're crushed again and again, that doesn't register. I just wanted Natalie to leave me alone forever. I finally got my wish on Christmas Eve. I had gotten home from a family Christmas party. It was late and I just wanted to flop on my bed, fall asleep and awake to gifts under our tree. But Natalie couldn't even let me have that, I guess. The light from Natalie's room was pouring into mine. I went up to my window and looked into her room. Natalie was laying on her bed and seemed to be texting on her phone. She looked up from it and saw me. I pointed to her lamp and then to my bed. I don't know if she understood what I was trying to signal, but she just flipped me off before returning to her phone. Merry Christmas to you too, I muttered. I decided to shut my curtains, hoping they would block out the lights. Before I closed them, I noticed something strange. Frost was creeping up Natalie's window. It was 60 degrees out, so frost was nearly impossible. And even if it was the right temperature, the frost was forming extremely fast. I stared at it in confusion. Natalie looked up from her phone. I don't think she noticed the frost at first, but I could see the confusion on her face soon enough. She went up to the window to examine it, I presume. She also started shivering. The frost was still climbing up her window at an alarming rate. Natalie tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. I found it funny, to be honest. The almighty queen bee, losing a fight against a window. Then I noticed it. It looked like a shadow was slowly forming behind Natalie. It rose higher than her head, while she remained utterly oblivious. I could barely make out Natalie's figure, while the shadow was even harder to see. I didn't realize the shadow was getting closer to Natalie, until a shape covered Natalie's throat. Natalie's hand shot up and grabbed onto the shape. While I couldn't see her face anymore, I could clearly tell that she was struggling against the grip. It was of no use, though. The shadow figure lifted her off the ground and away from the window. Natalie's legs kicked wildly as the figure lifted her even higher. I could now see the shadow's body. It appeared to have a large, human-shaped body from the neck down, but its head was weird. It was way too long. When the shadow turned, it almost looked like a Santa hat, since it seemed to slump at the end. It brought up what looked to be a bag. It roughly shoved Natalie inside the sack. It then closed it. I was too shocked to move for a second. I could only watch as a shadow threw the sack over its shoulder and turned its back toward the window. For a second, I thought it would leave or disappear. Then it turned its head back to the window and stared right at me. I yelped and closed the curtains as fast as I could. What the hell was that? I thought. Did I see Natalie get kidnapped? Was I dreaming? Did I hallucinate that? Before I could come up with an explanation, I felt intensely cold. I began to shiver. My breath looked like smoke in the air. I was baffled at first. Then I remembered how Natalie seemed to be before. Whatever that shadow thing was, appeared. With a sick feeling in my stomach, I opened the curtains a bit. My heart stopped. The shadow figure wasn't in Natalie's room, and frost was quickly covering my window. I ran from my window to the door. No matter how hard I pulled, the door wouldn't open. I looked back and saw shadows slowly building up in the middle of the room. I began pushing against the door like a trapped animal. "Are you frightened, child?" I froze instantly. The voice was deep, cold, and old-sounding. The words didn't sound like English, but I somehow understood them. I frantically tried in vain to open the door. I didn't want to look, but my head seemed to move without my consent. The first thing I noticed about the creature was how tall he was. His head almost touched the ceiling. To my horror, I realized the creature's strange head shape came from the fact he had horns. They were long and bent back at the ends. His face was the shape of a human's, but with a goat's nose and yellow, cat-like eyes. I could see fangs peeking out from behind his leathery lips. The creature took a step, with a loud clack. I looked at his leg and saw they were covered in thick fur. His feet were hooves. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. The creature wagged his finger at me. "Good children do not scream, and do not cry. But you're not a good child, are you?" What? I was surprised I could speak, considering my voice was gone before. "Who are you?" The creature's lips peeled back to reveal rows of sharp teeth. "I am the Krampus, the punisher of ungrateful and cruel children." "I'm not bad." The words rushed out of my mouth. I still barely understood what was happening, but there was a deep, primal fear building within me. Krampus chuckled loudly. "Oh, really? So you have protected others, even if you had to put yourself at risk. You never wished ill of other humans, even if they had done you harm?" My blood ran cold. "How did you—" "I see your waking hours. I see your dreams. I see your thoughts. I see you everywhere, and you can never hide from me, no matter how hard you try. Please don't hurt me," I begged. I sunk to my knees. I'll be better, I promise. That's what they all say. Few ever keep their promises. Besides, that's not what I want from you. It's not? The Krampus gave me a morbid parody of a grandfatherly smile. Fear is such a powerful thing. The fear made you hate that girl, but also caused you to let her do as she wished. You let her torment poor Monica, and Monica, in her own fear, told cruel Natalie about me. And just a tiny bit of Natalie feared me, and that is what let me come. He took a lock of my hair and pulled on it. I winced from the pain. Fear of consequences is what keeps people good. When they ignore normal consequences, I become the consequences. And you will tell people of me. Sure. I was about to have a full-blown panic attack. I would have said anything to get the creature to leave me alone. The Krampus tissed. I wish I could believe you, but I think you'll need a reminder to keep your promise. So I will give you a gift. The Krampus reached into his large bag. There were shapes that poked through like they were trying to get out. As he opened it, hands reached out. I realized what those shapes were. The legs and arms of children trapped within. The Krampus pulled out Natalie. He was holding her by her face, his huge hand covering her mouth. Natalie desperately tried to get out of his grip, but Krampus was just too strong. Her eyes darted wildly around the room until they landed on me. We locked eyes. For the first and only time, we were able to truly empathize with each other. The Krampus used his free hand to grab onto one of Natalie's diamond earrings. Natalie, realizing what was about to happen, began to struggle even harder. I could only shut my eyes as hard as I could. I didn't hear Natalie scream or cry, but did hear a sickening and wet rip, quickly followed by another. I think I blacked out for a second because I can't recall much of what happened after that, until I heard the Krampus say, "Open your eyes." Too scared to defy him, I did as I was told. Natalie was gone. Krampus had the sack almost casually slung around his shoulder. For a blissful moment, I thought my fear-addled mind had simply imagined seeing Natalie. Then I looked down. A pair of sparkly diamond earrings laid at my feet. Blood was splattered at the ends, and a small piece of flesh was attached to each of them. I felt bile quickly move up my throat. I had to cover my mouth with my hand to prevent myself from vomiting. I swallowed the bile, my mouth tasting of bile acid. The corners of Krampus's mouth quirked upwards. Whether it was from seeing me get his message, or just sick enjoyment from my terror, I don't know. Do you understand now? I nodded my head again and again. Yeah, I'll tell everyone. Tears of fear ran down my face. Just please leave me alone. The Krampus nodded his head calmly. Remember this last thing. Be good even when you think no one else is watching, because I am. He gave me a large, ravenous grin, and my Christmas feast could always be bigger. With that, he disappeared into the shadows. I'm sorry for telling you this. I wanted to pretend this never happened, but Natalie disappeared that Christmas. Billy, Amanda, Linda, all were known as naughty children, and they got whisked away on Christmas. Only I know by who. Still, I wasn't going to post this. Through some investigating, I learned they all knew about the rumors of Krampus. I realized why the creature wanted to spread his legend. Last week, Natalie's earrings showed up in my room. Even though I threw them out the Christmas Natalie became his victim, there was still dried blood on them. He's still watching me, and now he's watching you. Please forgive me, and pray you've been good, because the Krampus is coming soon, and he's ready for his Christmas feast. I'm writing this because I'm scared, not because I need help. I would introduce myself as a surgeon, but I quit today. After I saw something that's completely turned me off to the profession. My parents are going to kill me over all the debts I won't be able to pay back, but I have a feeling I'm not going to survive long enough for that to be a problem. I'm just really freaked out, okay? I'm going to leave a lot of details out in hopes that they won't try to track me down after this, even though I signed an NDA. This is too big of a deal not to tell someone. My friends and family won't believe me, but you guys hear about crazy shit all the time. Let me start at the beginning. I've been a resident at my hospital for a few months now, the biggest hospital in this giant metropolis of a city. It was just great luck on my part that they had an opening when I graduated. I can't say I'm especially skilled compared to my classmates. Top 25% at best. But let me tell you, I don't want to leave. My hospital gets all of the cool diagnostic mysteries and high-profile patients. In just my few months here, I've had the opportunity to suction blood and fluids out of the bodies of 4 well-known celebrities. No, not like liposuction. My superiors have me doing grunt work in the OR, but at least I get to be there. If the lead in the next big movie has kidney stones or appendicitis, they come to us. Well, this morning, one of my country's most beloved, pretty, blonde music artists came in dead on arrival, presumed to have been electrocuted in her own home. I'm sure you've heard of her. We got the call to clear the OR for a special case, and I figured it was another VIP that needed a kidney transplant from too many years of drinking. After they wheeled her in, covered by a sheet, the head of surgery peeks under the sheet and says, "Oh, that kind of special. Let's get working on these burns while I make the call," and heads back to her office. Weird, right? Everyone around me just did as they were told. They peeled back the sides of the sheet to expose the woman's palms, which were covered in severe burns, and started working on removing the charred skin. I know better than to ask questions as the newest resident, so I assisted while we waited for the grafts to arrive. Why were we doing a skin graft on a corpse? Your guess is as good as mine was. Probably something to do with the funeral. Not that a graft could possibly take when the wounds can't heal. Anyway, just a bit after we finished adhering the grafts, the head of surgery returns with a man I didn't recognize, and to be honest, he didn't really look like he belonged to any reputable medical staff. If it weren't for the lab coat, I might have thought he'd wandered in from the streets. After they were scrubbed in, they entered, continuing the conversation they'd been having before. My superior apologized and lamented that one of these cases came on a weekend, and the man said something about catching it early. If we don't hurry, there will be brain damage. I'm sure as hell billing more for off hours though. So this guy, he drops a bag so dirty that it had to have broken every sanitation policy of the OR on the counter. He starts unpacking a bunch of random stuff. A sandwich bag full of leaves, a glass vial full of yellow stuff, another one full of green stuff, a book the size of a dictionary, a coin purse, I don't even know. Well, he was setting up his whatever that was. We were directed to start prepping her for the procedure. Let me tell you, I hate prepping when I don't know what the purpose is. This woman was cold. Nothing we did was going to improve her situation. We sanitized, set up a central line in her chest, got an oxygen cannula on her, and then we waited. When our new participant was ready, he came over and immediately hushed the small talk that was happening among us. The most annoying part is that he spoke to us like we were idiots, like we were small children. He told us that from this point until he left the room, we were not to speak a word, that if one of us screwed it up, he would abandon the whole procedure, and we would be responsible for the consequences. At the time, I figured he meant we could be fired. Now I'm afraid it could be far worse. So of course we all stood there in silence while this guy does his thing, none of which I can begin to understand. First, he counted out some of the leaves and placed them carefully on the woman's tongue. Then he chose 2 coins from the bag and placed them downward, so that the very much non-English font was against her eyelids. Next, he pulled a small metal pin from his inventory and pricked his own finger, then squeezed a few drops of his blood into a tiny, empty glass. At this point, I was too enthralled to even question what was happening. I'd originally been appalled and a bit offended, but I needed to find out what he was going to do. Then he takes this woman's hand and just stops, looking over the graphs we'd just placed. Abruptly, he yanks her arm up to show the head of surgery. What the hell is this? My superior seems nervous. She opens her mouth to answer before the man drops the woman's arm and interrupts what would be the answer. He barks. Never mind. Don't speak. Let's just hope this works another way. The man instead jabs the pin into the woman's forearm and pinches for a good while, trying hard to draw blood from a body that stopped functioning hours ago. When he has that, he mixes the blood in with the yellow fluid and pulls it into a syringe, then places the needle into the cardiac catheter, his finger over the plunger. Juggling a bit, he grabs his book, wrestles his way to the particular page, and reminds us, "Now this is where you really need to shut up," before he begins to read. I have absolutely no idea what language that was. My sister, the overachiever, learned 4 languages by the time she graduated high school, and this didn't sound like any of them. I could most accurately equate it to something I've heard in a horror movie, but that wouldn't even do it justice. He read for about a minute before he took in a deep breath and pressed down on the plunger, pouring the now orange liquid directly into the woman's chest. The minute the liquid disappeared, the man ripped out the syringe and rushed back to his supplies, where he loaded the syringe with the green fluid, plugged it back into the IV, and waited. I think we all held our breath at that moment. I know I did. I don't know what we expected to happen, but the man's sporadic movements only instilled fear in us. The silence was suffocating, and just when I thought I couldn't handle any more, the woman on the table opened her eyes and began to scream. When she saw us standing there, she tried to communicate, but her words came out so badly slurred that she was completely unintelligible. She spat out the leaves and began to cry, muttering nonsense and shaking her head back and forth. The man closed his book and sighed. Maybe it was relief. Who knows? He grabbed the syringe full of green, capped it, and pocketed it before pulling out a notepad where he transcribed instructions. Put this in her file for her primary. You're going to want to give her a sedative for the first few hours, and morphine. A hell of a lot of it. No one ever tells you how much decay hurts. She'll probably get her speech back in a couple days. If not, report it to her manager. They'll figure it out. He ripped off the page, handed it to another resident, and started to walk out, just as our patient began having a seizure. I should have stayed to help, but I couldn't just leave it like this. I don't know about anyone else, but I couldn't go through all of that and know what just happened. I knew I could get in trouble for it, but I went after him. I stopped him in the hallway and explained that if I was going to be a surgeon at that hospital, I needed to know how to address special cases. Honestly, it was a brilliant lie in retrospect. He stopped, made a quick hushing sound and spat. She has more time left on her contract. She's 23. She owes them at least another 7 years. But that's not my business. I just do the procedure. He tried to step around me, but I was a bit more insistent than I meant to be. I just had so many questions. Can she tell us what happens after we die? He shook his head. She won't remember any of this, let alone what she experienced during her death. He tried to leave again, but I shuffled to the side, my mind racing. How did you do it? He rolled his eyes and took a step closer to me. You don't want to know. It's better that way. That's why I'm one of very few that provides this service. I can also remove a person as easily as I can return them. So remember your non-disclosure agreement. For the first time, he smiled. Then he looked down at my badge and recited my name before stepping around me and leaving the hospital. I'm terrified. I don't know who they are. I don't know what he did to that woman. And I don't know if I pissed him off enough that he'll come after me. I'm definitely going to be a target after I post this. Something that bothers me even more though, how many people have died and don't know it? I am not the adventurous type. In fact, I am quite the introvert. I prefer to spend my nights alone in my house with my dog. Boring, I know. But we find things to do, especially now that Red Dead 2 has come out. I've always been like this though. Shy, socially awkward, constantly stumbling over my words when I talk to a pretty girl. So inherently, I learned it's less stressful when I don't go anywhere. I will admit, however, it is nice to go out from time to time and socialize. That's where my friend Raymond comes in. Ray and I have been friends since the 2nd grade. He is pretty much the opposite of me. Ray is always doing something. Kayaking, rock climbing, going on dates with girls. It's always fun hanging out with him. The only reason I ever did go out is because he would usually convince me to. That's why it's unfortunate that I haven't seen him in a while. 15 months to be exact. We're still friends and all. We text every now and then and like each other's Facebook posts. But we haven't hung out in quite a while, and it's mostly my fault. It became too hard to see him like he is now. Besides, in the past 15 months, other than work and the store, I have left my house maybe 10 times. I too am trying to get over what happened that day. It was July 16th, 2017, around 8 AM when my phone began to ring. Busy in my usual routine, nothing, I answered it. Hello? My dull and groggy voice even bummed me out. Wow, don't sound so happy. His excited tone was slightly distorted, as if he had me on speaker. Hey, since you're not busy, he continued, how about you come with me? I was only on the phone with him for 30 seconds, and I was already having more fun than I was before he called. What are you talking about, man? I've got quite the busy schedule ahead of me today. Really? He knew better. Okay, where are we going? I asked, partially ashamed. We're going to head up north for a few hours, into the desert. He had an inflection in his voice that carried determination. I did some reading this past week and found out about this old mining town out in Nevada. I was a bit shocked. I was expecting him to say something along the lines of a bike ride or maybe hitting some balls at the driving range. Not traveling state lines into the hottest part of the country. Nevada is kind of far, Ray. Once again, my hermit-like tendencies tried to take over. Yeah. New York's far. Nevada is just a few hours away. Ray talked to me for about 2 minutes, telling me how cool it was going to be, and all the history that was out there. When the phone was hung up, it was agreed that he would pick me up in about 30 minutes. With my backpack full of water bottles and a few Cliff Bars slung over my back, I waited outside for him. That old beat-up red Chevy S10 he pulled up in was just as dirty as ever. I threw my pack into the bed of the truck and climbed in. I buckled up and we took off, heading up the 91 freeway to the 15 north. We drove and we drove, only stopping once. It took us about 4 hours to get to Las Vegas. That's where I realized how hot it was. 105 degrees. I couldn't believe it. It was so hot I didn't think that water could save you from dehydration out here. Another 20 miles, Ray exclaimed as we got north of Vegas, still on Interstate 15. When we finally pulled off the highway, I was relieved. I thought we were just about there. Oh, how I was wrong. We drove for another 2 hours, to a small dusty little town in the middle of the desert, surrounded by mesquite bushes, sagebrush, cactus, and crows. There wasn't much to see in the town of Alamo. We didn't even stop to check it out. almost as if he knew exactly where we were headed. Ray turned off the main street of Alamo and onto a dirt road. That's pretty much where I lost all sense of direction. I can't even remember if we turned left or right onto the dirt road. A bumpy, dusty, hot drive, but cool nonetheless. Living in the city and not getting out much, I don't see Mother Nature all that often. It was quite pretty out there. There's something about the desert that is powerful. It's vast in ways a lot of scenery is not. Off the distance, I could see the top of a wooden structure, and that's when the road ended. Dead-ending into a small wall of desert plants. Ray put the truck in park, and we got out of the trusty old S10. Instantly, I felt as though I was going to die. It was extremely hot. It felt like my skin was blistering from the sun rays. My blood felt like it was boiling. Ready? Ray smiled at me like he didn't feel the heat. Without saying a word, I threw my pack on and started to walk towards the structure. The heat, it was deadly, but the excitement of actually exploring made it bearable. I glanced at my phone. Of course, no signal. Along with that, it was 3:15 p.m., probably the hottest part of the day. We hiked up a small hill. When at the top, we could see a few dilapidated wood structures placed in a line. The rooftop of the building we saw from the truck was on the adjacent hill. The small valley that lay before us was completely deserted. That two-story building on the other hill is the shaft house. Ray informed me as we started to walk down the hill towards the first structure in this tiny valley. Shaft house? What's that? The moisture was being sucked out of my mouth by the ambient atmosphere. Lumbering down the hill, we finally got to the first building. The structure was about 30 feet by 30 feet, and stood about 8 feet tall. Most of it was made of stone, only the roof was made of wood. It's for the mine shaft. We were pulling on the door to the stone structure, trying to pry it loose. That's kinda cool. How did you find out about this place? For some reason, I didn't ask this on our 6-hour drive. National Geographic's, Ray said as the door finally creaked open with a dusty plume of dirt. This place was mining in the late 1800s, but the railway was built on the other side of the mountain. By 1921, they all left. I gave a little smirk. So we're in a ghost town? Yeah. They said the last thing built was the house on top of the shaft. Unfortunately, there was absolutely nothing in the first structure we went into. It was just an empty large room with a dirt floor. But it was nice to get out of the sun for a minute. We walked past the ruins of 2 other buildings. All that was left was the first 2 feet of the stone coming off the ground. The next building we went into was different than the last. This one had multiple rooms, all of them small. There was some illegible graffiti on the walls, and trash all over the floors. It was obvious that some people had been here since 1921. In the second building, we found nothing, but we lingered for a few more minutes to stay in the shade. I have never been in temperatures like that before. The excitement was wearing off and the exhaustion was taking over. While sitting inside of the old abandoned building, pounding water and trying to eat a Cliff Bar, Ray continued to relay what he read about the place. On the other side of that shaft house and down the hill is supposed to be a cemetery, with about 20 bodies buried there. Weird, I thought. 20 bodies? There was only about 7 buildings here. Why so many? Probably the heat, or maybe snakes. I could tell I was losing my mind in the heat. Let's check out the shaft house, I said after deciding I couldn't eat this pasty bar of protein. Squinting as we stepped out into the blaring sun, we both walked slowly up the hill. The rest of the buildings were just footprints of stone left behind. We walked past them in a hurry. The sun was deadly and we knew our prize, shade, was waiting for us. This hill was steeper than the last. The gravel was much looser as well. We slipped and slid to the top of the hill. With the shaft house to our left, a warm blast of air touched the sweat on our faces. It felt good. In the small valley below us lay stacks of rocks. Assumedly, these were just markers for the graves. It didn't look to be 20, but there was a few. All of this was observed in a split second. As soon as we hit up the top of the hill, we quickly clambered into the shade of the shaft house. We were only outside for about 1 minute and I already felt dehydrated. While digging through my pack for a bottle, we walked in the already open front door. Wow, we both said at the same time. It was almost hotter on the inside of the building. The little breeze we had outside was non-existent in here. When the room we were in came into focus, we could see a much different sight than what was inside the other structures. Still disappointed with the realization that there was nothing cool in any of these buildings, we saw that the shaft house had a large abundance of trash. There were newspapers dating back to 1987. I saw a cornucopia of old cans, some with pull tabs, some with pop tabs, and some even made of tin. There were empty cans of beer and empty cans of soda. Along with the cans and paper trash, there were random torn up articles of clothing, a few shoes and socks. The foundation of the floor must have been made of broken glass. It seemed that there was more broken glass on the floor than there could ever be windows in the building. It was apparent that people have taken up residence in this vacant part of the desert recently. Together we walked down the spray-painted hallway. This graffiti was much newer than the other stuff. I could read what most of it said, but it was just a bunch of bad words. When we got to the middle of the hall, we reached a doorway that was missing the door. A strange blast of cool air climbed out of it. We both stopped and stood there for a second to enjoy the cool air. The other side of the threshold was pitch black, but Ray took a few steps in anyways, and I followed suit. With it being so dark, it was a surprise when I took my first step down. It was a staircase, and we were climbing down it, down into the cool darkness of the basement. We took about 20 steps down. With each step, it seemed that the temperature dropped a degree, making it about 80 degrees when we got to the bottom. It was a great reprieve from the outside temperatures. In the pitch black of the basement, I took a moment to gather myself as Ray shuffled around in his pack. Like a nuclear explosion, I saw a flash of light before I went blind. Not permanently blind. Ray dug an LED flashlight out of his bag. Eyes focusing, the room came into view. It was a large dirt room with lumber lining the walls. There were 2 metal beams on either side of the room, and both of them connected to another large beam horizontally at the roof of the basement. The beam on the right was anchored to the floor next to what looked like a skeleton of an old motor. It had been picked of all working parts, covered in spider webs and dust, but still it resembled an old motor. The size of the basement seemed vast and empty. In the center of the room on the floor were pieces of plywood, more old newspapers, and the missing door from the top of the stairs. These beams must have been how they lowered people down. My small voice sounded large and deep inside the vacant basement. Slowly, Ray took a step towards the center of the basement. I wonder what they were mining out here. Ray took another step as he pondered out loud. I was basking in the coolness of the basement as I sat on the last step. Where do you think the shaft is? I don't know, Ray said slowly as he took a step, beaming his light, tracing the beam of metal across the ceiling. The article was a lie, man, I replied while my eyes also followed his beam of light. It appears so. Ray took another slow and methodical step. Almost to the center of the underground room, Ray's foot softly came down on the door that was on the floor. There was a loud crash. Ray yelled as he fell through the floor. His beam of lights went flailing and rolled against the wall. It all happened so quickly I don't even remember seeing it happen. Just a loud noise and the silence is all I can recall. It was brutal. It was going to kill me. The silence was all there was. What the hell just happened? I thought as I stared into the darkness. Scrambling on my hands and knees, I crawled to the flashlight, trying my hardest to focus the light beam in the direction that I wanted. I searched for the hole that Ray fell through. Next to the door on the floor was a dark gap in between the plywood and the door. I grabbed one end of the door and pulled it towards the wall. All of a sudden, the mystery of where the shaft had gone was solved. Removing the 2 pieces of plywood, the door, the shaft was revealed. About 4 feet wide, the dark hole was extremely intimidating. Having just swallowed my friend, I approached the edge cautiously. Practically lying on my belly, I forced the jittering flashlight beam down the hole. Beads of sweat dripped off my nose and eyebrows as I turned my head down to look. The confirmation that Ray fell down the hole was immediate as I looked at his lifeless body. Seeing this made me panic and fear took over my mind. Like a crab, I scurried up the stairs backwards with my hands, half crawling and half running, tripping up every step. I couldn't believe it. Ray's dead. Entering the floor level, I hardly noticed the change in temperature. Breathing laboriously, my chest heaved in and out. My eyes darted back and forth the dirty hallway, and sweat saturated my skin as though I had just gotten out of a pool. What the hell do I do? It all came crashing down on me. My paranoid self took charge and started to make a checklist of why I'm screwed. Your friend's dead. You don't know where you are. It's 1,000 degrees. You're almost out of water. You're going to die. You never should have left the house. I had to stop thinking like that. That's what's going to get me dead. Like Ray. That's right around the time I shed a few tears. I was in complete panic and shock. After about 5 minutes of feeling sorry for myself, I forced my way back down the hallway and towards the basement door. Once again, that inviting cold blast of air hit me. As if each step could kill me, I took the stairs slow and cautiously. I had the flashlight focused on the hole at the bottom of the stairs as I descended. Before I knew it, I was back at the shaft, begging God that Ray was okay. That damn shaft still haunts me to this day. I walked to the edge and looked down it again. Still, Ray was lying crumpled up 20 feet below me in this hole. There was a blue tarp on the ground with him and more empty cans. The silence of it all was the worst part. I wanted to hear anything. A moan, a cough, even a fart. Anything that would tell me he was still alive. But there was nothing. Blankly, I stared at Ray and tried to formulate a plan. Ray's backpack was next to him at the bottom of the shaft. I remember seeing him put his truck keys in the small zipper. So driving out of here was a no-go. It was much too hot to walk back down the road we came from. I would have to wait till sundown. I figured the best thing for me to do was to find some rope. If I could find some, I might be able to lower myself down there somehow. What would I do when I got down there? I had no idea. But it was a plan. I couldn't not try to get him. I would sling the rope around the metal beam and use it as a pulley to hoist his body out of there. Up the stairs in a flash, I searched the entire first floor. Nothing but trash. This place was disgusting. I went up to the second floor. The stairs were rickety and felt quite unsafe. The risk of dying on them was not worth it, and I was sorely disappointed realizing that there was nothing up there. In too much of a panicked state, I didn't care that the sun was beating down on me. I walked out of the shaft house and down the small hill. I passed the other 2 structures, remembering that there was nothing inside of them, and stormed my way up to the first hill we came across. From the top of the hill, I took a second to look around for anything. In a full 360, I saw nothing other than that ghost town, Ray's truck, and a never-ending hilly surface covered with desert. The truck was just as useless as the rest. Searching through it made me realize how hot it actually was, and how thirsty I was getting. Solemnly, I walked back to the basement where my backpack was. A wave of helplessness washed over me as I sat in the cool basement, waiting for nightfall. It was only 5:30 p.m., and I still had another 4 hours at least before it started to cool down. I sat in the basement on the last step in the complete dark. My mind ran every possible outcome it could think of past me. The horrible things my brain thought of were terrifying, but possible. While walking for help, I could get eaten by a ravenous pack of coyotes. I could trip, break my ankle, and bake in the sun. I could get completely lost out there looking for the small town of Alamo, and spend the next few days walking in circles in the barren, dry, harsh desert. slowly dying of dehydration. Without even realizing it, I began to nod off. Slowly, my thoughts became a movie in front of my eyes. All the horrible things I could think of happening to me were being shown to me by my tired, dreaming mind. Not sure of how long I slept for, but I woke up to what sounded like a person. At first, I thought it was just in my mind, resonating from my dreams. And then I heard a loud moan. Groggy and confused, I opened my eyes. Another groan followed by a cough. Ray was alive. My heart began to pound as I fumbled for the flashlight sitting in my lap. "Hello?" Ray said in a broken, choked voice. I'm here," I frantically said as I leaned over the edge and beamed the light down the hole. "Oh my God, man, I thought you were dead." My voice was filled with joy and relief, but had a light underlining of panic in it. What happened? Ray couldn't remember much. His memory stopped at the moment we pulled up to this dead town. After a few minutes of talking, Ray told me he thought his left leg was broken, and he had a lot of pain on the left side of his chest. When I threw him down a bottle of water, I asked him to look around the hole for a rope or something we could use to pull him out of the hole with. Although feeling a lot of panic, I was extremely relieved that Ray wasn't dead. I began to dig around my backpack for a Cliff Bar for him. Then I heard the worst sound of my life. It sounded like Ray was dying 1,000 deaths, screaming and yelling at the top of his lungs. I heard Ray moving at the bottom of the pit, shuffling his way through the tarp. As quickly as I could, I dropped my pack and looked down at him. He was kicking with both legs, even the broken one. Frantically, he began to try and claw his way up the vertical walls of the shaft. At first, I couldn't tell what the big deal was, but then I saw it. My jaw dropped in horror, my heart filled with disgust. My mind recoiled in terror as I realized Ray was at the bottom of a pit with a decomposing body. The fear was real. The panic was real. Ray looked up at me with tear-filled eyes. He was begging and pleading for me to get him out. I was completely helpless, completely confused. I have never learned what to do in a situation like this. I was completely speechless and in shock. What I did next is something I am completely ashamed of, and doubt I will ever forget about. I stood up as quick as I could and ran up the basement stairs. I could hear Ray crying for me to stop, but I kept going. As I blasted out the front door, Ray's voice became entangled with the breeze. I kept running toward the truck and down the road. At some point, I stopped hearing Ray screaming and could only hear my breathing. Running down the darkening desert, I never stopped. Although the sun had been down for maybe an hour, it was still over 90 degrees. I ran till it felt like my legs would give out on me. My lungs felt like they were going to collapse. My cell phone and backpack filled with water was left in the basement, with my screaming friend. The chance of dehydration was now. After a while, my run turned into a slow jog, and before I knew it, I was walking. But it wasn't for long. Up ahead of me in the distance, I saw the silhouette of a car, so again I began to run. The two teenagers were startled when I ran up to the driver's window. Of course, they were hesitant to help me. I probably looked like a crazy man, sweating, babbling about my friend and a decaying dead body. I caught the kids in the act of smoking marijuana, so it took them a few minutes to realize I didn't care about that, and I actually needed help. I think what really made up their minds was when I began to cry a bit. The ride back to town was short, but seemed to last forever. After a phone call, it only took 3 minutes for a squad car to show up and begin to question me. I told him everything, from the morning to when I found the two teenagers. I didn't rat them out, of course. An ambulance wasn't far behind to check me out. The EMT said I was dehydrated and needed an IV. As they began to drive off with me in the back, I saw a helicopter shining its light off in the distance. Relief washed over me like a calming wave of ecstasy. The feeling was so immediate and powerful I passed right out. Other than being dehydrated, I was unharmed. Ray, on the other hand, suffered a broken leg, a broken rib, and a sprained wrist. The physical trauma that he suffered that day was nothing compared to the mental scars that he had. From the time he discovered the dead body wrapped in the tarp, and him being rescued, Ray spent 3 hours with it. No matter who you are, that would be a really hard thing to do. The body had been down there for 2 weeks, and probably would have remained down there forever if we didn't come along. The old shaft house had been used by drug addicts in the past, and the police figured that one of them must have killed another one, put them in a tarp, dropped them down the hole, and tried to cover it with the wood and basement door. The victim still remains a John Doe. I can't say that I walked away completely unharmed. I still dream of the terror I felt that day. The dreams are never anything specific, just me standing in a dark place feeling absolutely terrified. I can sometimes hear the screams of my old friend in the background, begging me for help, and like a coward, I run, only to awake from my sleep and remember the whole day all over again. I often tell myself that Ray had it way worse, and should be more supportive and sympathetic towards him. It's been 15 months since I have seen Ray. It's not that we aren't friends or anything. Sometimes it's hard for me to find the time after work to drive north for an hour. The psychiatric hospital he stays at now is quite nice. Every time I do see him, I feel so guilty. That look in his eyes, it tells me everything. It tells me that he's scared. It tells me that he's lonely. And it also tells me that he blames me. This is why I don't see Ray anymore. Hi, my name is Jayla. I watch your videos almost every day. Horror stories really excite me for some reason. I don't know why. Anyways, I would just like to share my story that happened almost 5 or 6 years ago. My house is over 80 years old, and the previous owner died here. I'm only 16 and live with my grandparents. Nothing bad has happened since this event. In my kitchen there contains about 5 cabinets against the wall. So one day I was in my room thinking about what I wanted to eat for dinner since it was 8, and I had barely eaten anything all day. I went to the kitchen and made myself some noodles. I put them in a bowl and searched through the cabinets for my favorite seasoning, lemon pepper. I closed the cabinets every time. I placed the noodles in the microwave for about 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I took them out and went to my room. I stayed in my room for about 30 minutes before becoming thirsty. So I went to the kitchen and what I saw made me really uneasy. All 5 cabinets were open. I said to myself, that's odd. I only opened one cabinet and I closed it right after I was done. I grew kind of paranoid at this point. I brushed it off and closed the cabinets. As I was walking back to my room, a big black spoon fell on the floor. At this point, I was petrified. I hesitantly went to pick it up and placed it back in the utensils compartment, and it happened again. Cabinets all opened at once. I sat there for about 20 minutes frozen, eyes open wide. I never told my grandparents in the hope of not causing them any fright. Something wasn't right. Somebody was playing a trick on me. Or maybe something. Let me just get this out of the way now. I'm a grown-ass man who has no friends or family within a 200-mile radius. No, it's not because of work or school. It's simply a conscious choice. I just don't like people. I'm sure my bitch of a wife and judgmental father can be blamed for that. I have anger issues myself, but at least I acknowledge my flaws. Call me a Scrooge, Grinch, or Grouch. I don't give a damn, but what you can't call me is crazy. I know what's been happening is real, and I feel utterly powerless to stop it. It started a week ago. I trudged like a zombie to my kitchen to start my day with a fresh cup of joe. As I yawned, taking my first sip, I noticed something in the living room. I jumped and cursed as I spilled hot coffee down my front. I threw my mug into the sink in frustration, ignoring the resounding crash as I bent low in self-defense. Fists raised feebly. That's when I realized that there wasn't a person in my house. It was a Christmas tree. Or something that was supposed to look like a Christmas tree. The tree was half dead, the smell of rotting pines assaulting my nostrils. I nearly gagged. wondering how I hadn't noticed it before. I could see termites scurrying all over the damn thing. Malcolm. It had to have been Malcolm, my landlord. No one else had a key to my apartment, and I wouldn't put it past him to play a prank on me like this. Still, this was not funny. I planned to call him and give him a piece of my mind. First, though, I had to get rid of the tree. I spent nearly half an hour hauling the big-ass thing out of my apartment and down to the side of the road, cursing and covered in termites. I called Malcolm and left him a wordy voicemail. Then I went to work and forgot about the little prank. Until the next day. The tree was back in my apartment, but now it had been adorned in rusty, busted-out Christmas lights. The odor was not nearly as sour as my attitude as I called Malcolm again. I demanded he come to my apartment. When he got there, he acted as though he had no clue how the tree had gotten into my home. He asked if I had any friends or family that had come into town. Upset that he was playing dumb, I threatened to talk to his superiors if this were to happen again. Malcolm once again assured me that this was not his doing, but he would change my locks and help me get the tree out of my dwelling. I could smell the tree as soon as I woke up the next morning. Furious, I threw my bedroom door open and stormed into the living room. The tree was back. Busted lights, pentagram-shaped star and all. But now there was something under the tree as well. A box wrapped in blue wrapping paper. I had had enough. I called the cops. The cops took the gift, considering it was a suspicious package, and left an officer to watch over my apartment for the night. I got a call from work later that day from one of the officers down at the station. The gift box had contained a human finger. They were gonna need me for questioning. This had gone from annoying to immediately concerning rather quickly. After spending hours at the police station, the officers advised me to find a hotel to stay in. I did, and guess what I woke up to see the next day? The same Christmas tree. There was another box underneath, this one decked in purple wrapping. I thought that I was losing my mind. In an anxiety-induced craze, I ripped open the gift rather than calling the cops again. There was a whole hand this time, though it was missing the ring finger. I didn't call the cops this time. I set the tree and the box ablaze after hauling them into a secluded area. I sped back home and began grabbing my most important possessions. I told Malcolm that I was breaking my lease, and there was nothing he could do to stop me. Then I set off on the road, driving for hours and hours, before finally pulling over to at least get a nap. When I awoke, I found a new box beside me. Though I didn't want to open it, I could hear a woman's voice in my ear, urging me to do so. I tore the box open and nearly vomited. A whole arm had been crammed inside. I have been getting a new body part every day. I am confessing to you that I recognize them very well. I don't know if the police are after me, but I'd rather be caught by them if we're being honest. I don't think it will save me. I murdered my wife last Christmas, but I suppose she wants some company this year. A decade or so ago, I lived in a town where people kept going missing. I'm not going to name that town. I don't live there anymore. I'm never going there again. And neither should you. I don't know what's happened there since I left. I don't know what exactly was going on there before I left. What I do know, what I stumbled upon, is enough for me. This chain of events began when a teenage girl named Alicia Johnson went missing. I hadn't known her beforehand, but after her face was plastered all over the news, everybody did. It was a big deal, of course, but the police ended up deciding that she was a runaway. Apparently she'd had problems at home, and she disappeared in the middle of the night with no signs of any sort of struggle or foul play. Her parents were devastated, of course, but nothing turned up. It was as if she had just vanished overnight. The next disappearance was a middle-aged man, husband and father. Same deal, the family went to bed and in the morning he was just gone. The next week 2 more people disappeared. This was when the town became noticeably more tense. Some people wrote it off as a coincidence, but others thought something was going on. Police presence expanded. People didn't go out alone at night. I didn't see the point. It's not like anybody was disappearing from the streets. I just bought deadbolts for my doors and started to keep my gun loaded. A strange feeling of unease settled over the town. One more disappearance came the next week, and another 3 days after that. But then, as soon as they had begun, the disappearances stopped. Over the course of a month or so, 6 people had vanished from their homes without a trace, and nobody had any idea why. The police were completely baffled. The months passed on and the mystery was never solved. The tension surrounding our town slowly faded, while the families of the missing people either dealt with their own grief or kept holding on to hope. The rest of our lives began to return to normalcy. Around 5 months after the disappearances stopped, I began to get into urban exploration because of a friend of mine. Jack, not his real name, had been trying to find interesting places to check out, and when he asked me to tag along, I decided to humor him. Over a few weeks, we'd explore the usual kinds of areas: rundown buildings, abandoned construction sites. Once we even found a cave, but of course, this was all nothing compared to Jack's latest big find. One day he told me there was some kind of old, abandoned building isolated deep in the woods outside of town. I don't know how he found out about it. Apparently most people didn't even know it existed. I sure as hell didn't. So naturally we agreed to meet up there the next evening and check it out. The night came around and I headed out to the site. After our first few expeditions, Jack and I started just meeting up on location. We decided it was both simpler and more exciting. After a half hour of stumbling through the woods, I finally arrived at the clearing, and there in front of me was the building. Jack had been right. There was no way this building had been maintained in at least 20 years. I couldn't even tell what it had been used for in the first place. It was so run down and overgrown with vegetation. There was some sort of sign in front, but the text was completely faded and illegible, lost to the years. Strangely, I'd gotten there before Jack. He was very punctual about these things, and he always arrived first. After all, he was the real enthusiast. I had mostly just been tagging along. I pulled out my phone. Thankfully, even out in the middle of the woods, I still had service. I shot Jack a text, sat down on a log, and just took in the atmosphere of the building before me. The air hung thick and silent in the little clearing. It wasn't completely dark yet, but the sun was threatening to dip behind the treetops, and the shadows were slowly creeping forward. I began to shiver. I hadn't realized how cold it was getting. Glancing at my phone again, I realized 15 minutes had passed with no response from Jack. A little annoyed, I got up and paced around the building. If Jack was going to be this late, I sure as hell wasn't going to wait outside in the cold for him. When I found a door, I twisted the doorknob, and was pleased to find that the door opened with no fuss. I dug my flashlight out of my pack and stepped inside. The interior of the building was just as run down and nondescript as the outside. Bare concrete floors and walls betrayed no hints of what this bizarre place actually was. As I swept my flashlight beam around, the cold continued to bite through my jacket. It certainly wasn't any more comfortable in here than outside. I glanced at my phone again. Still nothing. Okay, Jack. Fuck you too, I grumbled. I tapped a quick, "Where you at, dude?" and hit send, and then, after another moment, added on, "I'm going without you." I wouldn't have come if I'd known I was going to deal with that shit, but I'd already made the trip through the damn woods. I might as well take a look around. I'd make it quick, though. There was a faint, strange smell in the air, and it bothered me for reasons I couldn't quite place. I stepped through the rooms one by one. Still nothing. I was beginning to think this building had never been used for anything at all. Maybe they had just finished construction and were unable to sell it because nobody had any use for a building in the middle of nowhere. Aside from a few dark stains in the floors and walls I couldn't identify, this place was completely barren. Not even any bugs. What a dud. Then I found the stairway down to the basement. I carefully made my way down the cold concrete steps. My flashlight cut through the darkness at the bottom to reveal a doorway, and something glinting on the floor beyond. Finally, something interesting. I finished my descent and stepped through the doorway to discover the glinting had been caused by shards of broken glass all over the floor. The darkness made it difficult to judge, but it seemed like the basement was just one big room that spanned the entire base of the building. Worse yet, the bizarre smell was stronger now. I resolved to check out the basement and leave. The source of the glass became immediately obvious. Near the wall stood the shattered remnants of some kind of large glass cylinder. The base seemed to be some kind of machine that I couldn't identify, covered in dials and lights that had long gone dead. From the mechanical base, the glass cylinder extended, about 4 or 5 feet in diameter, up to around the height of my waist, where its thick walls quickly ended in shattered, jagged edges. Mystified, I drew closer. One of the jagged edges was caked in blood and hair. I instantly jumped back and let out an involuntary "what the fuck?" In retrospect, I think it was that noise that caused it. If I had just silently turned around and walked back up those steps, I would have just gone home. Unnerved, but immediately none the wiser. But right after I let out that cry, a wheezing groan emanated in response from the darkness deeper in that room. I slowly turned towards it, my trembling beam of light slowly cutting across the concrete floor, until after a few long seconds the source of the noise was illuminated. At first, my mind refused to process what I saw. There was a second glass cylinder in that basement, similar to the first. It had the same bizarre mechanical base, but this one was unbroken, the tube extending all the way to the ceiling. Inside the glass was a giant mass of flesh, grotesquely twisted and misshapen. A nonsensical, obscene jumble of limbs and faces riddled the abomination, or in some places, parts of faces, with haphazard eyes blinking open, or isolated mouths stretching wordlessly. Some of the structures weren't even recognizable, instead just forming bony protrusions of hairy tumors. Some areas were covered with skin, others exposing pulsating arteries and muscle fibers. Others seemed to somehow blend together, deforming and reforming in impossible ways. It looked like a group of people had been melted and fused together. The monster was suspended above the bottom of the container, hanging from the ceiling by sinewy ropes of flesh, anchored in position. It dripped fluid from a few places, which ran down its slimy form and joined the pool of bile, blood and all at the bottom of the tube. And though I somehow managed to retain my sanity at the sight of this thing, once my light landed on it, it began to move. The limbs jutting from the fleshy core began to move every which way. Some began to pound and scrape at the glass. Some walked their fingers along the beast itself, or scratched and ripped at its own skin, and others just jerked randomly out of control. Some hands had too many fingers, others too few. Some of the deformed faces began to open bulbous, sightless eyes, or open their mouths to speak. But mercifully, they seemed to be almost incapable of producing noise. Other faces remained motionless, clearly long dead. But the worst ones were the ones that still looked human, because they looked directly at me. As I locked eyes with the many faces of the formless flesh, I made a horrible realization. I recognized these faces. I stood there trembling, unable to stop my gaze from traversing the monstrosity before me, until I made eye contact with Alicia Johnson. She had been the first to disappear. Her head was protruding from a slimy, pulsating mass of muscle, anchored in position by veiny lengths of tissue that somehow melded seamlessly with her own. But despite her face being held still, her eyes connected desperately with mine, and her mouth opened, saying, "Help me." I took a step back. Her voice sounded so strained and worn. I was amazed she could even speak. I gaped back at her wordlessly, unable to respond, as she continued to stare at me. Other faces around her seemed to awaken and come alive, and more moans and wheezing began to build up. Looking at all the faces, I realized there was more than 6 people in there. And that's when it started to scream. I don't know which mouth it was. Maybe it was more than one. But the horror in the tube let loose an unearthly, despondent shriek the likes of which I could never have imagined. I instantly spun around and bolted through the doorway, desperately scrambling away, leaving the chaos of forms behind to thrash at its glass prison. Worst of all, as I sprinted out of the basement and up the stairs, I could hear Alicia's hoarse voice cutting through the cacophony. "Please help me, don't leave me here. Please, please, just kill me. Please." Until I was out of the building, sobbing as I ran through the forest. I left town that night. I sprinted straight home, put as many of my belongings in my car as I could in 30 minutes, turned off my phone and just drove. I never returned. I couldn't bear the thought of what I had seen in that tube. I had so many questions, but I didn't want to know the answers. I just needed to get as far away as possible, even though it meant abandoning my house, my job, my life. I didn't care. Never in my life will I return to that town. At first I was unsure if leaving had been the right decision. My sleep-deprived, panic-fueled brain was still full of doubt. Did I overreact? Could I have just tipped off the police and returned to my life? The disappearances had stopped months ago. Maybe whoever or whatever had done that was gone. Had I just upended my life needlessly? I got my answer in a motel near the interstate. After 2 days of traveling as far and as fast as possible, I finally needed to rest. I got into my room, collapsed on the bed, and turned on the TV, hoping to take my mind off it and finally get some much-needed sleep. As I was flipping through the channels, the sight of Jack's face made me immediately stop. Missing Jack Oren. Last seen 2 days ago. Car found near the woods. Otherwise, no leads. Jack had gotten there before me after all. The next morning, I kept driving. What do you guys do on the day of Christmas? I bet it's much better than what happens to me every year on this sacred holiday. What is it like? To drink hot chocolate while munching happily on butter-churned cookies. To stare intently at the warm fireplace providing you with a sense of reassurance through the bitter cold winter. There might even be a joyful Christmas tune, masking itself in the dense background. So is Christmas your favorite holiday? It definitely isn't mine. It's not that I'm missing anything or living under poor conditions. My parents never failed to decorate our lawn with a variety of sparkling ornaments. Despite the loads of work we must complete, our Christmas tree still stands tall in the living room in every passing year. Yet I still hate it, and I despise it because of something I've never told my parents, nor anyone close to me in my life. A secret I have been latching on to for years, and I'm still debating whether or not to share it now. Despite the worry, if this doesn't go out fast enough, sooner or later I'll be dead with the rest of the lot. A while ago, maybe 10 years prior to the moment I addressed this concern, my sister was abducted on Christmas Eve. It had been a joyful day for me, as well as my family who spent long hours trying to make this holiday an exceptional experience. Our dinner consisted of boiled bean sprouts with all the festivities a household needed. Later that night, my younger siblings and I played a few board games with each other. doing your usual brother-sister activities. Although this happened ages ago, it still puts a smile on my lonesome face. That is, until I remember the events that occurred hours after this cheerful celebration. I was laying in my bed, contemplating various ideas regarding my family's next Christmas. All of it was a blur, but for a moment I heard something plop down the chimney. As a child, I really believed in Santa Claus. Thinking he'd come to deliver presents to my door, I hopped out of my mattress and tiptoed to the edge of my door to take a quick peek. A large figure of a man blocked my vision, his boots making soft crunching noises on the carpet. I was so elated that I didn't notice the door of my sibling's room wide open. On that night, my youngest sister was taken away, and since then she's never come back. After that incident, my parents called private investigators to locate her, worried to death about her whereabouts. It's been so long since that tragic loss hit my family, and we've seemed to have forgotten it, but every Christmas since then has been solemn. It hurts my heart every year when I look at their sorrowful faces and realize that I witnessed what happened that night, but I never tell them. The young ones sleep in the master bedroom now, my parents protecting them from harm. I guess that's better off for them, knowing that the man still lurks. Every night I hear a plop from the chimney, and every year, I wish Christmas never existed. He always taunts me, his long white beard brushing across my chin. I know you're awake. I've heard so many scary stories from different professions, I figured I could share my own. I'll start out by describing my area, and the history for a little background. I am in the southeastern United States. We have lots of Civil War battlegrounds and trackside graves, etc. There's an area just south of Nashville called Chapel Hill, Tennessee. The story is at night, around midnight, you can see the light of an old school swinging lantern, with a headless corpse carrying it, walking down the tracks. The corpse of a man who was once a conductor, who was decapitated after falling off a moving train. Our locomotive cabs have 3 seats in them. The left seat, conductor; center, the extra or brakeman; and right, the engineer. I got called on a 2-man crew to run the Chapel Hill line. We rolled into the town at about 11:50 p.m., and out of nowhere we went into emergency. My conductor goes to walk the train, leaving me alone in the cab. After about 10 minutes, all of my lights go out and come back on, and I see a figure standing on the tracks in front of our stopped train. Thinking it was my conductor, I leave my seat and go out the cab door to see what's wrong. I get on the ground and see nobody around anywhere. I was freaked out at this point, so I just got back on and sat down. At this point I looked in my rearview mirrors and saw a figure moving on my second unit. I radioed my conductor asking where he was, just to hear that he was 30 cars back from me. I walked to the second unit and found nothing. At this point I'm frustrated and creeped out, and basically stranded in this nowhere town on a haunted stretch of tracks. I go back to the lead locomotive. A few minutes pass. I feel like I'm being watched, so I turn to the left to see a corpse with no head rising out of the conductor's seat coming right at me. I'm frozen with fear at this point. Right as it gets a few feet from me, it just disappeared. I then saw a lantern swing moving, away from my train. My conductor happened to see it on his way back, and asked why I was outside with my lantern. I explained what happened as we got back on our way. But that was a freaky night. Being in this career, you may see things the average 9-to-5 worker doesn't see. One night, just outside of a little town in southern Middle Tennessee called Tullahoma, we were traveling southbound doing about 60 miles per hour. Just to set the scene a little better, it was around 2:30 a.m. The rural area, along with nothing but the sound of your locomotive, can be somewhat eerie. As we came over a hill onto a bit of flat land, I could vaguely see the lights of a car racing to the upcoming road crossing. At 60 miles per hour, you're on something before you know it. I'm blowing my horn away more than normal. 2 longs, a short, and a long through a crossing. I gave all the warning I could. The car didn't stop. They always told me don't make eye contact with the person you're about to hit. I've also been told during moments of extreme emotional distress, you remember in great detail what you saw. The split second of fear in her eyes was traumatizing. She was the most beautiful dark-haired, blue-eyed beauty in a black dress I'd ever seen. They say real beauty is on the inside. I must disagree, because the brain matter on my locomotive plow looked nowhere near as good as the woman that once possessed it. This experience happened on the previous division I worked on. I worked the 110-mile main line between Kingsport, Tennessee, and Shelby, Kentucky. This route goes through the Appalachian Mountains, and also passes through the coal fields and mines that once had the area's dead economy booming. This is now one of the poorest areas in America. You often see almost unlivable shacks with families in them along the tracks. When I was a young blood, the old heads and locals told me of the folklore and tales of the mountains. Just figured I was getting hazed, since I'd now been here 15 years, and had never seen any of it. Well, until now. I got called for a train out of Kingsport for 9 p.m. I arrived at the yard office at 8:30 p.m. and greeted my conductor. He was just out of training and this was going to be his first trip. His name was Chris, and after a short conversation, I thought I'd like working with him. We boarded the locomotive, and by about 9:30 p.m. we were given the track warrants and green-lighted to leave. I notched the throttle back and let her eat. As an engineer, you have to constantly be aware of your surroundings. After leaving, I noticed a little movement in the second unit. Damn hobos, I said. We ended up having to take siding just before going into Virginia and meet another train. I took the opportunity to investigate the movement in the second unit. I turned on the locomotive cab lights and looked around. Engineer seat, clear. Conductor seat, clear. Out of random bodily urge, I went to the engine bathroom to piss. I unzipped my pants and opened the door, to find a 25-year-old young man huddled on the ground shivering. It was the middle of winter, December 23rd to be exact. I got him up, showed him how to work the heater, and sat him down. He was trying to get to Big Stone Gap, Virginia, for Christmas. I said, "Well, you're in luck. We'll slow down so you can get off there." He smiled and thanked me, and I went back to the lead unit, because we had been given a green signal to leave. We were going through the most rural areas of the route from this point on. It takes a strong mind to do this. The loneliness, the nighttime silence, only being broken by your conductor's voice calling signals, and the miles of open track and darkness can get to a weak person. Around 3 a.m. we were approaching Natural Tunnel. All it is a 2-mile-long cave the railroad track was built through. A lot of Indians were killed on these hillsides. As we went through the Natural Tunnel, our mid-train power locomotive lost radio contact in the cave with the lead engine. This put on needed stress on the couples, causing the train to split in half. We put the train in emergency, and once we fully stopped, we determined the train needed to be walked. Normally the conductor would go alone, but Chris was scared. So I decided to walk with Chris, and we walked by the light of his lantern. Our train was 2 miles long, and we found the broken knuckle coupler about halfway. We fixed the knuckle, and I had to leave Chris to return to the locomotive for the reverse maneuver. I was about 3/4 of the way back to the lead unit before Chris radioed me asking me where I was. I told him and got no response, but proceeded on. I got on the engine and got ready to make the move, so I radioed Chris letting him know I was ready. After about 4 minutes without a response, I repeated myself. After another 2 or 3 minutes, I figured the signal came and went in the cave. I radioed dispatch telling them what happened, and to be on standby. I grabbed my flashlight and started making my way back towards Chris. Once I got in sight of his lantern, I called to him with a loud echo off the cave walls. All of a sudden, I saw Chris's body go flying from between the cars that had broken couplers, and hit the cave wall with a loud thud. He slid to the ground as my attention was drawn back to the area he was launched from. Something was standing there. It must have been 8 to 10 feet tall. Its head turned towards me with the reddest glowing eyes I've ever seen. As soon as it made eye contact with me, it let out this low, gut-wrenching growl. As I turned to run, it jumped from between the cars and hit the ground with so much power my legs came out from under me. I caught myself and hopped back up and ran towards the lead unit with everything I had. I heard it running behind me. It continued to gain on me. The engine was in sight, so I gave every ounce I had left and finally dived for the grab irons and steps. I scurried into the cab and locked the doors. I looked around the windows and saw nothing outside. I radioed dispatch in a panic and told them what happened, though I was barely audible. They told me to proceed with what I had left of a train to the Big Stone Gap and authorities, and another engineer would be there to relieve me. I put the throttle in run 8 full throttle. As soon as I stepped off the engine, my legs became jello, and I fell to the ground. As the EMTs tended to me, I looked up at the second unit and saw those same red glowing eyes looking out at me from the window. I passed out after that. I was awoken in the hospital by a very inquisitive detective. He explained to me that they could only positively identify Chris with dental records. Chris had been mauled so bad they didn't have any animal on record that attacked in that manner. My brain had shut most of it out at that time, so I was useless to the case. As the detective left, he stopped and turned towards me. "Oh yeah, do you know anything about the dead 25-year-old we found in the second unit? We found him with his chest plate broken and his ribs split open from the center." I passed out again after the gruesome details. Come to find out, a few track workers and hobos that had family that knew their last whereabouts and cared enough to report them missing disappeared in the area. I was eventually able to get past all this and go back to work. About a week after returning, I was sitting in the Kingsport locker room. An old head sat down beside me and said, "You must be lucky. Not many survive a Wendigo the first time." I transferred divisions a week later. About a 10-minute drive from my parents' house was a Christmas tree farm, owned and operated by a very nice couple called the Jacksons. As you can probably guess, college was very expensive for me and my family, so I worked almost full-time during the long breaks from school when I was at home. We'd been buying trees from the Jacksons for about 15 years, so they were more than happy to hire me for the month. Their whole operation covered about 6 square acres. I know that sounds like a ton, but they really were the only place you could cut your own tree in town. Sure, you could always buy pre-cut ones outside the grocery store, but you'd be missing out on the charm and feeling of satisfaction of cutting down your own, wouldn't you? The Jacksons themselves didn't have heavy jobs. They more than paid their due by growing and taking care of the trees all year. Dan would sit outside the door to his shed with a thermos of hot coffee, handling transactions as the buyer stopped to exchange cash. There was only one road on the entire property. It started at the entrance gate, wound around the house, and left by the exit gate. Unless you wanted to drive through a few acres of trees, there was no way you were getting out without paying. Dan kept a notepad in his pocket to catch the license plates of the runners. Wendy spent the mornings making Christmas cookies in the kitchen of the house before joining Dan outside in his vigil by the shed, giving each customer a Santa or Rudolph or tree-shaped treat, sometimes still warm from the oven. The 2 other seasonal hires and I did the other work. I helped the customers load the trees into their vehicle if they had trouble. Dolan and Liam, 2 friends who'd been working for the Jacksons as long as I had, cut down trees for people who either forgot their saw or didn't bring one. It was, all in all, a very easy-going, comfortable job. I didn't even mind that I was working full-time during the holidays. The day of December 19th started out like any other. I pulled into the lot in my dad's car at 9:30. Business wouldn't start for another half hour or so, but I liked to talk with Dan and Wendy beforehand. The sky was cloudy and gray. threatening to send some sort of precipitation down on us. I personally hoped it was snow, but then again, I was always close to the house and could run in for a bit whenever I got cold. I let myself in by the front door and walked into the kitchen. Wendy was just taking a bunch of cookies out of the oven. Dan was sitting at the counter, finishing off his breakfast. Last Christmas was blaring on the radio near the window. "Oh, good morning, Blake. I didn't hear you come in," Wendy said. "Sky looks pretty overcast today," I said as I leaned against the island. Dan nodded. "Weather report said it's going to start snowing in the afternoon. We might have 3 or 4 inches by tomorrow morning." We talked for a little while longer before we heard tires pull up outside. "That must be Dolan and Liam," Wendy said. "Blake, would you go out there and tell them to put on their warmest coats? I'd hate for them to catch a cold." Nodding, I went outside and caught them just as they were leaving the car. "What's up, man?" Dolan asked as he took out his saw from the back seat. "Weather report said it's going to snow today. Wendy wants you guys to put on heavier jackets or something," I said. Liam came around the side and snorted. "Oh please, around here, they always say it's going to snow every year, and what do we get? Maybe flurries if we're lucky. I wouldn't worry about it." Dolan slid on his jacket. "I don't know, man. Better safe than sorry." We heard the front door open and close as Dan stepped out, sliding on a pair of gloves. 4 more days of work, boys. Let's make this a good one." The time passed slowly, but I didn't mind. We got our first customers at 10:15, and by 11:30 the cars were really rolling in. I suppose if I thought about it, December 19th was a little late to be getting your tree, but who was I to judge? The 3 of us got free trees for our families, as well as the weekly paycheck. I took my lunch break around 2. I was sitting on the porch eating my turkey sandwich when the first snowflakes began falling. Wendy came out with her lunch and sat down beside me. "Looks like it's going to be a white Christmas after all." I nodded. "Yeah, I can't remember the last time we've had one like this." "Hey, don't jump to conclusions. This stuff could melt away by tomorrow morning." "So what? I'm an optimist." It turned out I was a little too much of an optimist. By 4 the ground had 3 inches of snow on it, and the drifts were only getting higher. Each time I saw Dolan and Liam head back out with another customer, it looked like they had another layer on. Dan had retreated inside the shed, and only came out when a customer came by. I didn't see Wendy out all day. Feeling the chill, I didn't blame her. The light was already rapidly disappearing by 4:30. At 4:45 I saw 3 shapes come out of the almost darkness and join me on the porch. Dolan and Liam shivered beside me, while Dan whistled as he thumbled through the day's gains. "Good job, boys. We sold 57 trees. Charged that for $30 each, and we got ourselves about $1,700. I'd say we're doing pretty well, don't you think?" Liam nodded. "Yeah, sure. Can we head out now? I want to get home before they decide to hold the Iditarod here." "Oh, sure, you just..." But Dan's sentence was cut off by headlights suddenly cutting through the snowy darkness. They shut off as we heard the car door slam. 2 figures came running towards the porch. "Oh hell, what now?" Liam groaned. Dolan punched him and told him to be quiet as they arrived. They took off their hoods and scarves, revealing a young couple. The woman stepped forward and began to speak, sounding very out of breath. "Did we make it? You guys aren't closed, are you?" Dan looked taken aback for a moment before responding. Why do you ask?" The woman sighed and put her hands on her hips. "We're visiting my parents tomorrow morning, and we won't be back until late Christmas Eve. This is the only day we can still get a tree. Can we buy one from you still?" Dan looked a little taken aback before nodding. "Hold on, let me go ask my wife." He disappeared inside the house, the door slamming shut behind him. The man smiled apologetically at us. "We're really sorry about this. I know it's probably the end of your guys' shift, and you all want to go home, but we..." The woman cut him short. "Babe, it's okay. I think this place doesn't close till 5. The car clock said it was 4:47. She looked at us and smiled with the same regret as her husband. Sorry about this though, I know it's short notice. I stood up, putting my hand out. No trouble at all. I hope you guys can find a good tree in this weather. I think most of the good ones have been taken. The man sighed. Well, we'll just have to manage. The door opened again and Dan stepped out. Good news, you folks are gonna be our last customers of the day. We have over 6 acres of trees to choose from. I'm sure you'll find something you like. After all, we have the best Christmas trees in town. Dolan piped up from the bench. But please hurry up, we're freezing out here. The man laughed. Don't worry, we won't be long. Did you folks bring a saw? This place is cut your own, you know. No, we didn't. Don't worry, I'm sure one of these fine young men will be more than happy to accompany you on your search. Dolan and Liam both appear to be having a contest to see who could evade Dan's gaze more. Liam, get over here. Help these folks find the perfect tree. Liam groaned and stood up, taking his saw with him as he walked over. Sure, anything for you, Dan. The woman laughed as the 3 of them stepped off the porch and into the falling snow. We won't be long, 15-20 minutes at the most. Thank you. And with that, they were gone, swallowed up by the darkness between the trees. Could you boys wait here as well? They may want help loading that tree into their car, Dan asked. I nodded, but Dolan only groaned. I guess, I gotta. I'm sharing a ride with Liam anyway. The 3 of us headed into the house. We joined Wendy around the kitchen table and waited. Dolan and I browsed on our phones as the Jacksons drank coffee. Mariah Carey blasted All I Want for Christmas Is You in the background, but no one seemed to be in the seasonal mood at the moment. 10 minutes passed, then 20, then 30. By the time 5:30 rolled around, it was pitch black outside. Wendy got up and went out onto the porch. I followed and we stood there, looking out at the swirling snow. That couple and Liam should have been back by now, don't you think? She asked, turning to me with a look of concern. They said they'd be 15 minutes at most. It's been nearly 45. Maybe they're just taking a long time. After all, you guys have so many trees to choose from. Wendy opened the door and called inside. A moment later, Dan came out, followed by Dolan. They have been out there a while, haven't they? He rubbed his chin. Let's give them a few more minutes. We walked back inside. Wendy turned to us with a pleading expression. Can you boys go out and see if they're alright? I know it's long after closing, but I'm worried. I think something happened. We both nodded. She went inside and reappeared a few moments later with 2 flashlights. Just go look around for 10 or 20 minutes. If you can't find them by then, we'll call the police. We crossed the road and stepped into the trees. The snow swirled all around us, dancing in the beams of our flashlights. Though we were bundled up and had boots, the cold still permeated and chilled our bones. The drifts seemed impassable, even though they were only 1 or 2 feet tall at the most. Dolan's voice piped up over the wind as it whistled thinly among the branches. Those people picked a terrible time to get a tree. Then, as if in afterthought, he added, I hope they're okay. Liam too. I nodded my agreement, but I don't think he noticed. We had been searching for about 5 minutes before I realized that we didn't know the couple's names. I expressed this concern with Dolan, who just said, well, Liam's with them. We can just call his name and we'll find them too. A few more minutes passed and we weren't any closer than when we started. We got no response, no matter how loud we yelled. This is going nowhere. If we have any hope of finding them at all, we should split up. Dolan nodded. Okay, I'll head off in this direction. He pointed his flashlight down a long row. And you can go that way. He pointed in the opposite direction. I couldn't think of a better plan, so I agreed. We'll look for 15 minutes. If we can't find them, I'll call you and we'll head back to the house together. And with that, I was alone among the trees. For the next 10 minutes, I wandered through the snow, calling Liam's name and swatting branches out of my face. The trees were only about 6 or 7 feet tall, but they seemed to tower over me in the darkness. I still bumped into one occasionally, and let out a yelp of surprise. It was around then that the sheer hopelessness of the situation came to me. 6 acres is a lot of ground to be searching for just 2 people. This was insane. I knew Wendy was worried, but it was impossible for us to even begin to consider finding them at all. I hung my face in my hands, feeling the cool ice that was forming on them. I didn't want to give up yet. Liam was my friend, and the couple had seemed like nice people. If there had been an accident, I wanted to help, but at the same time, on the last act of desperation, I charged forward a few feet in the snow, cupped my hands over my mouth, and yelled, "Liam!" as loud as I could. My voice echoed down the aisles of trees, dying away in the blowing snow and wind. That was the final straw. I turned around to start my hike back to the house, when a light suddenly winked on about 15 feet down the road to my right. I breathed a sigh of relief and began walking towards the brightness as it swung lazily, catching snowflakes as it went. "Jesus, Liam, where did you guys go? I thought..." I called out, picking up my pace as I got closer. Right when I was about 10 feet away, the light blinked off, leaving me in darkness again. I cursed under my breath and brought out my flashlight, turning it on and pointing it in the direction that I had seen the beam. "Did your batteries go out? Come on, let's go back to the house." I reached the spot where the light had come from and turned, expecting to see Liam and the couple, perhaps one of them with some sort of explanation as to what was taking them so long. Instead, I saw nothing but an undisturbed pile of snow. I balked, taking a few steps back and shining my light around the 2 trees. There wasn't as much as a footprint to be seen. "Liam?" I called out again, but received no reply, much like I had failed to receive the first time. I realized something then. The lights hadn't looked like it belonged to a flashlight. It was too centralized, casting just a circle of light instead of a beam, almost as if it was a torch of some kind. A movement somewhere in the darkness to my left suddenly caught my attention. I barely had time to turn and look as a dark figure slipped between 2 trees, rustling them slightly and causing the snow on the branches to fall onto the drifts below. "Liam?" I called, although quieter this time. I walked a few steps forward to the gaps in the trees, keeping my light trained forward. It was about 20 feet or so in front of me. Unlike the previous time, I received a sudden and unexpected response. A deep growl seemed to come from all directions around me, despite the fact whoever was ahead of me was clearly just that. I stopped dead in my tracks as I noticed something. The figure in the tree moved, but not at my level. I saw a head rise up just from below the treetop, no discernible features present in the darkness. It was still rising higher than the trees around it when I turned and fled in the opposite direction. I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to get back to the house so Wendy could call the police to find Liam and the couple, and we could all have a good laugh about it. I ran forward as far as I could and cut left in the direction I thought everything was. I looked back for just a moment to see if anything was following me. With a loud crash, I ran directly into the trunk of a tree that I had failed to notice coming up in the darkness ahead. Stars swam in my vision, and I stumbled, tripping over a root and falling into the snow. I laid there for a few moments, dazed. Groaning, I rolled over to the light, and came face to face with a bloody visage peering out at me from a large drift. I screamed, scrambling to my feet and throwing snow around as I dug for my flashlight. Finding it, I flicked it back on and pointed the beam. Though she was barely recognizable from the blood that covered her face, I realized it was the body of the young woman half buried beneath one of the trees. Her blue eyes were wide open, terror and fear in them. I dug up a small portion of the powder that covered her and nearly cried out. Her throat had been ripped out, the blood already starting to freeze under the chill. Her left arm was half gone, ripped and missing below the elbow. I didn't want to see the rest of her. I put my hand over my mouth to keep myself from vomiting. This was... oh my god, this was really happening. I needed to get back to the house and call the police. Who could have done this? I tried to catch the lights from the house shining over the treetops, but I didn't see anything. The snow was driving too hard for me to figure out what direction I was going. I'd just have to trust my instinct. I hastily recovered the body in the snow and tried to memorize where it was. As I headed off, I made a mental note to say a prayer for the woman whose name I didn't even know. Even though I had walked only about a half a mile into the property, it felt like 5 or 6. The snow seemed to get higher and more impassable with every step I took. As though I was getting closer to the house, I began to notice that some of the clouds were sweeping across the sky, disappearing over the woods behind the fence that marked where the Jackson's tree ended, and the forest began. The stars began to come out one by one, appearing from behind the clouds like diamonds. And then, all at once, the moon came out from behind a large gray blanket, as full and bright as I had ever seen it. The silvery lights it casted illuminated the snow below me, causing it to almost sparkle in the air night. I suddenly became aware of a low, visceral sound coming from somewhere ahead of me. Panicking, I frantically dug in my pockets for anything that could be considered a weapon. The best I could come up with was a flashlight I already held in my hand, so I held it above my head and began to move forward again. The sound became more defined as I approached it. It was a low, gurgling moan. Just as I stepped between 2 trees and into an open row, I saw the source of it. Dolan was stumbling along the path, grasping his hands to his stomach. Blood welled between his lips and dripped down his face. Judging by the trail he was leaving, he had come from the right. "Dolan!" I yelled, racing forward and putting my hands on his shoulders. "Oh my God, man. What the hell happened to you?" He looked up at me and attempted to speak, but only managed to cough out a thick, red sludge that dripped onto the snow at our feet. "We need to get you out of here," I cried, putting my arm around him and dragging him quickly in the direction I had been heading. He groaned and pawed a hand at the air, as if wanting me to see something. I turned just as we were about to head back into the trees. I recognized the icy stream that ran along the northeastern section of the farm. The shards of ice shone moonlight, carrying a bare thickle of water as it flowed towards the pond near the easternmost point. There, near the bank, I saw something. A massive creature was hunched near the slope that led down into the bank, occasionally dipping its head down. I saw bits and droplets of something fly from its muzzle every time it lifted it up to the night sky to snap something down. Yellow eyes burned deeply in the sockets, and I saw a clawed hand swipe down every now and again and tear off another chunk of whatever it was feeding on. With a loud rip, a portion of the thing's meal came off. It eagerly bit and snapped into it before suddenly throwing it over its shoulder, sailing through the air before coming to a messy landing about 10 feet away from us. I recognized the bloody pulp of the young man's head immediately. Dolan groaned again and stumbled against a nearby tree before coming to a rest at its base. "Man, you can't sit down. We have to," I began to say, but was cut short when he lifted his hand again, pointing at something just past the stream. Looking up, I almost couldn't believe what I was seeing. A procession of 8 or 9 people were walking along the fence just beyond, one after the other. All of them seemed to be dressed in dark robes and holding torches, illuminating the way as they walked. They passed right by the feasting creature as if it wasn't there at all, before disappearing behind a line of trees. I didn't even have time to process what was happening before the chewing and slurping noises ceased. The thing suddenly turned its head to the left, and I got my first good look at it. A massive wolf's head sat atop a hairy, vaguely man-shaped form. Long claws at least a foot in length, speared from all 2 human fingers. Its fangs glinted in the wintry moonlight, slobber and blood dripping from its gaping maw. I didn't think it would ever stop, as it rose its full height. From where I was, it had to be at least 9 feet tall. It lifted its snout to the sky and let out a long, ear-splitting howl before snapping back down and facing towards us. Dolan gave a strangled cry, and I almost did the same. The thing howled before it got to its hands, and started loping towards us at a speed that didn't seem scientifically possible. I jumped up, heaved Dolan to his feet, and began stumbling through the snow in the opposite direction. We heard drifts of snow being plowed as the creature ambled through them, snarls growing louder as it approached. We just reached the next row as the wolf tore through the trees behind us, reducing them to splinters. Dolan screamed and I was jerked to the side as the claws speared through his leg. With a mighty heave, the wolf threw him far to the left. I instantly heard him crashing down through the rows as I myself was suddenly swatted to the side. The world rolled around me, trees and branches and the night sky, jetting past my vision before I hit something with a loud crack. My vision swam and I sank to the snowy ground, warm blood starting to run down my forehead. The last thing I saw before I sunk into the darkness was the wolf crashing through the trees ahead. "Blake!" I groaned, my vision blurring. Someone was shaking my shoulder. I limply swatted at the hand and slumped back down, but they came around my shoulders and shook me harder. "Blake, listen to me. There's something out there." My eyes finally cleared and I looked up to see Liam shaking me as hard as he could. Sweat rolled down his brow and he looked terrified. There was a large rip in his coat, and I saw an icy slush of blood and melted snow covering his right arm. "Liam?" I mumbled, getting to my feet. "What's going?" It all suddenly came rushing back to me. "Have you seen it too?" I asked, stumbling back a few steps. Liam nodded gravely. "Yeah, that couple and I had been walking for like 5 minutes when it came and attacked us. I tried to cut it with my saw, but it tossed me aside and went after them. When I woke up again, they were gone. I've been going around trying to find you guys." I reiterated what had happened with me and Dolan. Liam groaned. "We're screwed." We began walking north, being as quiet as possible. The moon overhead was still bright, lighting the way as we went. We tried to slip through the trees that didn't have much snow on them. Whenever it fell off the branches and landed in the drifts, we winced and braced ourselves for that thing to come out at any moment. After what seemed like hours, I caught sight of bright lights peeking through the branches. The trees started thinning out and the ground became more even. "It's the house," Liam cried, running forward. "We need to call the police. We need to get an ambulance." He was babbling now, not bothering to be quiet anymore. "Oh my god, I want to get out of here." I tried shushing him as we stepped through the final row of trees and onto the road that separated them and the house. "Dan," Liam called faintly as we walked up the porch. "Windy?" The first thing we noticed was that the front door was missing. It lay smashed in the front hall, twisted out of shape and spread over a sea of broken glass. "Oh no," I moaned. We stepped through the threshold and into the house. "Have yourself a merry little Christmas," was floating faintly through the archway. We stopped just short of it and peeked inside. A large pool of blood had seeped from the direction of the dining room and stained the hardwood floor. The kitchen looked like a tornado had gone through it. Utensils and broken glass littered the floor and counters. The oven doors had been smashed, and the island had several large cracks in it. I saw a blood-stained hand peeking out from behind it. Beyond that, just out of our line of sight, I saw Dan's baseball hat, matted and soaked with blood. Liam gave a strangled cry and turned, clattering through the front hall and out into the yard. Clutching my hand to my mouth, I did the same, although much quieter. He was leaning against his car, breathing heavily, tears and sweat pouring down his face. I tried to take control of the situation. "Let's get out of here. We can take my car. You can call the police on your phone and send them over. They'll take care of..." But the rest of my sentence was cut off by a low growl. I looked over Liam's shoulder. Rising up from the opposite side of the car, fangs bared in a snarl, was the wolf. Blood matted its fur and dripped from its muzzle, pattering onto the snow like raindrops. Something glinted in its mouth and I noticed Wendy's wedding ring was hooked on one of the teeth. "Liam," I started to say, but it was too late. With a loud roar, the thing dove over the car and stabbed him with its claws. He gave a strangled cry and went down like a sack of bricks. It jumped on top of him and began to feast immediately. I fled in the opposite direction, heading towards my car. I frantically dug in my pockets for the keys and took them out. I had just put my hand on the handle when a thought crossed over my mind. Dolan. I looked back towards the trees. He couldn't be more than an acre or so inside the farm. I had to try and go get him. I had already seen 5 people die. I couldn't let another one. Making sure the wolf was still occupied, I darted into the trees, running as fast as I could. The branches swatted me as I passed, heading in the direction I thought the 2 of us had been. I tried to rationalize the situation. Dolan can't be too injured, I thought. Once I find him, we'll find a spot to lie low. We'll wait till morning and sneak our way to the cars. Everything will be alright. Even in my head, it sounded impossible. But I had to try. A few minutes later, I'd almost resigned myself to the fact that I'd never be able to find him in time, before I broke out into a large path between the trees and I saw it. I was only about 15 feet away from the large, frozen pond that the stream fed into. Dolan was slumped by the bank. It didn't look like he was moving. I resisted the urge to call out his name and raced forward, skidding to a halt and kneeling in front of him. Dolan, come on, wake up. We've got to get out of here. He stirred softly and began to sit up. Blake, what was that thing? The tree line behind us exploded in a shower of wood fragments and branches. I barely had time to turn around when the wolf's claws dug into me again, tossing and sending me flying forward. I sailed through the air and landed with a hard bang on the frozen surface of the pond. Stars danced in front of my eyes, and I turned to see the wolf rising over Dolan, claws raised in the air, ready to deliver a killing slash. He moaned feebly and was trying to crawl away. I looked around at the shreds of ice and snow that lay beside me. An idea suddenly clicked in my head. I snatched up one of the shards of ice. Winding my hand back as far as it could go, I flung it in the wolf's direction. It struck it squarely in the snout and it faltered, claws lowering for a moment. I lobbed more snow and ice at the thing, yelling "hey" as loud as I could. The wolf turned in my direction and snarled. I dropped the shard of ice I had been holding and stood there, waiting. With a loud roar, the thing sprang up and dove through the air towards me, arcing above my head with its claws raised up for a killing blow. At the last moment, I dove to the right and skidded across the ice, heading for the other side of the pond. The wolf landed and cracked the frozen water with a loud sound that echoed through the trees like shattering glass. It broke through and fell into the freezing water with a tremendous splash. I made it to the other side and collapsed in the snow. I heard the thing howl again and saw its large claws batting at the sides of slick ice, but it was too slippery. Its struggles grew weaker, and a few minutes later, it disappeared below the surface without a sound. I got to my feet again and began making my way towards Dolan, but before I could reach him, a sudden movement caught my attention. As I watched, the cloaked figures we had seen earlier began emerging from the trees, now missing their torches. Each had something silver around their necks that hung down and glinted in the moonlight. The hoods were pulled down too far in front of their faces to make out any details. They came to a rest at the opposite side of the pond and stood there, watching us. Then, just as quickly as they had come, they began rapidly walking towards Dolan. "What are you doing?" I cried, not quite sure what was going on. I watched as they reached him, took him up in their arms, and began walking back towards the tree line. I ran forward, shouting. Catching them just as they started disappearing, I heard Dolan cry out weakly and saw him fidget in their arms. I reached out and grabbed one of the cloaked figures by the shoulder. With sudden speed, a knife flashed in their hand and plunged into my arm. I screamed and backed up, tripping and falling against the ground. There was sudden, sharp burst of pain as my head collided with a rock. Moments before, I blacked out. I saw the last of the figures slip out of sight. I awoke in the back of an ambulance a few hours later. Apparently someone had heard a commotion on the farm and called the cops. They had found me on the edge of the pond, alone. In the hospital, the police tried to question me about the events of the night. I knew telling them what had really happened would result in institutionalization, so I made up a story about being knocked out when I went to help the customers find their trees. "That makes you the only survivor, boy," one of them said. "You're pretty lucky. 6 fatalities and you were fortunate enough to live." I blinked in confusion. "What do you mean 6? They told me they had found the body of a man beneath the ice in the pond. It appeared he had fallen through and frozen to death. They showed me his picture. I had no idea who he was. When I asked about Dolan, they said they hadn't recovered his body anywhere on the farm. They also searched the forest behind the farm. They found some sort of strange ritual site in a clearing, with a stone table and frayed ropes at the 4 corners. There were deep scratches in the rock, as if something had been tied to it and desperately wanted to be let free. It also appeared that it had been vacated very recently, perhaps even just following the massacre. All attempts to figure out what any of it meant went nowhere. I missed the holidays with my family. I was still in the hospital. They brought me Christmas dinner and presents, but I really wasn't in the festive mood. Luckily, I was able to get out just in time to head back to college. The incident became sort of a legend in my town. The Jacksons had been upstanding members of the community, and everyone mourned their deaths. The unknown couple, it turned out that they were from a town or so over, and Liam received their own candlelight vigils as well. I returned home the next Christmas to my town thrown into chaos. Numerous pets and animals had been found slaughtered in the night, scattered across the fields and lawns. A local boy had gone missing a few weeks prior. He had yet to be found. One night, I got up to get a drink of water. As I passed the kitchen window, movement near the tree line caught my attention. I looked up. A hooded figure just stood inside the canopy, snow and ice crusting its billowing robes. I finally recognized the thing around its neck. It was an intricate silver carving of a wolf. And there, in the trees just beyond, I could barely make out a pair of glowing yellow eyes. Though they were wild and had a deep rage in them, I recognized who they belonged to immediately. The glass fell from my hands and shattered against the kitchen floor. I watched through the falling snow as the two sunk back into the shadows, swallowed up by the darkness of the trees. When I was younger, my family used to travel a lot. I got to see most of the US and many other countries. From most trips, I hold cherished and memorable experiences that I will never forget. However, one trip still plagues my mind and haunts my nightmares. As per usual with most of our trips, I was spontaneously woken up at around 1 in the morning, given a single suitcase with a leaving in 1 hour warning. A good few hours into the car ride I read, "Welcome to Michigan," and something about lakes. But it doesn't really matter. After what didn't feel like much longer, we were driving through a thick forest. It didn't even seem like we were on a road anymore. A few minutes pass and we pull up to an old, but well-kept, large wooden lodge. The sign out front read, "La Casa Grande," which made me chuckle a little. But the name was certainly correct. The place was massive and radiated a light orange glow from the setting sun. It was quite a beautiful place, but as soon as we pulled in, we were already walking in and getting our rooms figured out. As my parents dealt with the concierge, I began to wander and look around the grand hall we were in. A grand chandelier made of wrought iron, and horns lit the high ceiling, as the grand hearth gave a gentle glow to the floor, illuminating the face of a giant bear rug. I saw that the second story is where the rooms were, all along the balcony overlooking the grand hall. There were, I'd say, about 10 rooms above, most of which, men of various ethnicities, began rapidly pouring out of them armed, and appearing to be preparing for some sort of hunt. As the men walked down the stairs and out the front door, I hear an old man's voice from behind me whisper. I tried to warn them. They're looking for what they should not hope to find. His first words made me jump a little. Turning around to see an old, maybe 70s Native American man, I quickly asked what they were hunting for, to which he had me come close, and I could feel his breath as he said, "They are looking for the skinwalker that killed their dogs outside. However, they believe it to be some sort of great wolf. May the gods watch over them." I looked puzzled after hearing the word skinwalker, and asked what it was. He immediately hushed me upon starting the word, and said, "Do not say their name, nor think of their existence. Only then will they know of you." Later that night, I was sitting in my room, my parents a single door down the hall. I couldn't get the skin monster out of my head. I began Googling it on my smartphone, watching YouTube videos about it. Just about everything about that would classify as thinking about it. Eventually, I fell asleep, after scaring myself into slumber. Later in the night, I was woken up by a cold wind, wisping into my room, creating a whistling noise. I noticed my window was open, and so I got up to close it. As I approached, I noticed 4 large, roughly 2-inch deep claw marks into the wooden windowsill. My heart completely sunk into my stomach and I froze. I stood there for a few minutes, and as the wind died down, I could hear a breathing from just outside my window. A deep, growling breath. The only way to describe it is it sounded painful, and angry, agitated. I could hear myself shaking the floorboards beneath my feet in fear. I reached a single hand out to close the window, with hopes that whatever was here had left. But when my arm was a few inches from the window, I noticed a large, black claw, oozing a glistening black, tar-like liquid reach around, one after the other. Within a few seconds, the marks in the windowsill were again filled. I turned and ran for the door, hearing a loud screech behind me followed by a heavy movement trying to force itself through the window. I slammed the door behind me and pushed a small table to block the door. Upon turning around, I noticed the old Native American man sitting in the same chair in the grand hall as before. I called down to him, crying and pleading for help. No one else even slightly concerned by any of the commotion. I stared at the man who was facing the fireplace. I noticed, however, a large sadistic grin stretching across his wrinkly face. His head alone started to turn up towards me. The same expression as before. I again felt extremely cold, with the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I hear an ear-piercing bell as the grandfather clock dings the midnight bell. It caused my ears to ring as I dropped to the floor, covering them. I looked down to the old man, who was now gone, and the fire was out as well. My vision faded to darkness. I awoke to yelling and spotlights. I look around and I'm in the woods. I began noticing familiar faces, who have not a clue of who I am. I noticed one man had on a digital watch, and inquired the date and time. It is the same date, but he showed me the time. It was still midnight. I explained my story to the men, and they looked confused. Appropriate for the given circumstances. Only now I notice, however, a searing pain in my back. A few of the men help me to my feet as they inspect my back. They told me I had a 4-claw, 2-inch deep laceration, oozing a black tar-like liquid. I became faint, and as they rushed to grab a hold of me, I subsided back into unconsciousness. Now in my bed, back home, awaking to my mother gently shaking me, with a plate of breakfast on my desk. I asked my mom about the trip, explaining what I knew as quickly as I could. All she said to me was, "You always had quite imaginative dreams." I began to shrug off the whole encounter, disregarding my lack of prior knowledge on the creature, and upon a Google search, the lodge does exist. But I figured it was just circumstantial, and I made my way back to my desk. I sit down, and right before beginning to eat, I noticed the bottom of the plate was oozing the same black tar-like liquid. I call out for my mom, as the hair on my neck stands up again. I look to my doorway, and my mom just stood there, grinning. During the Christmas season, everyone is happy and cheerful. Everyone but me. I don't think I could ever be happy during this time of the year again, ever since what happened a few years ago. Anyway, I think the year was 2015. It was Christmas Eve. My parents and I were getting ready for the Christmas party the next day. I was making sure the house was nice enough for the party when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I turned and saw a man outside my house. He was looking at me through a window. Before I had time to get a good look at him, he ran away. I went outside to find him, but I found no traces. Since there was no snow outside, he left no footprints. I thought that it may have been one of our neighbors, so I let him get away. I decided that if I saw him again, I'd call the cops. Everything seemed normal until the next day, Christmas. My aunts, uncles, and cousins came. It just so happened that it was snowing outside, so my cousin, Raymond, who had never seen snow before since he lives on the other side of the country, went outside to play in it. He was out there for a few minutes when we wanted him to come back inside. I looked everywhere in the yard to find him. Since there was snow, I was able to find footprints leading into a forest near our house. What alarmed me was that there were 2 sets of footprints. There was no one outside with him, so I began to wonder who on earth it was. I then noticed that the footprints were arranged. It appeared that either he was being chased or he was chasing someone. I knew that he could be in danger, so I went into the forest to find him. I was walking in the forest for what was probably 10 minutes when I saw something red behind some bushes. I got closer and saw what it was. It was a man with a red coat carrying a big sack. It looked an awful lot like Santa, but I knew it wasn't him. I had to ask him if he's seen Raymond, so I shouted out to him, "Hey you!" He turns towards me. It wasn't Santa. It was a beardless man who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. "What?" he shouts in a not very nice tone. "I'm looking for a teenage boy. He has black hair, blue jeans, and a olive green jacket." Even though this man and I were 50 feet away, I could see his brows raising when I said that. He says, "Oh, in that case, I'm looking for you." I got a little frightened by that statement, but I didn't run. I just stood there. The man got closer. I could see more details of him, more horrifying details. He had a huge scar on his face, a machete, and a huge boot knife. The scariest thing was that his coat wasn't red. It was originally a lighter color, but it appeared that it was stained by a crimson red substance. He drops the sack in front of me. He looks at me with his unnaturally gray eyes. "The name's Kris Kringle. Merry Christmas." After that was said, he runs away into the forest. I never seen a human run that fast. I looked back down at the sack. I noticed that there appeared to be blood coming from the bottom of it. I was a little hesitant to open it, but I did anyway. I was disgusted and horrified to see what was inside. It was Raymond's dismembered body. His head and foot were towards the top of the sack. Something was carved into them. On his head, "I see you when you're sleeping. I know when you're awake. And you better watch out, or you'll look like this someday," was carved onto his foot. I ran home as fast as I could. I told my family what happened and called the police. For my family's sake, I never showed them Raymond's body. Still, my Uncle Jack and Aunt Amanda, Raymond's parents, were devastated. The police couldn't find the man, and they still can't. I really hope they find him soon, because I've been starting to catch glimpses of the man out of the corner of my eye whenever I'm outside. I'm afraid I'm on his list. If you have seen this man before, or if you have any idea who he could be, let me know. This is going to be as quick as I can make it without leaving anything essential out. I'm not writing this to tell you a story. I'm writing this to get the information onto the web. There aren't that many of the older televisions out there anymore, but this information still has to be made public. I wish I could use a more widely viewed source than Reddit. but I need plausible deniability. As far as the people who could do something about this are concerned, it's just another story. But I promise you, this isn't fiction. I'm going to say it again. This is very real, and something needs to be done. Everyone has to pitch in to stop the worst from happening. What you can do is very simple. Destroy every analog television that you can find. You know, the old ones with the dials on the front to adjust the signal. They need to go. All of them. I'm going to tell you why, so that maybe you'll take this seriously. I don't have the time, money, or resources to travel around the world, smashing old TVs 24/7. I need everyone's help. I'm in the military and I travel around the country a lot. That's how I figured this out. You can check my post history. I'm not lying to you. Usually when they're sending us from one duty station to another, they take care of us along the way. They pay to put us up at hotels every night so that we don't try to drive it all in one go and get ourselves killed. But because Uncle Sam is cheap, we don't get to stay anywhere ritzy. Just highway motels for your average soldier. I was in one of these motels when I came across the first analog TV I'd seen since I was a little kid. I couldn't believe they still had something that outdated in their room. I guess when you're only paying $35 a night, you get what you pay for. It was already pretty late, but I'd been driving for hours and felt restless. So I figured I'd watch a little TV before I headed off to sleep. Getting the thing to work proved to be a challenge. It didn't have a remote, just the two dials on the right side of the monitor. I had to fiddle with it to find each channel. That's what happens when you mix analog tech with a digital signal. Lots of wiggle room between the stations. I was quickly finding out that getting the damn thing to stick on a channel was all but impossible. It took me 10 minutes of fiddling before I could get a clear picture. I found an episode of Arrow that was halfway through, and watched that. Once it was over, some other show started that I had no desire to watch. I groaned and started to try to find another channel. Shifting the knob between stations resulted in nothing but static, with maybe a whisper of clear picture here and there. I was about to give it up and head to bed, when something a bit odd happened. As I was turning the knob to find a channel, the static just froze. Those black and white dots that are always moving in TV static were frozen in place. I sat back and looked at it for a minute, wondering what was going on. I laughed to myself at how old this TV was, as I tapped on the bowed glass, thinking that maybe it would on-skip like an old record player. Instead, some of the white dots moved away from my finger. I blinked and looked again. Nope, I wasn't seeing things. That definitely just happened. I did it again, harder. Somewhere else on the screen. Same thing, only this time more white dots moved away than last time. I started to get curious. I took my whole hand and dragged it across the screen. A swath of white vanished in its wake. I kept on like this until the entire screen was black. I don't really know why. It was almost hypnotic, like popping bubble wrap. When the entire screen was nothing but black, I tapped it one more time. And this is when the crazy thing happened. My finger went in the screen. I don't mean it broke the glass. It went into the television, like the girl from The Ring. I pulled my finger back out and just stared at the TV, half expecting a monster to come out and try to kill me. But nothing happened. The TV just sat there, blacker than anything I'd ever seen. I got curious again. I tried my whole hand. It went in with no problems. I wondered what was behind the screen. So I tried putting my phone inside to take a picture, but it wouldn't pass the glass. I tried my hand again, without the phone. No problems. After a few minutes of testing, I realized that only organic things would go through. My hand, my foot, and the fruit in my room all phased through, but not my tech, or my shoes. I was coming to terms with what I had to do if I wanted to look inside. My curiosity got the better of me, and after a deep breath, I stuck my head through. I couldn't see anything at first. It was so dark. After a few minutes, my eyes started to distinguish between different shades of black, but just barely. It was a featureless expanse as far as I could detect. Nothing but black and more black. I tried to listen and see if I could hear anything. It was so quiet I could hear my heartbeats. At least my head was still connected to my body. I was just about to pull myself back out when I heard a sound besides my own blood pumping. I couldn't place it at first. It was too far away. But after a minute or so, the sound became more distinct. It was footsteps. Someone was running and getting closer. I thought of two things at once. Either this was some poor soul who had gotten trapped in here by being stupid enough to dive in, or I was about to meet the monster in the TV. I waited until I could get some kind of visual, hoping I would be able to figure out which of my thoughts was true before I left. The footfalls were closer now. Close enough sounding that I should have been able to see something running, but I didn't. I only heard a new sound. I heard someone screaming. They screamed without stopping for what must have been 2 minutes. The screaming and the footsteps got louder and louder, but I still couldn't see anything. I made my choice. Nothing human screamed for that long without pausing for breath. I yanked my head out of the TV, but something was wrong. The screaming hadn't stopped. It was coming out of the speakers, and the running was getting closer. Abruptly, the running stopped, but the screams stayed constant. I heard a banging noise, and the TV shook. This is where I started to get really scared. The screaming continued, and the TV kept shaking, like someone was trying to break down a door. I turned it off, but nothing changed. I unplugged it. Still nothing. The banging was getting faster, the TV shaking more violently. The screaming still hadn't stopped. Finally, I took the lamp from my nightstand and threw it into the screen, shattering the glass and breaking the TV. The screaming stopped. I didn't sleep that night. I went down to my car and got my pistol. I sat in front of the broken TV until the sun came up, worried I'd set the thing free instead of keeping it in. Luckily for me, there was no sign of anything otherworldly. I told the motel manager I had gotten drunk and smashed the TV, paid the bill, and left. I was still too shaken to really process what had just happened. But as I drove the rest of the way to my next duty station, I realized the gravity of what I had just been through. It happened to me. It could happen to someone else. I don't know what that thing was, but my gut tells me we can't ever let it get into our world. Please, if you're reading this, you have to help me out. Find every single one of those old TVs you can, and destroy them. I'm pretty sure the analog design lets them find the blank spaces between the digital signals, where this thing lives. We have to close the door once and for all. Together, we can do it. Together, we can be safe. "2018 has been the worst year of my life. I've found out my girlfriend of 2 years had been cheating on me. I was fired from my job, my dog was kidnapped, my best friend died in a car crash. Worst of all, however, is that this will be the 8th time I've lived through 2018. I'll start from the first time. It was just before midnight on New Year's Eve. I was alone, of course. I'm not a religious person, but after the horrible year I had experienced, I was ready to try anything. I prayed to any god that would listen. I wished that I would never have to experience another year like 2018. Either the god that listened to me is a sadist, or a demon heard my plea instead. Instead of granting my wish, they are making me live through the worst year of my life over and over. The first time I experienced the time loop, I thought it truly was a gift, and not a curse. I was wrong. I woke up in my bed like any other morning. Nothing seemed different. That was until I made my way to my kitchen. I noticed that the layout of my furniture in the living room was different than it had been the night before. Then my phone began to ring. It was my girlfriend. Or rather, my ex-girlfriend. I had broken up with her right after finding out she was sleeping around with her boss. But then why had her name come across as Lover with a heart emoji next to it? I knew I had changed that long ago. I ignored the call. I soon received a text message that said, "Hey babe, call me when you wake up. I wanted to tell you I will be home late tonight. We have to catch up from all the time off during the holidays. Love you." Was she toying with me? We'd been broken up for over 6 months now. I was about to type back an angry response. Then I noticed the date on the background of my phone. January 1st, 2018. Was this some sort of glitch? Had my phone possibly reverted to an earlier date? There was one way to test it. I called my dead friend Ricky. Ricky had died in a drunk driving accident. He wasn't the one drinking, but it didn't matter. He had gone out by himself one night for a late taco trip, but he would never come home. The phone rang a few times before someone picked up on the other side.
Bro, you know how much I drank last night? Why the fuck are you calling me this early?
Ricky? I questioned.
No, it's Santa Claus. Of course it's me. You're the one who called me.
I almost dropped my phone in shock. It was unmistakably his voice and attitude. He was alive again. Was I really in 2018 again? I quickly apologized to him for calling so early, and I hung up the phone. I ran back to my room to see my other best friend lying at the foot of my bed. I had groggily walked past him when I woke up. It was my golden retriever, Apollo. He had been stolen from me the previous year. Someone had broken into my home while I was at work. They took everything of value, including my dog. I basically jumped on him with excitement. He was confused at first, but after a few seconds he began to play back. This was like a dream come true. I was given the opportunity to fix the worst year of my life. Except I wasn't. I marked down the date that each terrible event occurred, determined to reverse fate. First would be fixing my relationship. I became the best boyfriend imaginable. Even Hallmark movies had nothing on me. I began to take my girlfriend on date after date to anywhere she wanted. I surprised her with flowers every chance I got. I loved her with everything I had. But it wasn't enough. No matter how many times I lived through 2018, she always cheats. No matter how hard I try, it never matters. Well, I guess you can't change a person after all. Perhaps this was a sign I was better off without her anyway. So I moved on to focusing on preventing Apollo from being kidnapped. I upgraded the security in my home. I added cameras, sensors, anything to stop what I knew would happen. I even stayed home the day he went missing to make certain he would stay with me. But once again, it didn't matter. Despite my efforts, my dog gets kidnapped every year. If I stay home with him the original day he went missing, then he disappears the next day. I tried bringing him almost everywhere with me, but the moment I leave him for 5 minutes, he's gone. I could still save Ricky though, right? Even if I lost everything else, if I could just save Ricky, I could still be a little happy. We had grown up together, and his death stacked upon the rest of my year had driven me to the brink of suicide. I couldn't follow through with it, but it was the closest I had ever come to death myself. The night Ricky died, he had been alone, so I went to his house that night instead. I brought tacos with me, so there would be no need for a trip out. Ricky lived for about a week. He was once again hit by a drunk driver. Once again, nothing I do ever matters. Every year I try to save Ricky, and every year he dies. The only way I could see saving him is if I tied him up and locked him in my basement. But I don't think I could do that. I imagine after this New Year's I will once again wake up in 2018. I'm writing this in hopes that it somehow makes it to 2019, and maybe someone out there can help me. I just want 2018 to be over. I've seen her again. The girl in the snowstorm. I didn't know that I was in danger the first time I saw her. On the contrary, it was an experience that I kept thinking about all winter. It was over a decade ago, and I was visiting a friend that morning to drop off a Christmas present for him. It was a few miles from home, but I enjoyed the walk, despite it being an even colder winter than usual. My mother had warned me to return home soon, as the local news were predicting a blizzard that evening. So I kept my visit brief, and started home that afternoon. By the time I'd made it halfway, the wind was brutally cold, and the snow was falling so heavily that I could barely see where I was. It was too late to turn back and bunker down at my friend's place, so I had to keep walking home. I wore glasses back then, switched to contacts a few years back, and had to take them off. It was bad enough to see everything as white blurs, but it was impossible to see anything through wet, snow-covered lenses. Walking through a blizzard without being able to see is a helpless feeling. You can only hope that you're heading the right way, fighting the wind not just to stay upright, but to make sure that you don't lose your sense of direction. You can't see the nearby buildings very well, and you're constantly on the lookout for familiar sights that can tell you where you're at. I followed the sidewalk as best I could, occasionally stepping off the curb or onto someone's lawn. It was in this blurry haze of wind and snow that I first saw the girl. The first thing I noticed was the red scarf, blowing madly in the wind. She was walking in the opposite direction, and at first, it looked like she was on the other side of the streets. The closer she got, the more I questioned what direction I was looking in. Was she crossing the streets, or was I not walking on the sidewalk anymore? I could barely tell where I was. I took a moment to make sure I was still on the sidewalk, and by the time I confirmed where I was, the girl was only a few yards away. I could see her more clearly. She was wearing a mismatched assortment of winter clothes, and a lot of layers, even 2 hats. Her puffy blue jacket was oversized and unzipped, and underneath I could see that she was wearing another heavy coat. She didn't look intimidating at all. On the contrary, she looked vulnerable. She was short and notably thin, almost unhealthily so. I was almost 10 at the time, so I imagined that she couldn't have been older than that. The way she was bundled up in so many layers of clothes made her look uncomfortable, and gave her an uneven, lumpy shape. I assumed at the time that she was poor, maybe even homeless. Instead of walking past each other, we simply stopped in front of one another. Something compelled me to stare down at her, and she looked up at me with a sort of vague expectation. Her hats and scarf covered most of her face, leaving only her eyes and part of her cheeks visible. Her eyes were big and dark, like black holes against her pale skin and the surrounding snow. I lost myself in her stare, like I was falling into her eyes. It was like I was in some sort of trance, pulled to her without realizing it. She took her earmuffs off, but didn't speak. "Hi," I said weakly, not knowing what to say. She looked me up and down, and something about that made me shiver, even in the cold. It was like she was taking stock of me, of what I had to offer. Before I could ask what she wanted, the girl held her hands up. They were pale, shaking, bare. The girl didn't have any gloves. Something about the way she looked at me so impatiently made me look down at my own gloved hands. I didn't have a particularly good set of gloves, but they were the only pair I had. I looked at her again, and something about her big, dark eyes made me want to give them to her. I took my gloves off and held them out for her to take. I almost regretted it, but then her freezing hand touched my bare skin as she took them, and they were so cold that I knew I was doing the right thing. She put the gloves on, looked up, and smiled. The scarf was still covering most of her face, but I could see it in how her cheeks raised up, and in the sparkle of her eyes. As she started to walk past me, I realized that the blizzard was easing up. I put my glasses on, turned around and looked at the girl. She had stopped walking and was staring down at the gloves, admiring them. "Merry Christmas," I mumbled to myself, and she looked back at me, almost as if she could hear me over the wind. I waved, realized my hands were cold, and shoved them into my jacket pockets. She nodded and turned around, continuing her walk to wherever she was going, but not in any sort of hurry. I was only a block away from my house, so my hands weren't cold for very long. When I walked inside, my mother immediately noticed that they were missing. For some reason, I didn't tell her the truth, despite how chivalrous it would have made me sound. I lied, suggesting that I must have forgotten them at my friend's house, and went up to my room. Something about the girl made me want to keep our interaction private, like it was something special. I sat down on my bed and mulled over what I'd just experienced. I didn't have a crush on the girl, but something about the way she stared at me was so compelling, like I was defenseless against it. I wanted to see her again. I looked out from my bedroom window, somehow expecting to see the girl, and she was there, on the other side of the street. It was like she'd been waiting for me. I opened my window, blasted by cold air, and waved at her. She waved back, then started walking away. I watched her walk out of view, wondering who she was, where she had come from, and if she was ever there at all. Something about her felt unreal, like I'd vividly imagined her. I'd hoped to see her again that winter, but never did. Whenever I went outside, shoving my hands into my pockets, I wondered if she still had the gloves. Whenever I got home, I checked my window to see if she was standing on the other side of the street again, waiting for me. I daydreamed about running into her during one of my walks, which just so happened to become much more frequent, but I never saw her. Not as a child, anyway. That year was memorably cold. Blizzards moved in and out. Roads were all slick with ice, and inches of snow fell every day. We always had some snow, but that year was bad. The winters have been pretty heavy so far, but not on that level. We've had a lot of snow and ice, but no blizzards, yet. It's the perfect kind of winter for long walks in the snow. Last week I was enjoying the season and going on a long walk. It was snowing lightly, and the sky was a solid white of clouds. It was a very peaceful walk at first. But then I saw something in the distance, on the other side of the street. It was a girl, short and bundled up in layers of winter clothing. Most of the clothes were different, but the red scarf brought me back to that meeting a decade before. It was her. I'd been obsessed with this girl as a child, reminded of her every winter for years. It was like opening a time capsule of memories, buried in the back of my mind since I was in middle school. But at the same time, it was more than memories. She was standing right across the street, in mostly different clothes. But the girl was the same size, the same height, like she hadn't aged a day. I was lost in that impossible thought, wondering if she was just really short and petite, when I realized that she was crossing the street and heading in my direction. Does she recognize me? I wondered. I couldn't move, and I didn't want to. Something was so disarming about the surreal sight of this girl from 10 years ago. I remembered wondering, as a child, if I'd imagined her. Hadn't she followed me home and waved at me from across the street? Did I just make that up and forget that it wasn't true? She stopped right in front of me and looked up. I remembered how I looked down at her large eyes, so dark that they looked black against the white of her face and the snow. And here we were again. I was an adult, and sure enough, she was still a child. Her scarf still covered up her lower face, but I could see from the upper half that she looked exactly the same, like she walked through time to see me again. However, the clothes had aged. Her scarf was worn and stained, her jacket ripped in some places. She had a different pair of gloves that looked fairly new, and I wondered if some young boy gave them to her. Did he also think that he imagined her? She looked me up and down, and I remembered that she did the same thing last time, taking stock. I assumed in the moment that she was looking for something to ask me for, another article of clothing to keep her warm, and I was right. She settled on my scarf, and she lightly tugged on it, as if demanding it. I pulled off my scarf, ignoring how cold it made my neck, and handed it over. There was something so strange about the experience that I just felt like I had to go with it, if only to see where it was going. Like before, I was compelled by something in her stare to do what she wanted. I was transfixed by this impossible girl. Then she removed her red scarf, and I almost let myself scream. The skin of her mouth and chin were stained red, and large fangs jutted down from amongst her upper teeth. She looked up as she dropped her old scarf on the ground, and started putting mine around her neck, giggling at the sight of my fear. I was grateful when she covered her mouth with my scarf, but still terrified. I was glued to the spot, but desperately wanted to run. She'd had a sort of disarming aura about her, but it was gone, replaced by danger. I felt compelled to get away from this bloody-mouthed child, but frozen in place at the same time. She laughed again, the light and innocent joy of youth. And then she spoke. "I remember you. Did you move?" I nodded silently, otherwise unable to move. I couldn't stop staring at her eyes. At first, I'd assumed that they were brown and simply looked darker in contrast to the light, but now I could see the endless pits of blackness in her eyes. I could feel a sort of force moving from her eyes to me, compelling me to stay put and do what she wanted. She had me under her spell, and she knew it. It was funny to her. "Oh, I think I remember where you live then," she said before giggling again. "Thanks for the scarf, and the gloves. Stay warm." She walked past me. I heard her footsteps in the snow get farther away, but couldn't will myself to turn around. I didn't want to see her right behind me, admiring her scarf as she'd admitted the gloves I gave her a decade ago. Would I have waved at her too, if she was there? I imagined that I would have, if I had the feeling that it was what she wanted. When I got home, I locked the doors and windows, willing myself not to look out and see if she was waiting for me again, like she had been the first time. I haven't left the house since. I've tried to convince myself that she was imaginary, but I'd rather be terrified than let myself believe that I'm crazy. My mom asked me if I was okay yesterday. I brushed it off and asked her about the heavy winter a decade before. She recalled that it was particularly bad, even worse than they thought at the time. When I asked what she meant, she told me that the local news kept running stories that following spring about a few missing people who'd been found after the snow all melted away, dead on the side of the road, as if they'd just keeled over and been covered by the snow without anyone noticing. My mom remembered that one of the missing was from this side of town. I've since looked into it, and this side of town is really only a mile or so away from our home. The article I found mentioned that the person who discovered that body mentioned that there was dried blood on their coat and neck, like they'd cut themselves falling and bled to death right by the sidewalk. I have my own theories. You may be wondering why I'm staying indoors when the girl from the snowstorm knows where I live. The thing is, I'm not sure she can enter my home without an invitation. Either way, I'm not going to risk going outside again. Not that I have the courage to in the first place. I can barely will myself to look out the window at this point. I don't know what to do besides share my experience with all of you, in the hopes that you're also careful this winter. Even if you're not a local, there's no telling how many of these things are out there. And if you have to go outside, bundle up. Stay warm. This event happened to me a couple months ago. It's more suspenseful than scary, because I never saw anything, I just heard things. A couple months ago I went to do some night fishing close to the Rosie at the Riveteer Museum. There's an old broken down pier next to the little beach right by the parking lot and streets. And the main pier is about 0.3 miles down the trail. Usually in the day I fish at this little broken pier, so I figured it would be the same at night. Under this broken pier is broken pillings, and rocks, some trash, and whatever else washes up. It's big enough to walk under if you're under 5'11", so I have to bend down some. Anyway, the building next to the pier has 24-hour security for the last couple of years, so even though I'm a girl, I wasn't afraid to be out there alone, and I usually just fish alone anyways. There's usually other people fishing around, but I've never had a problem, and they have treated me nicely. So I put my rod down. I have it all set up already, so all I have to do is put bait or a lure on. I'm about to set up a camera, and I hear this weird sound like a rumble. I look out at the water thinking it might be a boat in the distance, but see nothing. Then I look behind me. It could be a security guard in the truck. But I was wrong. I go back to what I'm doing, and I hear it again a little louder and stronger, like I feel it through my body. I look around again, trying to rule out every possibility, but in the middle of thinking I hear it very loud again, and it rumbles the whole pier. I don't know why, but I stomp the ground of the pier, hoping that if it's an animal or a homeless person fucking with me, they might run out. But no, it growls even louder and more intense. I'm studying to be a veterinarian, working with large wild animals, and I have a lot of experience identifying particular animal calls and sounds. In about a millisecond, I go over every animal call and sound that I know. I only came to two conclusions. It was either a huge-ass sea lion, because I've seen some in the area, or it was something not of this world. I don't scare easily, and within those seconds of me thinking about what it could be, I grabbed all my stuff and started walking to the main pier, while saying out loud to myself a few times, "Fuck that." I was conflicted, though I was also telling myself to go back and film it, but when I called my other half to ask him about it, he said no. What if it is something you can't defend yourself against? I'll never know, but I do know I'll never forget that sound. It was the scariest thing I ever heard in my life. I'll forever be trying to match that sound to something. I got to the main pier and there were a few fishermen on it, and I told them while kinda laughing it off, but they didn't go over there to find out what it was. I stayed for a couple hours, caught some fish, and released, then left not even looking at the broken pier as I walked to my car. I've only told two close friends about it, who are familiar with animal calls and sounds, and even they were stumped. Almost a year ago, I moved my family from a desert town in Southern California to a mountain town that I grew up in about 80 miles away. Due to the size and location of the town, there are a lot of vacation homes. Homes that sit empty throughout most of the year, only to be visited during the first snow and a week or two during the hot summers down the mountain. It was this reason that we thought nothing of the empty cabin to the west of us, that shares a backyard fence and a dirt driveway. Even though I have never heard a noise, never seen a car or a light inside, I have felt compelled to keep my young children from their yard and front deck, as the property is not ours. Lucky for us, today, Christmas, we had our first real snow of the season, when it came to a considerable drop in temperature. With it came smoke from chimneys and steam from vents, every occupied house creating a haze of steam and carbon in the cloud-covered air, including the overgrown dark house next to us. Thinking the opportunity to meet a neighbor had arisen, we carefully walked through the snow with a plate of cookies we made the night before for Santa, stepping over dead branches and the soft snow covered undergrowth. We walked to the deck and knocked on the old wooden door, deliberately attempting pleasant smiles despite a sick feeling creeping up on us. We waited a bit, trying to be considerate that the neighbor might be old and not quick. We knocked again, thinking that maybe their hearing was not what it used to be, after what felt like hours, but was probably a few minutes. We decided that the person inside must either not hear or want to be bothered. I left the plate of cookies on the porch and instructed my oldest son to walk back and grab me a pen and paper. He quickly ran to our house and came back with a pen and a ripped sheet from my notebook. I did my best to clear the snow and water from a portion of their old and somewhat rotted deck railing, and wrote a note. Hi, we moved here in February of last year, and did not have the opportunity to meet you. Please enjoy these cookies and feel free to come by if you wish to chat or need anything. I underlined anything, frankly because we depend on each other a lot here. We have very few services, and everyone tries to help. Merry Christmas, the Odewise family. I put the letter on one side of the plate, and walked off their porch and back to our house. That was at 10 a.m. this morning. It is now almost 8 p.m. and hours upon hours of snow have effectively buried us in. The power is in a constant state of flux, and our roads here are impassable. I'm writing this because after the sun went down we had a knock on our front door, and when I finally made it down the stairs and opened the door there was no one there. No footprints through the snow, nor shadows walking away. Instead there was a plate of our cookies with a note. A thick line drawn from anything down to the paper plate, and on the paper plate, in bold pen, the words, "Leave now," were written. When we looked at the house next door, we noticed the smoke and steam have ceased, but the front door is wide open. Even worse, we have heard someone loudly walking from one end of the cabin, over and over non-stop for the last 40 minutes. The sounds echoing through the dead silence of a powerless remote mountain town. Most of all, we are afraid of what will happen when we stop hearing the frantic pacing. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, my aunt convinced my mom to move into a duplex with her. My aunt and cousin had the left side, and my mom, my brother, and I had the right side of the duplex. The duplex had 2 stories. The upstairs had a door that at one point connected both sides, but it had been sealed shut. The house was very old. All the doors had those old locks that required skeleton keys. Basically everything about the house was vintage. Being that young, I was very innocent, and hadn't experienced anything that I couldn't explain. When we first moved in, we all slept in the upstairs room. The stairway had a door that of course opened up to a narrow staircase, with no handrail. My cousin thoroughly enjoyed scaring the crap out of us, by beating on the other side of the wall in the middle of the night. He would also tell us stories of a man being buried alive in one of the upstairs walls. I didn't believe his stories, and still don't. Ironically, around that time, weird stuff started happening in the house. We would be sleeping upstairs, and all of a sudden I'd wake up to the feeling I was being watched. At the same time, it would get really cold. I would just lay back down and try to go to sleep. Weirdly, nothing happened on the ground floor. It was all upstairs. It elevated to the extreme feeling something was standing inches away from me, since I slept on my side. Like all of my senses would go into overdrive, and my body got this tingling feeling. But I'd be too scared to roll over and look. Keeping my eyes closed kept me in sanctuary, or so I thought. One time I had a friend from school come over, and we were upstairs playing PlayStation. One second we looked around the room, then back to the screen, and the next second everything hanging on the wall in the room hit the floor. The only thing is we didn't notice till we looked up from our game. It didn't make any noise. My friend decided to just go ahead and call his dad to come get him. From that point on, we slept downstairs. My mom was in denial over the whole thing. Mom ignored it all till a day she and I were sitting on the living room couch, and heard someone stomp from the center of the upstairs room to the top of the staircase. There was no one upstairs. My mom looked at me, and I saw desperation and fear wash across her face. She told me, "I'm going to look upstairs just to check things out. Stay down here, and if you hear anything, call 911. It was just dark enough out that the upstairs was pitch black from down the staircase. Mom flipped the light on and slowly ascended the stairs. I looked up as she got to the top to see confusion on her face. She saw nothing up there. As she turned to walk back towards me, one of my old baseballs was launched at her head from across the room. It missed her head by an inch. As she looked at the ball, something hit her dead center of the lower back. It hit with so much force she was lifted off her feet, missed all 14 steps, and landed face first in a scorpion-like pose. The light from the stairs was vigorously flickering. She came to and crawled towards me as I cowered down in the living room. The staircase door slammed shut, and something stomped back across the room. Mom was lucky enough to not be seriously injured, somehow, as we were too poor to go to the hospital anyways. We moved out in less than a week. That whole week was filled with dread and fear until we left the place. That was my first experience of paranormal activity. I was passing time behind the counter talking with coworkers when I overheard a man arguing with my boss about how he should be able to return coffee if he hadn't touched it. My coworker said the same man was here last night, and that he ordered the most absurd amount of coffee. This weak argument didn't make it past my boss, and he was quickly denied. Curiosity got the best of my coworker, and she approached the counter and began questioning where he went last night with his arms full of coffee. The man, who I now was scanning closely, was very unkempt and sported bloodshot eyes. Obviously, something with my co's question struck a nerve, as he suddenly became very paranoid, and given his appearance, it made everyone behind the counter very aware and nervous. He looked around the shop before motioning, asking my co to come around the counter. She quickly looked over to me and our other employees for help before we all approached the man. By this point, he is trembling, but once I am closer, I realize he is shaking with excitement, holding himself with a giant smile, surrounded by messy scruff. He began to speak about how he had stayed up all night to visit his girlfriend. Immediately after he began his rambling, I recognized the name of his girlfriend as the girl who had recently gone missing, with no leads in her case. This isn't a small town, but everyone knew that girl because her case was so baffling. She went missing after leaving her house to drive to her work. The girl just disappeared, along with her car and everything in it. My coworkers must have realized too, as the tone shifted from fear to sympathy, and I believe we all thought he was going crazy out of grief for his lost girlfriend. After we lost interest in the conversation and dismissed him, he still stood in front of the counter and continued on with his drivel. What ended up catching my attention was his conspiracies behind his girlfriend's disappearance. My coworkers had gone back to talking or cleaning up the mess from his order, while I lingered close enough to hear his developing theory. Once he saw me listening, he started directing his story towards me. This man restarted from the beginning of his rant. He said it all began when he saw his girlfriend in a trance-like state, approaching her car minutes after she arrived home, hours after her expected arrival. Upon confrontation, she simply kissed him goodbye before driving away towards work. After his girlfriend left, he said he went back into their room to see if he had confiscated any drinks from the work party she attended the night before. That would explain her behavior, but he couldn't help but notice her open journal lying on their bed. The police confiscated the pages for investigation, but he was able to transcribe what it said to another paper and hide it during researches. This is when he pulled out his copy of the journal entry and showed me what it said. 12/3/18. This was only brought to my attention last night, when I didn't return from my shift until this morning at sunrise instead of at night. When I was driving to work once the sun fully set, I heard a noise behind my car and went to check my rear view for the culprits. In my mirror there was absolutely no lights except in the areas where my taillights illuminated, which isn't that odd. What was odd was the figure, who looked to be a young teen girl, approaching from the edge of the darkness. I kept driving, but also watched the sights unfolding behind me. Instantly, an overpowering sense of dread filled me once I comprehended what was happening. The girl never moved past the darkness, and pursued at the same speed as my car. I looked away from the rear, because I wasn't trying to fall victim to a car accident, but found myself victim to a much larger horror. Ahead of me where there should have been an intersection, lie a straight, barely lit, seemingly never-ending road littered with the street signs every inch of the way. Also, no other cars were anywhere in sight, even though I knew I was just behind an unmistakable bright red minivan. I understood that if I stopped my car and the light that shielded my car left, I would be openly inviting the thing behind my car access to close the gap and follow through with whatever their intentions were. Once my tears and shock had subsided enough to focus on something other than driving, I took a closer look at the side of the road. All the signs had the same message: don't stop driving. Well, I already knew this. Behind the bold text was different images, each of different people, and each with explicit torture being acted on them. I checked back on my personal shadow to see that the girl was crying. Horrible howls echoed through the air. I kept my eyes on her for a while, and saw that she was mouthing at me. It looked like she was asking me to stop my car. I looked away. I couldn't stand to watch her torture. I then checked my gas. Always had a full tank before my shift, and with that I continued my driving. Nothing ever changed, besides the songs I played on the radio to keep me awake and distract me from my living nightmare. As the sun began to rise, the horrid land before me was replaced with the same street I was on before. The first time I checked my rear view. The same street. This is when you'll remember me coming home and rushing up to my room with a shitty work party and dead phone excuse. Which isn't exactly a lie, because even though my radio seemed to keep connection, my phone wouldn't pick up any signal. What messed me up the most was I had gotten a note, stuck to the back of my car, which freaked me out because that little thing behind my car didn't leave the darkness, or at least not while I was looking at it. The note feels heavy, but it's just a sealed envelope with nothing on it. I plan on opening the note now. By now the man was even more giddy. When I was on the verge of tears, I questioned him on what this has to do with anything, and he told me he got a message from his girlfriend. He pulled out a letter, but it was unopened. He said the police resealed it after investigation, but seriously they did an amazing job because it looked practically untouched. The seal was still very intact. The man claimed it was on the back of his car after he himself went to the same nightmare world his wife had driven in the nights of her alleged account. I didn't want to upset such a disturbed man, so I opened the letter. I understand now. I have to help his girlfriend. He told me to wait until sunset, and to look out my rearview mirror until I see her following me. I know what to do next. I have enough gas to make it until sunfall. I grabbed a coffee from behind the counter and went into my car. My coworkers were yelling at me, but I could barely hear them. As I drove away, I saw him waving me off, with the biggest smile spreading across his face as he held my coworkers back. I've been dying to tell this story, though I know no one is bound to believe me. I don't even want to tell my parents in fear that they'll stare at me in disbelief and think that I'm crazy. So here I am, anonymously telling it to a group of strangers in hopes that someone will believe me and give me some peace of mind. It started out a few months ago when we moved into our new home. I grew up in a rural community, but there were plenty of neighbors, and mostly fields around, no woods. Given that I am the youngest child, my parent waited until I was done with high school to move, as to not affect my already established life. Although we had always lived in a small rural community, my parents were ready for something a little more secluded, something with a lot of acreage, woods, and a place to shoot. They put my childhood home up on the market, and soon found their dream home, which is where I am currently, and desperately writing this story. The house and the property are beautiful. It's a large turn-of-the-century house facing 15 acres of land, the majority of which are woods, and a nice half-acre pond. The best part, or so I thought, is that there are no neighbors within a mile of us. At first, I really enjoyed it. Being out in the woods was very much a cathartic experience for me. It helped shed the stresses of school and studying. Being among the tall trees and surrounding nature made all of my problems seem totally insignificant. So I made a habit of going on regular walks through the woods. As the weeks went on, I started noticing strange things as I went on the walks. I would find partially eaten deer scattered along the leaf-littered ground, accompanied by a putrid, rotting smell, which I attributed to the carcasses in front of me. At first, I thought nothing of it. It was probably coyotes, I would tell myself. Other than that, I thought nothing of it, but started carrying a gun on me with walks in case I encountered the animal that was responsible for the carnage I saw in front of me. As the days went on, I started noticing more and more mutilated deer scattered across the floor of the woods, still accompanied by the rotting smell, which I again attributed to the animals. If the increasing number of mutilations weren't enough, I started to notice a change in the sounds coming out of the woods. What was once a cacophony of sounds was now mostly dead silence, minus the low, guttural growl that seemed to be becoming more prevalent, more pronounced, and more insidious each day. By this point, I had stopped going on my little walks. Gun or no gun, I didn't want to risk the chances of facing whatever was causing these events. That being said, my curiosity eventually got the best of me one night as I heard its growls. I decided that I was going to get a trail cam and set it up in the woods the following day, in hopes of finally seeing what was out there. The next evening, after work, I gathered up what little courage I had left and, camera in hand, went walking out into the very woods I had promised myself I would stay out of. I never did get to set up the trail cam. I lost it somewhere in the woods while I was in a panic, running for my life. I made it about 100 yards past the tree line into the woods, where I decided to stop and set up the camera. I thought it was a good place to set it up, and quite frankly, I was too scared to go any farther. After all, I wanted to spend as little time out there as possible given the ongoing events, and the fact that it would be dark soon didn't help. Already on edge, every creak of the wood and every crumble in the leaves sent me into a panic. Rushing to set the camera up, I drop it, sending it to the leaf-ridden ground with a thud. Murmuring under my breath, cursing myself for being out there, I bent down to pick the camera up. When I started to smell that putrid smell of rotting flesh again, I carefully looked around, checking the surroundings to see if anything was out there. I could feel something watching me, but I couldn't see anything. Just as I was finishing picking up my supplies off the ground, I heard that low, guttural growl again, as well as the snap of a branch to my right. I quickly turned, seeing a human-like creature standing there, staring at me. I was completely frozen with fear. It had human features, standing on two legs, and it had feet and hands. The two things that threw me off, however, was the fact that its skin was charred black, as if it had been burnt in a fire, and most disturbingly, it had no upper or lower lips. Although mostly bald, a few thin, straggling hairs stuck every which way out of its scalp. Its sharp teeth were hanging out like hypodermic needles. With the absence of lips, its raw, red gums hung out in the open. Thick strings of what appeared to be saliva dripped off of its chin in a persistent stream. For one single, brief moment, the world around me seemed to stop. I quickly went through options on what to do. There were really only two viable options. Either stay exactly how I was and get attacked, and most likely killed by this thing, or I could get the fuck out of there. I chose the latter. I quickly scrambled to my feet and ran as fast as I could, throwing my camera in vain at the creature behind me. In the chaos of what had just occurred, I found myself to be momentarily lost after running in what I thought was the right direction for what felt like 20 minutes. but I'm sure was only 30 seconds. Looking around and not seeing the spawn of hell that I had just encountered, I stopped to collect myself and try to find the way back to the house. I finally decided on the general direction in which I should head, when I heard a commotion that almost sounded like a horse pounding its hooves on the dirt. I looked behind me and I saw that thing, whatever it was, running at me on all fours, mucus like spit flying out of the corner of its mouth like a rabid dog. I ran as quickly as I possibly could without daring to look behind me. Although I would not look at it, I could hear it galloping behind me and smell its rotted flesh. Tears ran down my eyes as I thought that there was no possible way to make it out of the woods alive, when I finally saw the lights of my house out of the clearing. Using what little adrenaline I had left to sprint the 200 yards or so to my back porch, I quickly opened the door and slammed it shut, not daring to look out the window. It's been about a month now since that happened. I haven't told anyone, and I will not dare to go back in those woods. I've been doing a lot of research to see if I could find any clues as to what this thing might have been. I've exhausted myself, but I think I may have come to a conclusion. The closest thing I could find was possibly a skinwalker. I know my sighting doesn't entirely match up with the stories I've heard, but it's the closest thing I've found. Any suggestions on what it might be is greatly appreciated. My mother and I were driving to a house that our family has in northern Michigan, and it was roughly a 6-hour drive. We left in the morning, and after a couple of stops, I wanted to stop to get some coffee. We were only a few minutes away from the nearest town, but we were quickly running out of gas. I saw an exit titled 222, and we took it. It was a small, depressed town. Everyone drove beater cars, and there was a fair share of trailer homes, and seemingly poor people. Running out of gas, we needed to stop at a station. We stopped at Louis Gas and Supermarket. It was unassuming from the outside, and as I was walking in to go to the bathroom, my mother and I saw a man walking out of the store. He had ragged clothing on, unshaven, and limping. We saw him carrying some pork out to his waiting car with his wife. It was strange, but I decided to go ahead into the store. It was almost like a warehouse turned supermarket, as there were high ceilings, concrete walls, and floor, and it was rather cold. A few grumbling employees looked my way as I walked through the aisles of cheap food and cat litter. I walked to the bathroom, and as I was unzipping my pants, I heard mechanical whirring and clicking of something a few rooms over. As it was muffled and suppressed, I didn't think much of it, being a grocery store, but that was before I heard a scuffle and some yelling, then quiet, odd quietness. The fan stopped in the bathroom, the buzzing of the fluorescent lights, everything. That silence only heightened my curiosity. As I finished my business, I exited the bathroom and saw a door that was titled Employees Only that was a mere few steps away. I looked over my shoulder, searching for anyone around, and proceeded towards the door. I pressed my ear against the door, and I could faintly hear what sounded like a table saw. I slowly opened the door and peered in. Instantly, a cold metallic smell wafted out of the door, almost like a wind. I opened it more and saw a cold, dark warehouse. I took one step in. I began walking inside of the room, slowly stepping as to not cause noise with my wingtip shoes. The mechanical noises started getting louder and louder, and I reached a segment of the room lit with bright fluorescent lights, with blood-stained white tile and white cloth. I crouched behind a stack of pallets, examining more closely what I caught a glimpse of. As soon as I hid, 2 men walked into the room, one carrying a white bag over his shoulder, and the other going to a room with a key in his hand. The first man threw the bag onto the table, and the second man inserted the key into the lock and opened the door. I heard screaming. The man had a pole with a rope at the end, and he began leading a fairly full-sized man out of the room. The man was bounded by the hands and gagged. The first man pulled a body out of the bag and turned on a table saw and began dissecting the body by cutting off the woman's arms and legs. The second man then cleaved the head off of the live man, splattering warm blood across the room, some getting on my face. As the two men worked with pliers, chainsaws, bandsaws, and table saws, the former humans were reduced to mere entrails, limbs, and sections of meat. In but a few minutes, one of them turned on a meat grinder and began feeding the limbs of the dead woman into it, filling sausage casings. The others started bagging limbs in plastic bags and putting them on ice. I knocked over a pair of pliers, and they wheeled around, astounding that I was there. I immediately bolted out of the room, making a beeline for the front doors. As I was weaving in and out of aisles, I could hear a sizable group of employees pursuing me. I was near the counter, and I picked up 2 pots of freshly brewed gas station coffee. I threw 2 onto the ground in front of them, causing them to slip and fall on broken glass, and picked up the 2, throwing them, breaking, and spilling scalding coffee on their bodies. As they writhed, I was able to get away more quickly, but one still followed. He was roughly 6 feet 8 inches tall, at least 400 pounds, and very muscular. He was the first man I saw in the room. He was the only one left, and I began to book it towards my mother's car. She was still not done pumping gas, and she started screaming when she saw this blood-soaked man pursuing me, and started the car. The man was right behind me, and thinking quickly, I took the nozzle out of the car and sprayed him with gasoline. He struck at me with his cleaver, hit the concrete, and caused a good deal of sparks, and lit himself on fire. I immediately heard blood-curdling screaming. As he screamed and clutched his face in agony, I hopped in the passenger seat of the car, and we drove as fast as our Lexus could go. I looked behind me, and the entire gas station was up in flames, and the man was almost entirely melted into the concrete. All I saw were the disheveled employees, standing against the glass, staring at me and smiling. No other customers were there. If any of you are ever going into northern Michigan, never take exit 222. When I was a kid, I used to love Sesame Street, especially the Muppet characters. I loved Big Bird and Mr. Snuffleupagus, Bert and Ernie, Cookie Monster, Count Von Count, and Oscar the Grouch. My absolute favorite Muppet was Grover. I loved Grover so much that I even begged my parents to name my little brother Grover when he was born. Luckily for him, they didn't. I had a least favorite Muppet as well, Gideon. Gideon creeped me out, and even now, I can't imagine why a television show aimed at very young children would include a character like Gideon in the first place. His sagging felt skin that seemed to be almost melting off his inner Muppet workings, his big, crazed, googly eyes, and his enormous smile filled with pointed teeth were all highly out of place on a show designed to teach little ones about counting, spelling, caring, and sharing. The creepiest thing about Gideon, however, was his bizarre appearance. It was the fact that he only ever appeared in the background of scenes. He would just stand there while the other characters would talk, staring out into the camera, as if he was staring out at the audience. He never spoke, and the other characters never acknowledged him. It's as if in the world of the show, he was invisible, and he was a character only the children watching were supposed to see. He was such a surreptitious character that for a long time, I didn't even know he existed. It was my cousin who first pointed him out to me. We were watching Sesame Street one day and she asked if I thought Gideon was scary. I asked her who Gideon was and she pointed him out to me. Once I saw him, I couldn't believe I hadn't seen him before. Given his bizarre appearance and the fact that as we kept watching, I realized he was in the background of every single scene. I agreed with my cousin that he was indeed scary, and she told me that she found him so scary that she would have nightmares about him trying to eat her, Well, being that I was also very young, and now scared of Gideon, I had my own nightmare about him that very night, and every night after that for what seemed like years to my young self, but was really more like a few weeks in real time. These nightmares are always the same. I would be watching Sesame Street, and Gideon would be in the background of a scene, like always. Then slowly the camera would zoom in on him until the other characters could no longer be seen or heard. And for what felt like hours, he would just stare out at me, with that crazed look in his eyes. Then, finally, he would speak. Come play with me. It wasn't a request or a friendly invitation. It was a demand. He was telling me to come play with him, and I knew that whatever game he wanted to play would not be fun. At least not for me. But in the dream, I could not stop myself. I stood up and walked over to the television. As I got closer to the TV, his smile, filled with those pointed teeth, would open up, revealing not the felt-covered insides of a puppet mouth, but the deepest, darkest black void that I've ever experienced. And just as the black void filled the entire screen, I would reach my hand out and it would go through the screen and disappear into the darkest of dark places. And then I would wake up, screaming. The next time I saw my cousin, I told her that I started having nightmares about Gideon, and asked if she was still having nightmares as well. She said she hadn't been having them anymore, that they had stopped right after we had talked about Gideon on her previous visit. She also said that maybe if I told someone else about Gideon, and my nightmares, that maybe they would stop for me as well. A week or so later, one of my mother's friends came to visit, and brought her son Brian over with her. Our mom sat us down in front of the TV and turned on Sesame Street. As we watched, I asked Brian if he thought Gideon was scary, as I thought he was. Brian wasn't sure who I was talking about, but once I pointed him out, Brian saw him and immediately agreed that he was indeed scary. I told Brian about the nightmares and how scary they were as well. We finished watching the show, and Brian and his mother left. That night, for the first time in weeks, I was nightmare-free. As far as I know, I never had another dream about Gideon after that either. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I was just happy to be free from those terrible dreams. But given what happened to Brian after that, and what's happening now, I'm not sure that it was a coincidence that my nightmares stopped when they did. About a month after I stopped having nightmares, Brian disappeared. I was not told many details at the time, but as I got older, I learned what there was to learn, or at least what my mother was willing to tell me. It seems that not long after the last time I had seen Brian, he had started having nightmares, bad ones, and his parents got super worried. They took him to a child psychologist, who told him that Brian had an unhealthy fear of television. He had them bring Brian in for an overnight test, something involving having Brian sleep alone in a room with the TV on. I don't know exactly what happened after that. My mother said that sometime during the night, the staff at the sleep center saw Brian start sleepwalking, but by the time they got from the observation room to his room, he was gone. They searched the entire facility, but they never found him. His parents sued the psychologist and the facility, got a few $1 million in a settlement, and moved away. After Brian disappeared, I never really thought about him, or Gideon, or the nightmares. I forgot about Sesame Street and Muppets. I grew up, got a job, got married, and had kids of my own. As it happens, Sesame Street is still on the air, and my youngest son is old enough now to watch it. At first, I was a little hesitant to let him, but he was so excited, and I knew that my anxiety was mostly based on those nightmares I had as a kid, though the show was a little to blame for having such a scary character. So I let him watch. He watched it every time it was on for the last few weeks, and he was fine. No mention of scary Muppets and no nightmares. Until last night. I heard him screaming for me, and I shot out of bed and into his room. I held him in my arms and rocked him back and forth. When he had calmed down a bit, I asked him what was wrong. He said he had a nightmare about the scary puppets on Sesame Street. My stomach dropped as my memories of all that had happened when I was a kid came flooding back. I was afraid of what his answer would be, but I had to ask. Was it Gideon? What did he say? I steeled myself, ready to hear my son tell me that the same nightmare that had haunted me as a kid was now haunting him. But that's not what he told me. I wish he had. I wish that it was as simple as a scary character giving kids nightmares over multiple generations. But what he told me makes me think there's nothing simple about it. When he answered me, he said, "No, Dad, the other one, Brian. He said you should have never told him about Gideon, and that he's going to make me take his place, 'cause he's mad at you." Dreams are supposed to be a magical place, a place where we can escape from our everyday lives, where our imagination can run free. I have often heard my friends complain that they don't dream enough, or that their dreams are too dull, but not me. Ever since I was young, I have had dreams very frequently, and I used to enjoy them. However, nowadays my dreams are a bit different. I'll start at the beginning, because where else would I start? I have always had quite a mundane life, living in a small town with next to nothing to do. Friends weren't exactly my strong suit growing up, so I relied on my imagination for my own entertainment. Although I think this is quite a common thing for most kids to do anyway. As I said, I would dream very frequently, almost every night if not every other night. Nothing ever stood out from these dreams though. In fact, most would be forgotten by the time I crawled my way to breakfast. Unfortunately, these forgettable dreams couldn't last forever. I am currently 22 years old, and the new dreams began around 2 years ago. It was a night like any other. Nothing abnormal happened during the day. I was simply ready to go to sleep, and so I did. Once I did, I found myself in a world of gray. It wasn't necessarily dark, just bland. There were gray houses, gray streets, gray grass, essentially an atypical neighborhood, but everything was a shade of gray. Looking around, I saw almost nothing of note, until I spotted a woman sitting on a bench. A woman I did not recognize. From what I've read, the brain does not simply invent faces. We can only dream of what we've seen. So perhaps this woman was someone I had walked by in a crowd once, or seen in the background of a TV show. Someone I had seen just long enough to conjure their face in my dream. The woman looked to be in her mid-30s with long gray hair, small gray eyes, gray lips, and her clothes were, well, you guessed it, gray. She had a typical soccer mom look. That is, if soccer moms had no color to them. She stood there completely still, like she was simply a prop to this world. Then, after a long stare down, she began to raise her right arm. She began to point at something. The direction she was pointing was close to me, but not directly at me. As I began to look at what she was pointing at, I was ripped from my dream. I found myself lying in my bed on my side. My heart was beating incredibly fast, yet I had no clue why. Thoughts were racing through my mind. Who was that woman? What was she pointing at? My mind was moving so fast it took me a few moments to realize I couldn't move. I was completely frozen laying on my side, with my head facing my wall. That's when I heard my bedroom door open. My eyes were wide open, but I was not in a position that I could see who was at my door. My mind began to rationalize the situation. It must have been my younger sister. Perhaps she had a nightmare and she had to come to my room for comforts. I began to hear footsteps approaching my bed. The closer they got, the more I thought how heavy these footsteps were for a small child to have. But despite my suspicions, I could not move. The only thing I could do was wait as my eyes were glued to the wall, just out of sight of my intruder. Eventually, the footsteps stopped at the foot of my bed. The next sound would be the creaking of the springs in my mattress as someone began to slowly crawl onto my bed. I could feel the mattress begin to sink where my feet lay. In my position, this person was completely unseen by me, and they continued to climb until they were directly behind me. I began to feel light breaths down my neck, yet I still could not move. This went on for what seemed like hours. Then the breathing stopped, as I felt a cold hand go across the midsection of my back. This was finally enough. I regained control of my body as I flipped over and let out a monstrous scream. Yet there was no one there, nor was there any sign anyone had ever been there. No impressions had been left in my bed, and my door was still shut like it always was when I went to sleep. There was nothing. Most people have probably already decided that what I experienced was sleep paralysis, and I agree. I have done extensive research on sleep paralysis since that day, and it matches up almost perfectly to what I experienced. However, there is one problem. The spot on my back where the cold hand touched me now holds a scar. It's a small line that stretches horizontally across the mid of my back. Before that night, I had no wound there, nor any previous scarring on my back. As much as I wished it was just a terrible case of sleep paralysis, even then I knew it had to be something more. Life turned to normal for a short while after this. I no longer dreamed at all, which did not bother me. I did begin to sleep with my bathroom light on for extra light, as I could no longer stand to be in a room that was too dark to see. I also began sleeping on my back, so even if I was experiencing sleep paralysis, I could have a clear view of my whole room. After about a month, I almost convinced myself that I was delusional. I even chalked up the scarring to something that I must have missed at some point. Perhaps it hadn't always been there. That was until the second dream came. Once again, I found myself in the gray world. It was much the same as last time. This time in almost empty streets and, of course, with no color. Only now it was not a woman that stood in front of me. Instead, it was a man. The man was older, probably in his 70s, if not a bit older. But once again, it was a face I could not recognize. The previous woman had had no expression. In fact, the only part of her that even moved was her arm when she began to point. This man, however, was wearing a smirk, as if he knew something that I did not. But other than this, he too was completely motionless. I guessed what would happen next, and sure enough, the man began to raise his arm. Only he did not begin to point anywhere in my direction. Instead, he extended his arm all the way to his shoulder and extended his thumb as if to say, "Behind me." Despite what happened last time, I was too curious to not attempt to see what he was pointing at. I began moving towards the man. I placed my right hand on the man to push him aside, and as I did, I once again found myself in my bed. This time I realized instantly that I could not move. My eyes darted towards my door, anticipating another visit like last time. Only it did not come. Instead, I noticed a shadow on the edge of my bathroom wall, reflecting off the light that I had left on. The shadow seemed to have been waiting for me to notice it, because once I did, it began to raise a hand and held it there, almost as if it was giving a still wave. After a few seconds, it put down its hand, and it slowly began to inch its way across the wall, stretching into my room. I wanted to run, scream, or do anything to get away from this shadow, but I couldn't. My body refused to move as this shadow slowly crept along the wall towards me. After a few agonizing moments, the shadow finally reached the wall next to me, and it paused, as if to study me. Then after a few seconds, it overtook me. The moment it happened, I once again regained control of my body, and once again I let out a scream that could terrify anyone. My whole body felt like it was on fire. It was a much more intense sensation than the cold touch I had felt last time. It only lasted a few seconds, however, and as I looked down at myself, I noticed I was fine, covered in sweat and possibly some other bodily fluids, but otherwise fine. That is except for the new scar that adorned my right hand, the same hand that I had touched the old man with. At this point, I was more confused than ever. The dreams had come from nowhere, along with the living nightmares. The gray world obviously had to have some connection to what was happening to me. Each dream the figure had pointed somewhere, and each time I attempted to look, I was brought back to reality, or at least I think it was reality. I want to believe it just to be a combination of odd dreams and sleep paralysis, but the scars staring back at me make me question everything. It took almost an entire year for the next dream to come, and in between I had no other dreams. Of course, when it came, where else would I be but the gray world? This time, I was inside a house, an empty and colorless house. I began to move from room to room, until I spotted it, a child sitting on the floor. I say it because this child was essentially androgynous. I could not tell whether it was a boy or a girl. They were around 8 years old, I'd say, with mid-length gray hair, and no facial characteristics that would give away gender. The child was sat upon the floor coloring. Well, if you would consider a gray crayon drawing on a gray piece of paper coloring, that is. Without even looking up, the child began to raise its arm that didn't have the crayon, and began to point to the side. "I won't look," I said. This caused the child to stop drawing and look up at me. "But you have to look," it said. "Why? Every time I do, I wake up to something terrible," I responded. "If you don't look, he'll get angry," the child said, ignoring my question. "Who is he?" I beckoned. The child let out a sigh before saying, "Just hurry and look, you're running out of time." After everything I had experienced, I had no reason to trust what the child was saying. So instead of looking, I instead closed my eyes, and I began trying to will myself back to reality, and after a few seconds, it worked. I found myself back in my bed, and this time I was fully capable of moving. Nothing came for me that night. No mysterious figure climbing into my bed, and no shadows approaching me. Had I beaten the gray world? Was it just that simple as to not trust the people there? That brings it back to current day. Over a year later, I'd like to think that it's all over, that I will never have to see the gray world again, but my normal dreams have not returned. In fact, I haven't dreamt a single time since my last night in the gray world. I still have so many questions. Who were those people? What were they pointing at that they wanted me to look so bad? But most importantly, who was the child referring to? Could this possibly be the person or entity that is responsible for what has been happening to me? I'm not sure. If I never dream again, I would be satisfied. But I fear that won't be the case. I'm terrified that one day the gray world will return. But I'm even more terrified of what I'll find when I wake up. Will he be waiting for me? Home for the holidays, a commonly used expression by many. There's just something about home and holidays that work well with each other. Perhaps it's the slight alliteration. Maybe it's just the sense of familiarity. For me, it's the disconnection with the outside world that made this one day really special. I spent the last decade of my life traveling around the world. It was my goal to live in 10 different countries by the time I was 30. I work in marketing, specifically in international sales. So fortunately, I was able to travel and make a living at the same time. Honestly, if you've been thinking about it, you should do it. Nothing made me happier than waking up in the morning with no calculation of where I would end up at night. Every morning was spent working on emails. Every afternoon on conference calls about town. I'd cook for myself most evenings, to save a bit of money, and afterwards head out to a pub to plan the next day and meet new people. I picked up photography as a hobby when I was 25. It was an excuse for me to go the extra mile and find something new to photograph. From there, my life was a sandbox. and it would shape itself whichever way suited how I was feeling that night. It was a great way to spend my mid to late 20s, and I look back with many fond memories. This year I bought my first house back in my hometown. If you had asked me 10 years ago if this was my plan, I would have laughed and told you I was getting as far away from this shithole as possible. Things changed. I started to get tired of always moving around. My parents were getting older, and friends had all started to settle. What can I say? Life happens. It was really hard for me to make this step, and I'll be honest, I've had many sleepless nights regretting my decision. It's been hard for me, and no one around here really understands it. They haven't lived abroad or seen what I've seen. Everything they know is pretty much within a 50 square mile radius, and they're content with that. Tonight really reinforced that. Friends and family came over for a Christmas dinner, and while I was thrilled to see them, I was a mixed bag of emotions that night. It took me about 2 days to prepare all the food. I mentioned that I cooked dinner for myself most nights while traveling. Well, this was a combination of many dishes from around the world. I had invited my parents, siblings, and their kids, and a few friends from high school that I still kept in touch with, plus all of their significant others. I was expecting a party, and that's what I got. It was fun being with everyone again, but I was participating in their holiday. It's my fault that I'd missed out on as many Christmases as I had, and as a result I knew none of the inside jokes, and was a spectator most of the night. I had set up my camera to take photos. I thought that maybe I could start contributing to the tradition by being the photographer. I don't know. I think everyone had a good time in the new place. People enjoyed the food, but there were a few slight remarks about not having a turkey or telling me that I should run a food court. We went out for a walk after dinner, and I listened in on a few conversations. I couldn't find much to contribute. I guess I'm not so good in group conversations. I'm assuming it was pretty obvious to everyone that I was being quiet, but I don't think they thought anything of it. It was new having me around in a permanent sense, and it would take a while to get used to it. At the end of the walk, my sister's husband, Steve, asked me if I smoked pot, which I do, and I was thrilled to have that in common with him. We got back to my house and settled in. The friends left and my immediate family stayed. My dad and mom started to clean up, my sisters watched the kids, and Steve and I went up to my attic to smoke a joint. The attic was still a mess. There were boxes and miscellaneous holiday decorations left from the previous owners, but they had also left a stylish 70s sofa. My plan was to eventually turn this into a den with a balcony. The view was nice, and it just has a chill vibe. We lit up and talked about my moving back and how I was settling in. Steve is actually a pretty nice guy. He started his own home renovation business and has been doing pretty well. He planned on building a house for him and my sister out in the country, and having a small animal sanctuary. My sister loves animals, and I could totally see her enjoying that. I opened up a bit about my feelings on moving home, how I miss traveling, but I'm hoping that I can fill that void with friends and family once again. Now I realize you are waiting for the weird part, so I'll skip the next few sentiments. Halfway through the joint, Steve was called downstairs by my sister, and I was left alone to finish what was left. I started going through the old boxes left by the previous owners, hoping to find some retro games or anything rare, and I came across a photo album. The first half of the photo album was blank, but eventually there were photos of a newborn. Twins, actually. I flipped through a few pages and saw them with their mother in the hospital. She seemed exhausted, but honestly she was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. The next few pages were of the twins, and the mother coming home to my house. These must have been the previous owners. The odd thing was, the house looked done up. The kitchen was renovated, the dining room looked bigger. When I turned the page, my stomach dropped. I saw Steve working on a balcony outside my attic window. I quickly flipped through the next few pages and sure enough I saw myself with the mother and the twins. Steve came back to tell me my folks were leaving, and they wanted a picture taken of all of us before we left. I set the photo album aside and went downstairs. After everyone left, I went back upstairs to take another look at the photos, but they were gone. The whole book was empty. For a moment, I doubted myself and thought maybe it was just the weed, but no. I'm certain they were real. The detail is so vivid in my mind. I don't know who the mother was, but if I ever saw her in person, I would know it was her. The next day I got the Christmas photos printed, and the first thing I did was put the one of my family on the first page. I guess I still have half the book to fill before I get to the twins and their mother, but this is a good start. I was home for the holidays, and although my traveling heart may still be abroad, none of that showed in the end of that photo album. I have been told that this is the place to go for events like this. I might be a bit young, but you just can't worry about that at situations like these. Right now, I'm reeling. I don't know what to do at all. I've never been so scared in my life. I thought that maybe you all could help me, but I should probably start from the beginning. I'm a 14-year-old female and I live in a suburb of Los Angeles. Ever since I was really little, I was one of those kids who would have nightmares every other night. My parents told me that if I ever had a nightmare, I was to come into their room and sleep with them. They said they wouldn't mind at all when I asked. Of course, they regretted that statement. I heard them complaining when they thought I wasn't listening about how I ran to their room all the time, and how they never got any sleep. I didn't mind. I understood completely. So I learned to live with it, and eventually, though it took a long time, the nightmares went away. But even long after I learned to fend them off, I had a hyperactive imagination that always wanted to create all sorts of strange situations, whenever unexplained things would happen. My interest in the paranormal and dreams was always a thing I carried around with me. I believed that one day, the cold hard science we knew could explain the impossible events we can't explain yet. But while we wait, we can delight in the stories. Many long, sleepless nights were spent being both terrified and fascinated at the thousands of paranormal stories on the internet. Funny how delight changes when it happens to you. It started mostly with a creepy nightmare, just like the ones I tried to banish when I was 9. I found myself walking up a long staircase, a smooth one, then walking down a hallway filled with old toys and other junk that I used to own. At the end of the hallway was a door, a normal door. Nothing special about it, so I opened it. I entered a large room akin to an old dining room. Standing in the middle was a little boy, maybe 7 years old, with scruffy blonde hair, green eyes, and wearing formal clothes. There was something unsettling in his face. Maybe it was the fact that there was no expression at all there, just blankness. "My name is Luke," he says. He had no expression in his voice either. A chill ran down my spine. I took a step backward. He said, "There's no need to be scared. Not of me. I was the first." "The first what?" I asked. "The first to be replaced. But listen, Rosa, I don't know how to say this. On your 15th birthday it ends. You end. You have 5 months left." I woke up and immediately noticed something was wrong. I couldn't move at all. I felt like I was being smothered, or drowning. Air just wouldn't enter my lungs. There was something next to the bed, a dark, shadowy shape, but it was just outside of my field of vision, and I couldn't turn my head to see it. The creature grabbed my arm and cold raced up it. All my nerves protested as it started to burn. It hurt. It hurt so much. The creature raked its claws over my arm and then disappeared. At that moment, air finally decided to exist again, and I jolt upward, terrified. There was a long scratch up the side of my arm. Holy shit, I thought, running into the bathroom to stop it from bleeding. My thought process didn't seem to be running correctly. I had no idea how to react, except for thinking, oh my god, that was real, over and over again. I looked at the clock, wondering what time it was. The clock proudly proclaimed that it was 3:09 a.m. I sighed, wrapping a makeshift bandage around my arm and trying to think on what I should do. Eventually, tiredness dragged me down, and I fell asleep with the blood-soaked bandage wrapped around my arm. I woke up with a jolt to find that it was 2 minutes till my alarm was going to go off, but the first thing I noticed was that the scratches were gone. That area didn't even hurt. The only way I could tell that it had actually happened was that I was on the bathroom floor, and there was a blood-soaked paper towel next to my arm. The rest of the day was really hard to get through. Several teachers yelled at me for not paying attention. Students jeered, wondering why I was so jumpy today. But I couldn't tell them. How would they understand? After a while, it faded to the back of my memory. Months passed, exactly 5 months, and somehow, impossibly, I forgot. As I got into bed one night, sleep dragged me down so quickly I could barely do anything about it. It had always been hard for me to fall asleep, so I was very confused. But within seconds, well, probably longer, but it seemed like seconds, I found myself standing up outside of a large mansion. My family stood in front of the front door. "Rosa," said my mom, "we've been waiting for you. Come and see." What? Everything was going fuzzy. How did I get here? I didn't know. I walked forward, joining them and walking into the house. "Don't you love the new house?" my brother gushed. That set off a little alarm in my head, but I let it slip by. It didn't matter, did it? Yeah, I said. "Can I explore?" "Sure," replied my mom, and so I did. It looks exactly like my actual house, I thought, and then immediately raised an eyebrow. Why do I think that? Where did I come up with that idea? I must be going crazy. I noticed that there was a door opening out to a staircase going downward. "Is this a basement?" I called out. "There's no basement there, honey," my mom said back. I looked back toward Mom, then back down at the staircase. I shrugged, then walked down it. Immediately the staircase seemed to disappear out from under me. I fell for what seemed like half an eternity, until I landed hard on a rock. I coughed. The air knocked straight out of me. As I recovered my breath, I looked around. I was on a big, dark balcony. There was a door behind me. Over the side of the balcony there was water. A lot of water. Decisively, I turned around and walked through the door, down the stairs at the side, and into a big room with stone pillars. In the middle stood 4 shadowy figures. As I tried to look at them, I found that my eyes just couldn't focus on them. But I knew one thing. They looked like my family, and one of them looked exactly like me. Except all shadowy and dark. I couldn't look at her. Why couldn't I? "How did you find us?" Not me demanded. She took a step backward, and I flinched. I couldn't let her touch me. She would kill me. She was so familiar. Why? I couldn't remember. Everything was so darn blank. I didn't respond. Not me hissed. "Goodbye, Rosa. They won't miss you. They've already been replaced." That was when cold water, no, not water, something more sinister than that, started to rise from the floor. It reached my face level and I started to choke. It was so cold it burned, and I couldn't breathe. I woke up then and there, choking on my own saliva. I looked around. Was it just a dream? It must have been. So why was I more scared than I had ever been before? I put on my bathrobe and walked down the stairs, ready to make breakfast. My mom was at the kitchen counter, facing away from me. "Good morning," I said. Mom turned around. I gasped. It wasn't Mom. It was one of those shadowy figures. My eyes diverted themselves, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't look at her. "5 months are up," Not Mom sneered, and she started to walk toward me. She was holding hands with another figure. Not me. Exactly the same as me, but not. I turned and ran up to my bedroom. As I closed the door behind me, I hear a familiar voice. One without expression. "Hello, Rosa," said Luke. "How did you get here?" I demanded. "I was the first to be replaced. I wish I could save you, but I can't do a thing. Lock the door and stuff the cracks. Turn the clock off. Hide all reflective surfaces. They can get in that way. And do not, I repeat, do not fall asleep. They can get into your mind, like they did just a few minutes ago." "Did you come that day to warn me?" "Yes, but the replicas came in right after I contacted you and marked you. You were already beyond hope, but please, lock the door." So I did. I ran across the room, locked the door, stuffed the cracks, put the blankets on the reflective surfaces, and did everything I could to not fall asleep. Sleepiness kept trying to pull at me, but I pushed it away. They are trying to get me to sleep. Sleep and I'm dead. Move anything and I'm dead. I'm in my room now. I'm sitting on my bed writing this. Please, I need help. The windows are stuck locked. My Knot family are knocking at my door, and I think they're gonna get through. But if I am beyond hope, know this. Your family, your friends, your coworkers, everybody, they're not safe. If they haven't already been replaced, they will be soon. If you get that dream, you are next. You have 5 months left. I'm a guy, and this story takes place when I had just turned 14. It was the summer after 8th grade, and I took my friend T, I won't say his full name, to my dad's boss's beach house. His boss is an incredibly sweet lady, and would let us stay in her cabin. So I decided I'd take T on our yearly summer trip to the beach house. The house was on a cliff in northern Oregon. I remember the drive was fun. T and I were joking around and listening to music. We got to the house at around 8 p.m., and I ran in and opened it up. I'll try to describe the house so it's easier to understand the story. It's a big 2-story house with 2 bedrooms on the bottom floor and 2 on the top. It's got a kitchen downstairs and upstairs. It's got a big balcony/porch that wraps around the 2nd story. And the bottom floor has its own mini house layout, since there's a kitchen connected to a tiny living room, and a bedroom kind of like a way for 2 families to live in the house comfortably, with each their own areas. So T and I got the bottom floor area, and the others got the 2nd floor. We just kinda chilled and played some card games for a few minutes, then we went for a walk. When we got back it was 9:30ish. We sat downstairs and talked. We started to get a little hungry around 10:30, so we went to the upstairs kitchen to find some snacks. They used the upstairs kitchen as the main kitchen. As we browsed the pantry and cabinets, I opened the freezer to see if there were any Hot Pockets or burritos we could eat. Instead, there were 2 huge bottles of vodka. T and I bickered back and forth to decide if we should drink some. Eventually, we decided yes. So we grabbed 2 big glasses and filled them up. Overall, we probably poured about 8 or 9 shots in our glasses. And we covered our tracks by pouring water back in and heading downstairs. We drank it all in about 5 minutes. This was our first time drinking. But we wanted to go hard, so we slammed our drinks back, and just stumbled around laughing at each other drunk off our asses. Eventually, at 2 a.m., we decided to head to bed since we had things to do tomorrow. I let T have the bedroom, and I would sleep on the couch. But after we settled down and went to our spots with the lights off, I lay there in the dark staring at the ceiling. For whatever reason, I just had this paranoid feeling. Like a dark, weird feeling. Like I was being watched. I know that's a cliche thing to say, but I laid there genuinely scared. That's when I turned my head to the wall the couch faced. On that wall was a TV, and a huge window. I stared out the window, and as my eyes adjusted, and the drunk haze eased off a bit, I saw a figure. A 9-foot tall, black and slim figure was outside the window. Something was outside. Something was watching me, and all that separated whatever it was from me was a thin pane of glass. I didn't know what to do. I turned over so I didn't have to look at it. I thought, if this is what alcohol does, I'm never gonna drink again. I just laid there hoping that it was just a hallucination, and eventually the feeling of exhaustion outweighed fear, and I slipped into a deep sleep. When I woke up in a cold sweat from a nightmare, I can't remember what it was about. I immediately looked out the window and there was nothing there. However, there was a problem. The window was now open. I knew I had to close it, but since I was afraid of being found out about with the vodka, I never told anyone. Not even T. To this day, I have no idea what could have been out there, or why the window was open. But I just hope it was all a big joke T pulled on me, because if it isn't, I don't know what could have been lurking in the house with us. I just hope if it did come in, it left before morning, and wasn't still in the cabin with us, hiding in a dark room under a bed or some shit. And thankfully it wasn't. I never found out what it was, and honestly, I don't care to find out. Since then, I always lock my windows, and never sleep facing one, because you never know what could be facing you on the other side. I'd like to start by saying that I hate hiking, and I would much rather stay inside and exercise in the comfort of my own home, where people can't see how embarrassingly out of shape I am. That being said, I don't live far from a national park, with beautiful rock formations, caves, and waterfalls. A large group of people from my graduating class had arranged for a day of hiking in the park. I agreed, mostly because I felt like I would be missing out otherwise. We decided to schedule the hike for a week after our graduation ceremony, and when the time came, it was just under 80 of us. 80 sweaty, loud teenagers crammed into a caravan of vehicles. Barring the incessant chattering and occasional elbow to the groin, the ride to the park was a snap. It was as soon as we got there that things started to veer off course, both metaphorically and literally. The second car in our group hit a beaver, and it got jumbled in the tires and caused them to go off-road and into a thicket of shrubs. I guess that should have been our first clue. We weren't even near the river yet. After that, one of the girls in our group started to get these awful headaches. She claimed that she could feel pressure in her ear and that they were popping, and we let her and a few others stay behind to watch the cars. Our journey continued. The park was magnificent, with towering spires of half-broken trees jutting out of rock walls, and rippling streams running off into crevices in the ground. There was moss everywhere, and it was picturesque. Some of our party branched off to go to the local swimming hole, and the rest of us, nearly 20 people, trudged onward. The deeper we got into the park, the denser and quieter it got. The trees had grown so closely together that they ate away at the trail until we were scraping our shoulders and packs on their trunks. It was silent. No sounds of running water. There wasn't any sign of life in the woods apart from the crunch of sticks under our boots. The trees began to open, and the path widened into a small clearing. It seemed almost man-made. The large patch of exposed earth was about 50 feet in diameter, and not an inch of it was covered with grass. The dirt was untouched by nature. A girl who we'll call Haley had wandered to the center of the clearing. I knew Haley from school. She was smart and a cute girl, the kind that made you perk up after a shitty day. Haley never seemed to let anything bother her. I'd never heard her scream, not until now. By the time we looked, Haley was already disappearing into the ground. All at once, it seemed like the forest boomed to life. A moss of blackbirds erupted from the tree line, squawking wildly and flitting away from the clearing. Tree limbs cracked, echoing and covering up the sound of Haley's screams. I threw my pack to the ground and darted after her, expecting there to be some kind of drop-off or small embankment that she'd tumbled down. I thought I'd see her crouched down there, ready to spring up and scare me. But there wasn't any embankment, merely a perfect circle in the ground, a hole that barely measured 2 feet wide. It was the perfect size to swallow up both Haley and her pack. I tried to call out to her, to reach into the hole and feel its edges. Nothing. It was as if it were merely a black spot on the earth, a mark with no mass, no landscape on the other side. Nothing but darkness and what seemed like an expanse of emptiness. Those of us not too shaken up by the ordeal began stripping our packs of climbing rope and whatever materials we could find. I fumbled with the lines, securing them to me and handing the rest off to the group. "Lower me down, and I'll tug once I hit the bottom," was all I said before I descended into the hole. It was a tight squeeze, but I made it through the opening. Once I was in, I could feel the dirt walls around me. It was massive. Carefully, I looped the hole from my waist, enough to give me some slack. They lowered me down farther, and that's when I heard it, flapping. The first instinct in me was that it was a bird overhead, but when I looked up at the hole's entrance, it was tiny. I hadn't realized how far down I'd gone. I grabbed for my cell phone and turned the flashlight on. It illuminated only my face, barely making a cut into the darkness. I shined the light around me, squinting to try and make out shapes. The fluttering grew more intense, louder, and I swallowed roughly. "Haley, is that you?" I called. "It's okay. I'm coming to get you." The sound got closer, and then I heard it. A scream. It wasn't Haley's, and I could barely call it human. A sudden whoosh of air blew my hair back, and out of the darkness came a scrambled mess of shapes, blacker than anything I'd seen and quicker than hell. It lunged, and in an instant, the line had been spliced. I was sent falling, just like Haley. I could hear and feel them all around me. These things. They flitted to and fro, circling me and wailing. Some of them scraped my arms and left gashes, taking pieces of my shirt and flecks of skin with them. I cried out, and the fall felt as though it lasted minutes. When I finally stopped falling, I expected to be at the bottom of a cave system, with a broken leg and the darkness around me to worry about. Instead, I fell towards a speck of white. It grew, opening up into a blue circle, and then I felt the impact. My chest slammed into the side of it, and my arm went through. But I didn't feel any pain. I just felt air, and a chilly breeze hitting my arm and making the hairs on it rise. "There, pull him up." The ground hit me like a sack of bricks, and my dirt-covered clothes were no longer torn. The only thing out of place was my disheveled hair. "What happened to you? Where's Haley? What did you see?" They're questions I still can't answer. In the years since it happened, I've only been able to think about Haley and wonder what hole she came out of on the other side, or if whatever was down there didn't let her leave. Every hotel I stay in, I secretly hope is haunted, and this one seemed promising. I was in New Mexico on a work trip, and my employees were putting me up for a 3-night stay in one of the biggest and best hotels in the city. I checked online and saw that the hotel used to be a hospital before it was condemned in the 80s, and reopened as a hotel in the 2000s. That was a great sign for its haunting potential. It's not necessarily that I want to see a ghost or whatever. I'm not even sure I believe in the paranormal, but I've always been open to experiencing a ghoul or two. Not only that, but haunted is usually shorthand for really cool building with lots of history. When I arrived on a comfortable, arid night, I could see that the hotel was certainly cool and wore its history proudly. The hulking copper and tan structure dominated the block it rested on. It looked like the building had willed itself into existence, out of a sand dune, and a whole city sprung up in the desert around it. I approached the stairs leading up to the front door, and discovered something that was disturbingly on brand for a place that was once a former hospital. There was a discarded IV needle laying carelessly on the sidewalk in front of the building. I highly doubted it was a relic from the ancient hospital days, and more likely a junkie who decided to escape from a local hospital, though I don't know where the nearest operational hospital was. I checked in at the front desk and was ushered up to my room on the 4th floor, delighting in the fanciness of having an old-fashioned bellboy escort. The room was smaller than I expected, but quite lovely. There was a bed, naturally, a little side table, some nice older art, and an ornate mirror on the wall opposite the bed. I wouldn't have guessed that this used to be a patient room in a hospital, but given the hotel's history, it must have been. It was certainly the right size, plus the "Do Not Disturb" tag on the doorknob said, "Quarantine, do not disturb." It was fun, the little ways in which the hotel embraced its weird, possibly spooky history. Despite how bad I wanted to explore the little city block around me, I'd arrived quite late, and knew I should probably just get to sleep. I had 2 big work days in front of me. I cranked up the AC until the room was my comfortable level of freezing, climbed into the enormous bed, and quickly fell asleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up feeling very weird. At first, it took me a while to figure out I was even awake. I blinked my eyes rapidly, but couldn't seem to get the thin film of gooey sleep off of them. Finally, I could see just enough to make out the clock. It was 3:03 local time. I was disoriented cognitively, but positively miserable physically. My whole body ached. I was freezing, and I could feel that my lymph nodes had swollen. Everybody has the telltale symptom that they are capital S sick. Mine have always been my lymph nodes. If they're swollen enough that I can feel them, then I know I'm fucked. Some virus has compromised my immune system and I need to take action. I didn't have a thermometer on hand, but just knew I had a fever too. Damn it. This was bad. This was a legitimate sickness, and I had no idea how I was going to get through my work obligations tomorrow. Though the idea of moving at all seemed like the worst thing in the world to me, I rolled out of bed and pried open my suitcase where I had a handful of aspirin contained in a Ziploc bag. I popped 3 in my mouth, adjusted the temperature in the room to be warmer, and got back in bed. It seemed impossible that I would ever get back to sleep. I felt so miserable. Somehow, however, I was asleep again within an hour or so. When I woke up the next day, I was delighted to discover that I felt perfectly normal. Not just normal, but great. Nothing feels as good as normal does after a sudden sickness. I assume that the aspirin must have really kicked some ass. I know they're only supposed to address pain, but it felt like they had thoroughly defeated whatever was inside me. Following a hotel breakfast of mostly pastries, I took a shuttle out to complete all my work meetings and activities for the day. I felt fine for the duration of meetings and conferences. When the evening rolled around, I even got to explore the city like I had wanted to. After partaking in some nightfall, I arrived back to the hotel around midnight and got into bed. I screwed around on my phone for about half an hour, and then began the process of getting to sleep. I woke up to myself dying, or at least it felt like I was dying. Once again, I could barely see, and even after multiple blinks, my eyesight was blurry. I was frozen solid, and also on fire. Sweat occurred on my forehead to the point where it began to drip into my eyes, which only improved my vision. My lymph nodes were golf balls shoved haphazardly into the top of my throat. If my temperature last night was 100 degrees, this must have been 102 or 103 at least. I had no idea what to do. Aspirin was apparently a miracle drug, but how on earth would I muster the strength to get off the bed and retrieve it? With great concentration and concerted strength, I fell from my side onto my back to be in a better moving position. When I was on my back, however, I noticed something in the mirror at the foot of my bed. There was a person in the room with me. A red-haired woman wearing whites, standing next to my bed. I could barely make her out through the haze of the fever and my blurred vision, but I was sure she was there. She seemed faint and intangible. I couldn't move any farther. I was paralyzed. Whether through my shock and fear or sheer sickness, I don't know. I couldn't move my head to the right or the left to even see if there was indeed another human being in the room. I could only observe everything through the mirror at the foot of my bed. In the mirror, I watched as the white-clad figure drew closer to me, bent down and maneuvered a small object towards my right arm. It wasn't until I felt the sting that I realized it was a needle. Warmth coursed from my arm through the rest of my body and I passed out. I woke up gasping the next morning. I was shivering, but not because it was cold. I could tell right away that I was no longer sick yet again. Did I just experience a fever dream? But why did I have a fever in the first place? And was I really dreaming? Something was clearly horribly wrong here. I was due back on the shuttle and off to another round of working meetings in a couple of hours. Working today felt insurmountable, but I still had to do it. There was just something else I needed to do first. After another round of breakfast pastries, I approached the front desk of the hotel and politely asked for another room. I told them that I knew this was a hassle, but I really felt like I must be allergic to something in my current room or something. I explained my feverish episodes the 2 nights prior, but naturally downplayed some of the details so I couldn't come across as a lunatic. They said they'd see what they could do. The day's round of meetings and presentation was miserable. All I could think about was whether the hotel would be able to find me another room. If they couldn't, would I have to find another hotel? That seemed like such an expensive hassle over something that had to have some kind of logical explanation. When my workday was over, I booked it back to the hotel and straight to the front desk. Good news. They had found me another room, on the first floor near the back of the building. It seemed as though this room was much more exclusive and pricey, so they must have been startled by my talk of allergens and sickness. The new room was lovely. There was a mahogany bookcase by the wall, and to my delight, no mirror at the foot of the bed, or anywhere else for that matter. Perhaps this was some sort of office, or maybe even doctor's quarters in the old hospital. Whatever its original purpose, the room felt like a refuge now, so I declined any opportunities to hit the town once more, and spent the evening getting some work done and replying to emails. As midnight rolled around, I was hesitant to even go back to sleep at all. This was the last night of my stay, and just pulling an all-nighter sounded appealing. Exhaustion overcame me, though, and I realized I would need to get at least a few hours of sleep. Around 1 a.m., I created a little oasis of water, aspirin, and my phone on the nightstand next to me, just in case I needed any of them during an overnight emergency. I settled into the cold bed and quickly fell asleep. When I woke up an hour later, my whole body burned. It felt as though my heart was pumping thick molten lava throughout my body instead of life. This time I could open my eyes fully and take in my surroundings. I knew I had a fever again, but it was the least of my concern. I had reached a level of sickness previously unknown to me. My mouth was so dry, which seemed impossible because I was covered in sweat. Each breath was agony, but I took a deep, gasping breaths anyway, because I was afraid any one would be my last. I was terrified. With all my strength, I sat up in bed and reached out to grab my phone to call 911. As I grabbed the phone, an impossibly pale, impossibly white hand placed itself on top of mine, and with little effort forced my hand and the phone back down. I mustered the last of my strength to look up and see who the hand belonged to. A woman's face looked down upon me. Her face appeared to be covered in a thick, pale layer of makeup base. It made it seem as though her features glowed in the dark, or maybe they just did. Her hair was bright red, and she had dark circles around her eyes. She smiled, removed her hand from mine, and then gently covered my nose and mouth. She smelled like nothing. I gasped for air, didn't get enough, and passed out. The next thing I remember is a burst of light and sound. Machines beeping, people yelling. I could breathe now, but barely. This was a dream. Another dream. They've all just been dreams. Please tell me they've just been dreams. Wake up, I muttered, aloud groggily. The action slowed and my eyes started to make sense of the shapes around me. There were 3 men in the room with me. 2 wearing white coats, 1 wearing scrubs. Doctors. "Buddy, you're awake. God knows how," one of the doctors said. I took in some more of my surroundings as best I could. I was unmistakably in a hospital. I was laying in a gurney, and there were lime green vinyl dividers on my left and right. Next to me was a cart with some medical equipment on it. Perhaps a heart monitor, but there wasn't the little line heads-up display that you see on TV. On the cart was what seemed like dozens of spent gloves, and open packages of needles, stents, or whatever else they do to you in a hospital. I looked down to see a limp blanket covered my body, and a tube protruding past a bandage on my left side. A doctor with a heavy, carefully maintained beard approached me, sat on a little chair next to my bed, and placed his hand on either side of my neck, feeling my lymph nodes. "Did you bring anyone with you to the hospital today, mister?" he asked. I didn't. I don't know how I got here. Am I sick? Am I better now?" I stammered. The doctor closed his eyes, took in a deep breath, and nodded. "Is there anyone who would want to hurt you?" he asked. "No," I said. "I don't think so." "Do you or anyone you know have access to thallium chloride?" No. "Do you know what thallium chloride is?" "No." The doctor stood up and crossed his arms, his eyes darting back and forth as though examining me, searching for a lie. "Excuse me one moment," he said. With a jerk of his head, the doctor motioned his 2 colleagues out of my little cubicle, and closed the curtain behind them. Beyond the curtain, I heard the men talking in hushed voices. I could only make out the phrase, "It's her. I'm telling you, it's her." After a couple of minutes, the lead, bearded doctor emerged back through the sheet. "I need you to listen to me. Can you do that?" "Yeah," I said. "You were very sick. Very sick. In fact, if you were here one more night without our care, I think you might not have made it. But you're stable now. You're going to be okay. Do you understand?" Yeah. "Good. Now I need you to leave." "What?" I gasped. The doctor closed his eyes and held up his hand to quiet me. "No matter what you do, you're not going to be safe here. You're okay now, but to stay okay you have to leave. Do you have someone who can pick you up?" "No, I'm not from here," I said. "Can you get a taxi?" "I can get an Uber." "A what?" "A lift?" "Yeah, get a lift," the doctor said. "I'm going to leave you here now. I need you to count to 100, and after you do that, I need you to walk out the front door and leave. Can you do that?" "Yeah," I said. I was so disoriented and scared that I was willing to comply with such a strange request. Plus, the man wasn't lying. I really did feel okay. Without another word, the doctor retreated back behind the curtain, and I counted to 100. As I crawled out of my gurney, I noticed for the first time that I was fully dressed in my usual clothes. Jeans, button-up, even socks and shoes. Seems weird that they dressed me before a hospital stay. I exited my space. expecting to see the signs of a bustling hospital all around me. But I appeared to be the only one on this ward now. The lights were even turned off. I walked out of the room and down the hall in a daze. I was moving fast towards an exit that I somehow knew exactly where to find. I encountered nobody else on my way. I found the set of double doors leading to the outside world, and I pushed through them to enter into the blistering New Mexico morning. I pulled my phone out of my pocket to order the lift. As I did, I was aware again of the tube protruding from the adhesive on the back of my hand. It was now connected to nothing. Had it always been? Ignoring that for a moment in a disorientation, I opened the app to get my ride. As I prepared to type in the address of the hotel, I saw on the map that a little blue dot was hovering right above the hotel I had spent 2.5 tortured nights in. When I turned around towards the doors of the hospital, I discovered that they were the doors of the hotel. Looking inside the small window pane on one of the doors, I could see the hotel lobby. A bellboy carried some bags toward the elevator. I gingerly pulled the needle out of my hand, and because I couldn't think of anything else to do, dropped it on the sidewalk in front of me. Now I know what you might be thinking. This story already sounds like a kid's overactive imagination during a season that relies on the magic of imagination. I don't mean to oversell it either. This wasn't some decades-long haunting where it terrorized us every Christmas. This was a single incident, but one that my brother and I would never forget. Let me give some backstory first to paint a better picture. My parents have always owned a Santa animatronic that we kept inside our house during the Christmas season. I assume my mom inherited him from my grandparents, as they sold the home we grew up in to my mother and father. He stood just under 6 feet tall and looked like a stereotypical Santa Claus. He was wide with rosy red cheeks and a reserved smile underneath a massive beard, reaching down to his belly. The traditional red and white attire was topped off with shiny black boots. To be honest, there was nothing particularly creepy about him to me. Even through the years, his color held well, and he wasn't like those dolls from the 1800s that I find absolutely terrifying, even today as an adult. I've included a picture of him in my parents' current home, so you know this isn't some oddity I just made up. Calling him an animatronic was generous, but I guess that's roughly what it was. He had a single, way too short power cord that you plugged into the wall. There was no switch. When you plugged it in, Kris Kringle began his jolly little movements immediately. He had a super limited range of motion. His legs were motionless, and instead he swiveled back and forth at the hips. His right arm would raise up as if waving in greeting as he turned, and then it would lower back down as he returned to his starting position. His left arm stayed as motionless as his legs, and wasn't even adjustable. There were no lights or sounds, other than the sound of the moving parts. Having him plugged in didn't make sense, more often than not, considering we had all seen what he could do, and the sounds of him moving were more annoying than anything else. He was mostly plugged in for about 30 seconds, for the sake of guests who thought his little wave was cute, before we unplugged him once more and he returned to a motionless, festive space taker. Over the years, even his minimal use began to wear on him. His waist would still rotate, but his waving arm would stutter as it struggled to raise. I remember that it sounded like a creaking door that just couldn't finish opening. Eventually it stopped working altogether, and we stopped plugging him in entirely. Well, that's not completely true. My brother and I did it a few times to get a laugh out of watching Santa doing the twist over the years. My father moved him closer to the window near the Christmas tree. It looked way better that way. Having Santa peeking out into the yard near our brightly decorated tree was an upgrade from him standing in a corner staring at us. Inevitably, his side-to-side rotation quit working as well, probably the result of being moved up and down the stairs for over 20 years, the basement being his home during the other 11 months of the year. Our incident took place well before his rotating days were over. My brother, Chase, was about 10 years old at the time. I was 12. I don't remember exactly when my parents started putting out Santa, but as far back as I could recall celebrating Christmas, he was always there. Personally, at this point, the Santa animatronic barely caught the corner of my eye during December. He stood out at the beginning of the month, sure, but like all the other decorations, my brain just became used to him being there. It didn't come so easy for my brother. In later years, we'd both come to laugh at his meager side-to-side twist, but the years where his arms started to fail were much less entertaining to my brother. Kids are afraid of a lot of things, so who could blame him for being spooked by a stuttering animatronic twice his size? His fear wasn't limited to Santa's jagged movement either. If you walked down the hall and forgot that Santa had been put out on display, his presence would catch you off guard and cause quite a scare. It happened to all of us, save our father. But it seemed to catch my brother unaware more often than the rest of us. That year, Chase decided he had quite enough of the already dated Saint Nick, and let my parents know about it. It was still November, but now that Thanksgiving was over, there wasn't even a week before it was time for Christmas decorations. "Can we just keep him in the basement this year? He doesn't even work anymore," protested my brother as I walked into the kitchen for breakfast. "Chase, we bring him out every year. He's almost as much of a tradition in this house as the real Santa," my mother replied. She was busy packing our lunches while she argued with a clearly cranky little brother. My father was in the other room ironing his shirt for work, never really getting involved in morning chatter. "But he's old. Why can't we just get normal decorations? None of my friends have a giant creepy Santa staring out the window," he whined with all the energy only a 10-year-old could have at 7:30 in the morning. "Doesn't that make us unique then?" my mom mused. You could hear her beginning to relent. Packing lunch and getting her kids ready for school before heading off to her own full-time job was tough, on only half a cup of coffee. "No, it makes us weird." And that was the end of that. It was easier for my mom to give in than to stand there and argue about Christmas decorations with her 10-year-old son. Plus, it meant one less decoration they had to lug up from the basement. I had to admit, I was impressed, as Chase had come up with a handful of reasons to keep the fat man stored away, without ever admitting he was actually scared of our aging Santa. I think I was just so used to having Santa around that I didn't notice. But I guess I could see how someone might find him creepy. Thus, the old animatronic stayed downstairs when it came time to fill the house to the brim with decorations. It was weird to see the living room without Santa peeking out the window, but much like when he had been there, I stopped noticing after a few days. A week later, our cousins Ben and Ty came over to stay the night. While most of our time was spent huddling around the N64 playing Mario Kart or GoldenEye, we liked to mix it up by playing hide and seek in the basement with the lights off. It's not as freaky as it sounds. We had a large basement, and thanks to a few windows along with the light of the moon, you could see pretty well once your eyes adjusted to the darkness. Once you walked down the stairs, on your right was an unfinished room filled with a freezer, fridge, and a mountain of boxes and plastic crates, filled to the brim with decorations and knickknacks for other seasons. It led to another smaller room that was filled with nothing more than our father's outdated workout equipment, surrounded by foundation concrete and drywall. On the left side of the staircase was a large furnished room that served as me and my brother's hangout room. It led to my father's workshop and our basement garage. Connecting the weight room to the workshop was a long, thin corridor that my parents kept cluttered with all sorts of rarely needed miscellaneous items. All in all, the basement was pretty well set up as a hide-and-seek arena. I was the oldest of all the cousins, which of course naturally meant that I was never it to begin the game. I wish I could say that I didn't swing my weight and age around a lot as a kid, but I'd be lying. Ty, being the youngest, inevitably inherited that unfortunate title, and the rest of us scattered throughout the basement. I quickly made my way back into the corridor, hoping to slip back into my dad's workshop, into a spot I had scouted out earlier. The corridor itself was actually a miserable hiding spot. There was so much junk that whoever was it would naturally bump into anyone dumb enough to try and hide there. Still, it made for a good shortcut, and I figured it would keep Ben or Chase from seeing where my perfect hiding spot was located. About halfway down the corridor, I came to an awful realization. Something was blocking the rest of the path. My eyes had not adjusted to the darkness yet, so I reached out to see if it was something I could just push past. My hands found a large surface of fake hair, and I realized exactly what was blocking my way. My parents had left Santa Claus stuffed into the corridor thanks to my brother's persistent complaining. He wasn't heavy per se, but I didn't have the room to move him out of the way into the narrow hall. Before I could head back the way I came, I heard a voice call out from the top of the stairs. "Ready or not, here I come," yelled Ty, his feet stomping on the wooden stairs as he made his descent into the basement. Out of time. I tried to stand up as straight as possible, and flatten myself against the wall next to storage claws. It wasn't a great plan, but it was the best I had at the moment. As I waited for Ty to hopefully find Ben or my brother first, my eyes finally adjusted to the darkness. Slowly looking over to Santa, I could see that he was facing me. His lifeless eyes were narrowed from the molded smile placed on his face. He had probably just swiveled after I ran into him, but it felt as if he had turned to stare at me. I stood motionless, hoping that he would stay as still as he did when standing in our living room. I held my breath, feeling the pounding of my heart beating harder and faster. "Got you," screamed Ty as he grabbed my arm. I screamed too. It was not my proudest moment. It didn't help that it took a solid 5 minutes for Ty to stop his laughing fit, set off by my reaction. Afterwards, I sat on the couch in the main room while he hunted down Chase and Ben. When they were finally found, all three laughed themselves to tears as Ty did his best impression of my scream. Not only was it embarrassing, but the rules we played by dictated that the first person who was found was it for the next round. Being the oldest, I felt my wounded pride take the place of my fear, as I counted aloud at the top of the staircase. I resolved that I would find them all so rapidly that my hide-and-seek dominance would erase the squeak of screams that I had shrieked out. Counting to 50, I bounded down the stairs, and immediately headed back into Santa's corridor. It was common for people to hide precisely where the first person had been caught in the round prior, so I was betting on some double reverse psychology. I grinned as I spotted Santa, my eyes still adjusted to the darkness. His body was turned away from me this time, meaning that one of them had obviously squeezed by in hopes that I couldn't follow, turning Santa's hips in the process. As I approached him, I grabbed him in an attempt to maneuver him out of the way, so I could slip by. His body immediately swayed back to face me, and what I saw horrified me so much that nothing but panicked air escaped my throat. Pinned between his wide body and his left, immovable arm, was my brother. His eyes bulged in a panic as they found my own, and I could see the cord wrapped tightly around his neck. Santa nearly leaned against walls when plugged in, since the power cord was so short, but it was long enough to wrap around the neck of a 10-year-old boy. I was frozen in shock as my mind tried to process the scene in front of me, and I only broke from my spell when Chase's one free arm reached out towards me for help. I instantly lunged to save him, but an arm shot up and caught me square in the jaw and sent me flying backwards. Dazed, I looked up to see the raised arm of Santa, the same arm that could no longer even move properly when plugged in. The rest of his frame slowly creaked away from me again, his swiveling frame carrying my brother out of sight. I had no idea what was happening. My legs were shaking and the rest of my body soon joined them in a tremble. What the hell was this thing? I was so frightened. But then I thought about Chase, being strangled on the other side of whatever this terror was. I thought about his bulging eyes, his face turning a deep purple that I could see even in the darkness. "No," I bellow, and vaulted up and into the animatronic with all of my weights. All three of us came crashing down onto the concrete floor, bringing down a cavalcade of other loosely stored items in a resounding crash. I immediately pushed up off the now motionless claws and grabbed for my brother. Finding his legs, I pulled with all of my might, and to my relief, I yanked him free from the arm that had pinned him. The power cord was no longer wrapped around his neck, but as he coughed and wailed, I could see the strangulating marks very clearly. Pulling him to his feet, we ran towards the staircase, where we were met by our parents who had heard the loud crash, and hurried to see what had happened. Our cousins quickly emerged from their hiding spots as our mother freaked out over my brother's injuries, and our father shouted about our reckless behavior. My parents listened to neither my brother's nor my own frightened rendition of the events that had transpired. They assumed my brother had simply gotten tangled in the cord while trying to hide, getting stuck when his smaller frame was wedged between St. Nick's arm. The resulting fear, panic, and pain were responsible for his story that he had been grabbed by the machine. My attempts to validate his story, even though I didn't see anything, were dismissed as attempts to avoid punishment. 2 weeks of grounding put a pin in that, and the truth was stuck with Chase and I forever. My father eventually brought Santa upstairs to see if he had taken any significant damage. Surprisingly, the archaic contraption had not broken or bent despite the force of my tackle, and the unforgiving concrete floor. His only blemish was from some dust he picked up from his fall. My father cleaned him up, and was going to take him back down into the basement when, surprisingly, my brother protested. "Can we put him in the living room, not the basement, please?" he pleaded. He had wailed for hours after the incident, and fresh tears threatened the corner of his eyes. With his bandaged neck, he made quite the sad sight. Our father relented, probably out of pity, and returned Santa to his spot looking out the window near our brightly lit tree. He was brought out every year after that, without so much as a peep from my brother. I'm nearing 30 now, and my parents still have him up every Christmas. That was the only incident we ever suffered at the hands of our old animatronic. It only took my brother a few years to seemingly get over it. Most of our Christmases during high school involved laughing at the side-to-side rotation while the Beatles' rendition of The Twist played in the background. It did, however, take 9 years before we spoke to each other about what happened with Santa in the corridor that night. My brother was a senior in high school at this point, and I was visiting from college. I smuggled some booze that I had bought with my fake, and we were hanging out in the same basement that we had spent most of our childhood in. We joked about the old TV we used to watch, and laughed at how busted the joysticks on our N64 controllers were, from skin-peeling Mario Kart games. We were pretty drunk when the topic finally switched to hide-and-seek and the Santa incident. "Mom and Dad never believed us," Chase stated. "Hell, some days, I'm not even sure what all I remember." "I don't think any adults would believe what we saw. I still remember how your face looked when it turned purple," I replied, wincing as the image replayed in my mind. "You know, I never told you thank you for saving me," he admitted, shaking his head as if ashamed for never doing so. "Well, you're welcome for me saving you from Santa Claus," I quipped, and our drunken laughter filled the echoing basement. After a few moments, Chase's face was serious again. "There's something else I never told you." "What is it?" I inquired, not having realized my brother had held on to something else after all this time. When he grabbed me, he whispered something in my ear before he started strangling me." Chase confessed, his shoulders sinking as if he had just unloaded the heaviest of burdens. What the hell did he say?" I managed to sputter out, my surprise outpacing my words. Chase looked at me and shook his head. It was a jumbled sentence, but I remember every single word. His voice was hollow, and each word came out like they were made up by grinding metal. My brother seemed to lose focus as he said this, as if remembering for the first time in years. I snapped my fingers a few times until his 1,000-yard stare refocused. Jesus Christ, Chase. What did that thing say? I insisted, having no idea how my brother held on to this for so long. He blinked at me a few times and finally spoke. He said to me, "Santa, decoration, Santa upstairs. Santa still works. Plug Santa in." With that, Chase covered his eyes with his hand, trying to hold the tears that came with the memories. We didn't talk about it anymore that night, and to this day we'll only mention it briefly to assure each other we didn't imagine it all. I also use those moments to make sure Chase is doing okay, because he probably never sought out the therapy he should have. You might be wondering why the hell we won't take this thing out into the woods and just burn it to ashes. Well, there's a few reasons for that. First of all, I don't want to have to explain to my parents that their 29-year-old son burnt their Christmas decoration to a crisp, because it scared him once when he was 12. Second of all, it's been 17 years, and not a single other incident has occurred with the now motionless animatronic. Finally, I don't know what my brother actually heard that night, but if what Chase said is the truth, then all this Santa wanted was to be included alongside our other Christmas decorations during the holidays. I'll probably never know what the hell this thing really is, but I do know that one day my parents will pass it down to me. When that day comes, you can bet he'll be standing by the window in my living room for all the passing cars to see. If that spot in my home for 1 month a year is all I need to make sure I never see another purple, gasping face like my brother's, then I'll gladly give that gift every year as long as I live. 'Tis the season. My neighbor was the first to go missing. I didn't pay much attention to the others on my floor, so it wasn't until the police showed up outside her door, the one just across from mine, that I knew something was wrong. The woman's son had called the landlord, Mrs. Fisher, when his mother failed to answer her phone. Sadly, the investigation was over before it even began. The police had zero leads, and there was no real, incriminating evidence to speak of. Just another unsolved case. The situation became much more odd about 3 weeks later. Somehow the woman's mail ended up in my mailbox by mistake. I didn't know what else to do with it, so I took it over to Mrs. Fisher so she could take care of it. She looked confused as she read the address. B16, that's strange, she said. No one's lived there for years. That can't be right, I replied. What about that woman who vanished a few weeks back? Mrs. Fisher looked at me as if I were from Mars. What woman? I pointed to the envelopes on her desk. She turned to her computer, quickly typing in the woman's name before turning back to me. I don't have that name on file. Maybe it was meant for a different building. The maintenance man came next. I was leaving for work when I saw him enter the now empty apartment. I knew why he was there. Tenants were complaining about noises coming from the air vents, mainly in the vacant space, and Mrs. Fisher was surprised to find they hadn't been serviced in quite a while. I returned from work to find one of my other neighbors arguing with her. "There's something in those vents, I tell you," he shouted. "Can't get any damn sleep because of it." Mrs. Fisher simply nodded, typing away at her computer. "I understand, Bob. I'll call maintenance as soon as possible." "Didn't you just call them today?" I piped up. "I saw a guy go in there earlier." Both Bob and Mrs. Fisher agreed that no maintenance man had come to the complex. Mrs. Fisher recalled phoning someone, but after checking her most recent calls, she decided it must have been someone else. The noises in the vents got louder and more frequent as the weeks went by. More maintenance workers entered the empty apartment and failed to come back out. Eventually, the company just stopped answering Mrs. Fisher's calls altogether. Bob was furious. I didn't know him all that well. but I've spent enough time in the building to know he was the type of person to take matters into his own hands. I was pulled away from a movie by the sound of his attempts to break down the door across the hall. Being a rather bulky guy, it didn't take him long. I knew it wasn't my business to interfere, but I knew something wasn't right about that apartment. The least I could do was watch his back for him, buddy system and all that. The first thing I noticed when I stepped in was the dust. It covered nearly every surface in a thin coat, and the air was just as musty and old. I could even make out the outlines of some footprints, likely left behind by the missing maintenance men. Everything except the furniture was gone, the woman's belongings having been passed on to her son. Damn, this thing's spacious. Bob's voice rang out. I turned the corner just in time to see his shoes disappear into the vent, the cover sliding back into place. Instinct took over, and I quickly ran to the vent and yanked the cover off. It was definitely a face that greeted me, and it was definitely human, but it definitely wasn't Bob, a maintenance man, or the poor old woman. It was rectangular in shape, taking up the entirety of the vent it resided in. There were 2 eyes and a mouth, but no nose. It just sat there, staring at me with its bright white teeth. Slowly an arm, too much like a baby's arm, emerged from underneath it, before putting a chubby pink finger to its lips. Another arm, a much more gangly one, squeezed out from above it, stretching out towards the vent cover in my hand. I let the object slip out of my hand, watching as the thing pulled it back over its face and disappeared from view. These events happened 4 years ago. I'll start off by saying my name is Alan and my best friend's name is Matt. Matt and I had been friends for 7 years at this point. Matt's dad usually let us do whatever we wanted. I normally went to Matt's house and partied every Friday night. We were in our early 20s in a shithole small town in southern Tennessee. The older Matt and I got, the more we realized we loved paranormal investigation shows. We shared experiences we had as children. The more we talked, the more we built our egos up, as if we wouldn't be scared of anything as future paranormal investigators. Matt's family moved across town, and I spent the day and evening helping them move. It was late spring, early summertime, so it was hot enough for all-night porch sitting. One evening we decided to have a bonfire and drink a beer. Around 8 p.m. we put the fire out and Matt's dad left. Being big guys, we had gotten hot and taken our shirts off, and were watching TV in the living room. We heard Matt's dog Sparky barking towards the back of the house. Sparky would bark at anything, so we were like, whatever. The barking got louder and more fear-based. We found Sparky in the bathroom barking at the toilet. "Dumbass dog," Matt said. Matt went back to the living room and I followed. The barking continued to get louder and angrier. I asked Matt, what could he be barking at? We found him a few feet off the back door, snarling at the door. We got a bit concerned, and thought maybe this is something. I asked Matt if his dad knew anything about the house. He said no, and I had brought my camera, so he cracked a smile and said, "Let's investigate." We went through the house doing everything we'd seen on the ghost shows on TV. We got nothing in the house. I said, Sparky was barking at the back, so let's go there. We took our belts off and held them, like they'd be some kind of defensive weapon. When presented with a real-life situation, those egos we had shriveled up like raisins. I told him to take the back corner of the house, and cover me as I ran to the unattached shed's back wall. It was about midnight in the small backyard connected with the woods, so it was pitch black dark. I had gotten ballsy, so I started imitating that famous ghost hunter Zach. "If you have any balls, show yourself," I shouted. I then proceeded to say, "Don't be scared." No sooner than the words came out of my lips, I felt a presence come upon me. It hit me with a force hard enough to knock my 6'4", 300-pound ass 10 feet back. At this point, Matt had already took off running. I jumped up and looked behind me. I saw the outline of a dark entity at least my height, with glowing yellow eyes looking at me out of the tree line. I was frozen as we made eye contact. It was as if it were trying to eat me through my eyes. I snapped out of the frozen state when I heard Matt shout, "Bro, run!" I hopped to my feet as it glided towards me, and ran for the front door. I rounded the front porch so fast I had to grab the porch support post to spin up on the porch. We hid in Matt's room till his dad returned home. We told his dad what happened, and he went on to tell us about the previous tenant and the land. He had recently found out that not only did the guy that lived there before die in the back room, but also practice weird rituals on the land. We made it through the nights, but I never felt comfortable there. It was as if I was watched like a hunter watching its prey. They moved again not long afterwards, and I always tried to avoid the road that house is on. Day 1. I hit a deer on my way to work. It's actually very common where I live in. Rural area, woodsy, trees lining the road that are just perfect for concealing a deer until the moment it leaps in front of your vehicle. Apparently at least 2 are hit and killed each day. My cousin and grandparents have all done it, some multiple times. So I guess it was just a matter of time before I did. I was already running a few minutes late, putting off leaving as much as I dared. I opened the garage and stared at the black trees silhouetted against an inky sky while I slipped on my shoes. It's spooky. Waking up at 5 a.m. to a pitch black world. I reversed the car, turning as I backed up to make a turn in my driveway. I didn't bother to look back, 'cause nothing's ever there. I know my driveway. Well, I thought I did. I cussed and braked. That was either the low stone wall in front of the garden or something else. Probably a deer. I pumped the brake lights and looked through the back window. Nothing. I was already a few minutes late and figured I'd either come home to a deer in my driveway or some other damage on the house, and I drove off. I came home to neither. On the plus side, the car was fine. Day 7. I saw a deer today on my afternoon jog. I work the early morning shift but have the afternoons off, and I make a genuine effort to exercise daily, no matter how tired or drained I feel. I often see deer hanging out in people's yards or the woods, so it wasn't an unusual sight. What was unusual was the injury on the back of her right leg. It looked broken, with dried blood coating her side. I felt a stab of pity, but the way she watched me made me more uneasy. She didn't flinch. Stood like stone and stared. Despite the heat of my run, my skin was cold. At the end of the block, I glanced back to put my stomach at ease, and I saw nothing. Just the neighbor, standing at the garden bed, staring back at me. Day 12. I've been seeing deer on every run I take. Every morning on my long drive through the middle of nowhere to get to work, my brights catch them on the side of the road. I think that's normal. They don't have any natural predators, unless you count cars. I haven't seen my bloody friend since last week, and I'm assuming she's dead. These deer, though, the way they watch me makes my skin crawl. I refuse to let it get to me, however. Totally irrational. I probably just have some primal instincts when I get close to wild animals or something. Fortunately, I can blast my music and run faster. Anyways, wherever I see deer and check again, the deer's gone. Probably scared off by the appearance of a neighbor or 2 who's shown up. They'd help if anything happened. Day 13. What I wrote yesterday. I know deer are night creatures, but that cannot explain what I saw this morning. I opened the garage and on the edge of the light cast by my garage was a massive deer, standing and moving slightly in my yard. I jumped from my car and sped the hell out of my driveway. Miraculously, they didn't run in front of me, just watched. My hands were slipping on the wheel throughout my drive, and my heart continued to pound at work. And it wasn't the caffeine. I've stopped running after work. Day 17. I'm so embarrassed right now. I'm in tears. Since yesterday morning, I've been staying inside the house as much as possible and entertaining myself in my room. I was looking out front through my window this evening, considering how quickly I can get into my car and through the driveway, when I saw the mass of deer again. Only this time, and I know what I saw. There were about 3 people standing with them. I called 911 and gaspingly told them what I saw out front. 3 police cars, apparently having nothing better to do, showed up, but the people and deer were gone within seconds of me calling. Typical. I spent over an hour with the police. I made it seem like this was the first time I'd seen deer act like this. No, I didn't recognize anyone, and no, I didn't want to talk with anyone. I saw the people trespassing and freaked out. The police finally seemed to buy that, and they backed off. Day 19. I was supposed to leave for work about 30 minutes ago. It's pitch black, but I can just make out their inky forms in the woods, barely circling the light coming from my window. They're moving forward, pressing closer. No one will believe me. I can't prove anything. All that I do know is there's one woman, staring directly at my window, who's come closer than the others have dared. A woman with a limp and dirty, matted jeans. I'm a 24-year-old man. I live in Florida, and I especially enjoy hunting out in the Everglades. I mostly try hunting for deer, but it's always nice catching some feral python once in a while. While hunting, I encountered something that made me question the true nature of reality. On one particular day, I decided to hunt for some deer alone. The hardware store that I was working at went out of business a week ago. Because I lost my job and I was bored, I decided to go on a short hunting/camping trip. For weapons, I packed up a sawed-off model 1897 replica shotgun, a model 1911 pistol given to me by my father, a Bowie knife, and a Mosin Nagant rifle. With food, I got some ramen noodles, some eggs, and hot dogs. I also packed up a sleeping bag and a tent. I was planning on spending 4 days out in the Everglades. So I got into my old pickup truck and drove to the Everglades. I parked in a nearby grassland, and I walked into the swamp with my gear. It took me around 3 hours to find a perfect place to set up camp. I rested for another 2 hours, until I decided to go hunting for some deer. That is when shit started to get strange. I had this uneasy feeling that I was being watched. No matter how hard I tried, I could never shake off that feeling. I didn't succeed in killing any deer, but I did catch a few rabbits. Sometimes I heard twigs snapping or footsteps behind me, but when I went to investigate, nothing was there. So I just went back to my business, skinning the rabbits that I had caught. Soon the night was coming up, and I got tired. I decided it was time for me to fall asleep, so I unfolded my sleeping bag and closed my eyes. As soon as I was struggling to sleep, I hear this deep, demonic growl. I quickly grabbed my sawed-off shotgun, in preparation to defend myself. Suddenly, something slashes at my tent. The slash tears a very large hole in the tent's fabric. I respond by firing 3 shots at the intruder. The intruder responds with a very high pitch and ear-piercing scream. The assailant screamed so loud that it drowned out the fucking gunshots. Whatever attacked my tent started running like hell towards the other direction. I was too frightened and shaken up to give chase. My ears felt like they were bleeding, from the thing's screams and the gunshots of my shotgun. I spent the rest of the night sitting next to a tree with a gun in my hand. I did not get a good look at my would-be attacker, due to how dark it was out. However, from the brief glimpse of the silhouette that I got, the figure seemed quite humanoid, but it definitely was not a human. Also, that thing was definitely not a bear, because it was far too skinny and gaunt to be one. Whatever it was very thin and skeletal in build. I don't know if my eyes were playing tricks on me or not, but I swore that the assailant had a deer-like head. The morning came and I investigated the area for signs of my late-night visitor. For some strange reason, there wasn't any blood near my camp. I know for a certain fact that I actually hit that thing at nearly point-blank range. After walking around the area for a few minutes, I discover some footprints. They were definitely bipedal, but not human. The footprints had 4 toes with very large dagger-like claw marks on each end. My guess is that they came from my little friend. I panic and I decide it's time to leave, so I started to pack up all my gear. The tent, due to it being too badly damaged to be useful from last night's attack, was simply left behind. I carefully scanned my environment for the creature. After I packed all my stuff, I start the long walk back to my truck. A hunting trip is not worth risking my life. As I am walking, I carefully watch the environment around me. I scanned every body of water and every tree I could see for signs of that monster. There was always that unsettling feeling in my guts. All my hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. After nearly 3 hours of walking in the forest, I suddenly hear loud crunching noises coming from behind me. When I turned around to look, it was the same creature from the night before. The beast looked like a rotting corpse, with its rib cage and internal organs visible. Its head was a pale white deer skull, but with razor-sharp teeth. The creature's claws were around 4 inches long. It was a deeply emaciated and thin creature. Most chilling of all were its soul-piercing eyes. I fire another round at the creature with my Mosin Nagant, but this time it was unfazed. Realizing that my firearms were now useless against the creature, the flight instincts take in and I run for my life. Within no time, the creature running right behind me. I hear the creature's heavy breathing on my neck. Just when all of my hope was lost, I saw my truck across the nearby grassland. I was within yards of the swamp's end. However, even with all of my adrenaline pumping, I was deeply fatigued and exhausted from all of that running. Despite nearly fainting, I summoned enough energy to sprint to my truck. Just as I reached my truck, I feel a heavy blow hit my left side of my body. I was sent flying a few feet. When I landed on the ground, I ended up spraining my leg pretty badly. The creature walked over to me. It then grabbed my shirt's collar with one hand and hoisted me up in the air. I pulled out my 1911 and shot it in the face. The creature dropped me on the ground. I then grabbed the Mosin Nagant and started beating the monster with the butt of my rifle. After seeing me fighting back, the creature scampered back into the Everglades, as if it had its tail between its legs. After the creature fled, I limped back to my truck. I put all of my gear in the truck's bed. Then I climb into my truck and speed off as fast as I can. I never returned to that part of the Everglades again. I haven't left my apartment in almost 6 weeks. My employer called me 3 weeks ago to tell me I was fired. My parents have called me 18 times. My sister called me 10 times. My best friend has called me 6. I have not answered any of them. I can hear it creep around outside as I write this. It started 5 weeks and 4 days ago. I woke up at 6 a.m. that day. My day began like any other. I stood up, made myself some breakfast and tea, and then went back to take a shower. When I was ready, I put on my regular homeware and sat down to watch TV for an hour, waiting for my hair to dry. A look onto my alarm clock told me that it was about time to get ready for work, so I dressed up, packed my needed belongings, and put on my shoes. Just as I reached out to grab the doorknob, a strange noise broke the silence of my soon-to-be empty apartment. It made me stop in my tracks. What I heard is hard to describe, but have you ever heard the bloop? The bloop is a sound recorded by hydrophones near the Bransfield Strait. If you haven't, take some time to listen to it. It is a somewhat metallic, shaking sound, yet still somehow similar to the singing of a whale or something. It's about as difficult to describe as what I heard that day, but yeah, that is what it sounded like. My mind was racing with fear. It could just as well have been some electronic device I had left on by accident, but the sound had shaken something deep inside me, and now that very something was telling me that it would be best for me to not proceed any farther. Frozen, I stood there, right in front of my apartment door, my hand still hovering a few inches above the doorknob. Then I heard it again. It was louder this time. It was then that I became aware of it coming from right outside my door. Slowly, I took a step backwards, dropping my purse to the ground. Quickly, I reached for the key, slammed it into the keyhole, and turned it around twice, double locking the door. Then I grabbed the chain hanging from the wall next to the door frame and sank it into its own lock, securing the door once again. Now that I finally felt safe enough to take a look through the peephole, I stood up on my tiptoes and peered outside. At first, I saw nothing unusual. There were the stairs, the door to the flat on the opposite side of mine. Suddenly, I caught something moving with my peripheral vision. Struggling to get a better look at it, I rolled my eye. Just as I began feeling a numb pain in the back of my head, I saw it. It did not look like anything I had ever seen before. I'm not even sure I could describe it as anything close to what it looked like. It's just one of those things you would need to see with your own eyes to fully understand its appearance. Even though if I were you, I would pray to never have to encounter it. It was a cloud of thick, black and dark blue mist. At least that's what I thought it to be at first. But as I finally became able to focus on it, I noticed that there was something moving underneath it. I broke into a sweat and felt my wet hand was clutching the doorknob so tightly it almost hurt. I stood there for what felt like hours, watching the entity hover outside. I think I must have cramped up since I don't remember moving an inch. As I finally came to my senses, I stumbled backwards and fell down, cursing myself for the following thumping noise. The thing let out its weird gurgle again. I was panicking. I grabbed my cell phone, ready to call the police, but halted. What would I tell them? What could they even do? Suddenly, I had an idea. There was no need to tell them it was a weird cloud thing, just a potential intruder. Dialing 911, I took a deep breath. A voice greeted me.
911, what's your emergency?
Struggling to regain my voice, I whispered, "There's someone outside my apartment door. They're trying to get in. Please come quick." I quickly added my address.
Of course, miss. We'll have someone on their way immediately. They'll be there in 5 minutes. Have you locked the door?
Yeah.
Good. Find a place to hide. Preferably your bathroom if it can be locked as well. I will stay on the phone with you.
No, I don't want to be too loud, I answered in a low, hoarse tone.
If that makes you feel safer, all right. The police are on their way. Everything is going to be okay. Do not panic.
I hung up. A place to hide. I needed to be there when the cops showed up. I needed to stay where I was. I stood up again and pressed myself against the door, my eye hovering in front of the peephole. It wasn't too long until I could hear loud steps erupting from the second-floor hallway, making their way up the stairs. The cops. I couldn't see them through the peephole, but I was sure of it. Suddenly, the steps halted. "Oh my God," I heard a male voice say. "Stay where you are," another one shouted. They were answered by the creature's sound. but it was louder than before, deeper, and even more threatening. I closed my eyes. A crashing sound, then screams, then a loud, disgusting tearing noise, as if tissue was ripped apart. Then silence. As I dared to open my eyes again and peered through the peephole once more, a gruesome sight was awaiting me. Blood. There was blood everywhere. Amidst a vomit-inducing pile of what looked like you'd find at a butcher's, there were pieces of dark cloth, which must have once belonged to a uniform. That was all I needed to see. I sank to the floor and rolled up to a ball, sobbing and shaking. I have not left my apartment since. I barely eat anything, yet still I'm slowly running out of food. I have thought about exiting through the window somehow, but I'm on the 3rd floor and I don't have anything I could use as a rope to get down there safely. I don't want to call anyone for help. I don't want this thing to kill any more people. I don't think it'll go away either. It would have already if it really wanted to. But somewhere inside me, there's still a bit of hope. I wonder how the other tenants are doing. I would have noticed them leaving, so I guess they're hiding in their homes like I am. The thing is still outside. It has gotten 3 more police officers, unlucky enough to be sent to our address. I wonder who called them. Maybe another tenant, maybe my parents or my sister. My family is probably worried sick about me. In case things go wrong, I hope they won't be too sad. I hope they'll be able to recover. To look a skinwalker in the eyes is to court the company of death and misfortune itself. Layu, she'd always be told by her mother, cover your pretty eyes, they're too beautiful to be seen. And so she would. Thick reflective sunglasses covered her eyes all the time. She wore them at school, she wore them at home. She only took them off before going to bed, but they were the first thing she reached for when she awoke every morning. At school they mocked her, always mocking, never ever having anything nice to say. But Alejandro was the worst. Bug eyes, he'd say. Medusa, afraid you'll turn us to stone with your gaze? He'd often punctuate this by backing her into a corner. One hand would be used to pin both her arms to the wall, while the other always teasingly tugged at her shades. And when she squealed, when she cried so hard that her tears came fast, and often pouring out from under the rim of her lenses, then he would laugh. He'd throw back his head and do a wild laugh that shook his tidily brushed brown hair. He'd laugh, imagining the tears running out of what he imagined to be stunning eyes, and down the bronze skin of her cheeks. Many people thought of him as a sadist, a person who gets off on the pain of others, but none of them bothered to stop him. They were all as curious as he was, and in some cases more. The worst people, however, were the ones who sat in the back and chose to let it continue. They sat in the back saying karma will catch up to him, and that was that. They didn't get involved. They didn't want to get involved. So they let him continue, and continue he did for a few more years. The day that broke the camel's back was just like any other day. The sun was shining and a gentle breeze rocked the heat into a warm and delicious force. And once again, just like so many other days, Alejandro had Layu pinned by her wrists against a wall. Today though, he had the faint sweet scent of rum on his breath. He smelt like honey and berries all mixed into one. You secretly like this, don't you? He chuckled. 16 years had done nothing other than make him more willing to push lines, boundaries, and since no one stopped him, a little whore, he smiled. That's what you are. He thumbed the edge of her shades, but this time it had a purpose. Hey. His voice got more serious and all warmth in it was gone. I really want to see your eyes. And with that, he tugged them off, letting them fall to the floor. Legends tell us that skinwalkers can be spotted because in their animal form, they have human eyes, and in their human form, they have animal eyes. Layu's eyes were red-rimmed. The iris was a bright yellow, the same shade as daffodils in late spring, and at the dead center sat a very feline pupil. A few seconds seemed to span infinity as they locked eyes. To look a skinwalker in the eyes is to welcome death. Alejandro seemed to be frozen for much of a moment. The only thing that broke him from his reverie was the sting of his cheek as she slapped him. The shock of what he had seen was so immense that he didn't chase her down when she broke his grip. He didn't chase her when she scrambled for her shades, and didn't chase her when she ran off. He just stood there, frozen. The memory of her eyes burned into the back of his eyelids. The night he found himself unable to sleep, whenever he closed his eyes he saw them. The terrible eyes gazed at him in the darkness of his mind, and seemed to see his soul. He imagined he could feel the cold gaze pierce his heart. Sleep didn't come easy that night, or even at all. When the sun arose the next morning, he found himself looking for Layu. He needed an explanation. He wanted an explanation. However, she was nowhere to be found. She didn't come the next day, or the next, or the next. Not seeing her did nothing to stop the living torture Alejandro was going through. He hadn't slept in a week, and he saw that terror-inducing visage whenever he closed his eyes. The lack of sleep did take its toll on him. He found himself constantly confused and slowly got weaker and more mentally unstable every day. Simple things became arduous tasks, which required all of his concentration. His family did get worried. The sleeping pills didn't seem to work. He'd take them and slowly fall unconscious, appearing to fall into a deep, peaceful sleep, with some pitiful bouts of REM. Then he'd simply start to scream like he had been burned in his sleep. Every night when everyone prepared for bed would be another struggle. He insisted that although it was summer, and the nights were hot, that the windows be kept firmly shut and locked. Even on the days when he forgot how to say most sentences, he never forgot to always remind them. While his family suffered, another family was going through grief. Layu hadn't been home in over a week. Eventually, someone had called the police to investigate her absence. They sent an officer to talk to her mother. Her mother was a curvy woman, with a complexion so bronze it oftentimes made people take a second glance at her as they walked by. When the officer talked to her, he couldn't help but notice the ornate shades she wore even though they were indoors. A dictaphone sat on the gray metal table. The tape inside it whirred to life as the officer clicked the record button. Case file number 07891. Interview with Nina Ferdinands. Begin. He punctuated his sentence by looking awkwardly at the woman who sat across from him, and coughing into his palm. Nina. She uncrossed her legs from the position she had them in before, and took a more formal position. Yes? She stated in a voice that lacked emotional inflection. Nina is my name. Nina, my name is Nina Ferdinands. The officer shuffled awkwardly again. Would you mind stating, for the record, how long your daughter has been missing for? Nina arched a brow behind her lenses. 12 days exactly. 12 days, 9 hours, and 20 minutes. She paused briefly before adding, and counting. He coughed a few times, a deep rattly cough that suggested that he wasn't quite well. Why did you neglect to report her missing, if you don't mind me asking? Folding her arms under her chest, she aimed what he could only guess was a glare. She leaned forward. Layu is a smart and capable girl. She is more than capable of taking care of herself. I have faith in her. If she isn't coming home, then I'm sure that she's okay, and that there is a valid reason that she hasn't come home yet. And you're not worried that she may be in danger at all? I'm confident that she's alright. Okay, he sighed. Change of tactics. Were you aware that she was being bullied and harassed at school? If so, what did you do to stop it? Or help her cope? I was aware. There was little I could do though. I am a single mother and I work very hard to provide for this family. This often means that I have to work very late into the night. He frowned. Is everything cold and logical with you? Are you incapable of feeling even the slightest bit of compassion for your daughter? His cheeks having gone pale with livid anger. He gripped the edge of the desk to avoid laying hands upon her face. She raised the side of her shades from one of her eyes. The eye, black and red-rimmed, peered deep into his soul. I'll remember that, she said silently. If you really want to help, I'd recommend searching her favorite spots. And with that, she left the room. Crazy weird woman or not, he couldn't help but watch her hips as she stormed out. The interview hadn't been entirely useless though. He did listen to her. Interviewing Liu's fellow classmates had revealed that her most favorite place appeared to be the local library, an old ancient structure from the town's past that had closed down a few weeks prior for some repairs and refurbishment. Initially, he had thought searching there to be useless, but they searched more and more of her other spots, and those appeared empty. It was then that he made the decision to have the library searched. It was a decision that he'd regret for the rest of his life. When he had been but a little boy, he had the tendency to be bratty and picky with his food, a part of an effort to make him understand the struggles his parents made so that he could eat. They brought him to see the local abattoir. If he closed his eyes, he could still remember the smell of stale blood and flesh that wanted to decay. That was what he smelled as soon as he got into the library. It didn't take him long to find the sources of the smell either. He had followed his nose and it led him to a small room. The contractors must have been using the room as a meeting room, but it had probably been an office for the head librarian. The source of the smell came from 20 bodies that lay scattered around the room. They seemed to be both human and animal bodies, indescribably butchered all around. The whole room was covered in a few inches of blood. It resembled a gory soup. The forensic techs told him that the blood wasn't even the most creepy parts. They said they had examined the bodies and discovered most of them to be missing teeth, skin, scalps, and eyes. They said that everything taken was taken in an almost surgical manner, but that it was clear that all the people had died terrible deaths. Apparently it wasn't the cuts that killed them. They had died of shock. Even writing it down in his report made him want to vomit. Begrudgingly, he drank himself to sleep with the bottle of brandy he kept in his desk, so as to continue the ongoing search in the morning. And it was on that same night that something very peculiar happened. Alejandro had been restlessly laying on his bed when a tap on the window caught his attention. He immediately bolted upright. Between the lace of his curtains, he caught sight of those chilling eyes. As if compelled, he unlatched the window and let her in. Liu. He trailed off as she shushed him with a delicate scarlet finger to his lips. You called me a whore, she said, matter-of-factly. I didn't mean... He trailed off again as she once again shushed him, this time with a kiss. They found his body in the morning, barely recognizable as he was missing his eyes, teeth, scalp, and all his skin. His sister was confused and hysterical when questioned. She said that she was absolutely certain that she saw him leave for school. He said he looked better than he had in weeks, and that he had given her a smile, all the while wearing a very oversized pair of sunglasses. There is another part to the legend. Legend says that the skinwalker can take the skin of others, and use it to assume their form. I've always had a hard time sleeping. As a kid, I would stare into the darkness of my closet and let my mind picture wide-eyed monsters with sharp, drooling mouths, watching me as I stressed myself to sleep. It led to a lot of nightmares. Rituals of closing the closet door before bed, running to bed after shutting off the lights. Even after a while, I couldn't have a TV in my room because I kept dreaming things were coming out of it and hurting me. On the off chance I was too tired to allow my mind to play tricks on me, sometimes I would hear screaming in my ear just as I was falling asleep. "Wake up," they usually said. Or, "Hey." I used to chalk it up to an overactive imagination. Naturally, I was a fidgety child. I was prone to talking like it was a speed contest, and picking up 3 different hobbies a week. I've calmed down a lot, but some things just don't change for me. I still twitch, hence the username. Can't stick to one thing for more than 5 minutes, and have an extremely active imagination. Now that I see it written, it might seem like I haven't changed much. The main difference I see in myself is that I feel more awake. Daydreaming is harder. I don't see as many monsters in my closets anymore, but I still see them. Lately, they're getting more real. I've moved quite a few times since the monsters first popped up. With each move, my skin became thicker, and at one point, the monsters stopped appearing altogether. This last move was my first act of independence as an adult. I'm living on my own. No pets, no roommates. For the first time, I'm completely alone. Or at least I thought I was. See, the first few weeks were normal. I'd do my nightly routine, shut off the lights, hop in bed, and drift off to sleep with ease. It was a methodical pattern that helped my brain slow down. Something I perfected over the years. That, coupled with the constant moves, completely banished the shadows in the dark. I think the last time I'd seen one was when I was 14. Then, on the 4th of September, I started to see them again. The same toothy, slack-jawed grin stared at me from the bottom of my closet. It blinks, sliding its translucent lids over the cornea and back. The eyes glow faintly, just enough to look like a trick of the light, except I know it's real. I could hear it breathing. It took me about 5 hours to fall asleep. The next morning, I got up in a daze and hurriedly got ready for work. I tried to shrug it off, but I couldn't help feeling like it was still watching me. Not a single light was off when I left. A couple days passed with no incident. I wrote it off as sleep paralysis, and went about my business until I had another visit. This time, he seemed to move about in the closet. He whispered to other little things in the dark and glanced at me sideways, as if he were sizing me up. I could see his teeth moving and clattering together. "Sweet taste," I heard him say. I won't lie, I got pretty paranoid after that. Every night I included shutting my closet door and putting basil leaves at the crack. I read online somewhere that certain herbs keep bad spirits away. Every so often I would buy live plants from a hardware store and keep them all over the place. The smell of burnt sage was constant throughout my apartment, even though I'm not very religious. I bought a few crosses from a local mission. Of course, I had them blessed. I didn't want to take any chances. Weeks went by without anything. Months, almost an entire year of nothing. So I got a little comfortable. The plants died off and I put the crosses away for aesthetic reasons. I didn't think I had anything to worry about. I even started to leave my closet door open again. Last night, he proved me wrong. Just as I was drifting off, I caught a glimpse of something moving in the corner of the room. I shot up and stared at the corner, only to find an empty space. My heart still racing, I settled back under the covers. Then again, it went from the closet to the corner. I froze in place, my eyes wide. He could see me cowering under the covers, and started to creep closer. My breathing got harder as panic took over my body. The veins in his eyes were blood red, and his eyelids made a slimy sound each time he blinked. His teeth seemed to wiggle with excitement as he drew nearer. His breath touched my cheeks as he hovered over me. I could feel the scrawny frame of his body push on the bed, his mouth pulling closer to my ear. "You can't starve me forever." Tears streamed down my face. He crawled back into the closet and slammed the door. I ran to the light, grabbed the scissors on my desk, and flung the door open. He wasn't there. He only existed in the dark. Today I called in sick and went to get more plants. I put the crosses back on the wall. I went a little farther and got Bibles, Wicca books, moonstones, protection amulets, anything to keep him away. I'm even considering getting a dog or a cat, whichever does a better job of warding off the supernatural. I don't know what he is or how long he can last without food, but I know that this is only a temporary solution. Eventually we'll meet again, and it will mean the end of one of our lives. Whatever he might tell you, it sure as hell isn't going to be me. My name is Clara and I'm from Melbourne, Australia. I've always had an interest in the paranormal and in horror, especially asylums, as I've had several relatives admitted and pass away inside of them. I've lived in Melbourne for my 19 years of life, and not once had I been to any asylums. I've always wanted to go, but my mom always refused to take me. It wasn't until my 20th birthday that I convinced my best friend to go to one with me. There are several in Melbourne, but the one that always interested me was Arrowdale Asylum. Arrowdale is one of the most haunted buildings in Australia. Over 13,000 people died there. That was the place for me, so my best friend and I jumped in the car and drove the 2-hour drive to Ararat, where the asylum is located. We arrived just in time for the night tour. I could sense that my friend was nervous, scared even. I could sense that everyone on the tour had at least some nerves. Everyone but me. I was oddly calm, calmer than I had ever been before. That scared me. We joined a group of about 20 people. Like I said, I had never been to any asylums before, yet the place looked so familiar. It was as if I had been there before. I didn't feel fear, I felt pain. We walked through the men's ward. I felt dread. As we walked through the doors of the women's ward, I felt sick. I wanted to throw up. I had no idea what was happening. I hadn't felt sick until we walked through the door. I had been to countless haunted locations. Never had I ever felt this way before. It was my birthday. I wanted to come here so bad for so long. So I ignored the feeling of being sick and continued on. Our tour guide told us stories of patients and lobotomies and ghosts. I was enthralled. We walked down corridors, hearing scary and unusual sounds. It wasn't until we got to the surgery ward. I felt as if something was squeezing around my heart. It was tight. I leaned against the wall, but slid down, so I sat on the floor. Everyone in the group turned to look at me. My best friend slid down beside me, asking me if I were okay. The moment passed, and I realized how stupid I must have looked. The tour guide made sure I was okay. I apologized to the group, and the guide continued to talk. I couldn't shake the feeling of being embarrassed. I've always been a self-conscious person, so that didn't help. Out of the corner of my eye, down the hall, the dark hall, I saw a figure. The figure was a girl. Her hair was long and unkempt. She was wearing a dress that was ripped up at the bottom. Her arms were restrained in a straitjacket. She was at the end of the hallway, and I could only see her figure illuminated from the light outside that shined through the window. I excitedly tapped my friend on the shoulder, thinking that I had just seen a ghost. But when I moved my head to get a better view, there was nobody there. I guessed it was my mind playing tricks on me, as the tour guide was telling us a story. My friend was annoyed. I listened to the story, but I heard someone calling my name from down the hall. I heard someone whispering my name. Clara, Clara, Clara. I don't know what it was, but I was drawn to it. I slipped away from the group and followed the voice down the corridor. I turned the corner and I saw the girl again. This time I could see what she looked like. She was me. She looked exactly like me, maybe 10 years older, but still looked like me. She was still restrained in a straitjacket. The bottom of her dress was stained and threadbare. Her hair was matted and untidy and scruffy. Her face was dirty, and coming from the corner of her eyes, she had trails of blood that left blotchy marks on the jacket. Her eyes were bloodshot. Clara, she continued to whisper. Then she dropped to the floor and began to contort in the most unnatural way. No longer did I feel calm. No longer did I feel like I knew this place. I let out a blood-curdling scream. I heard the group run to me and the body disappeared in front of my very eyes. I didn't want to be there anymore. I wanted to go home. Needed to go home. We left the tour early, and my friend drove me all the way home at 11 at night. I didn't talk about what happened for years. I didn't tell anyone. I never spoke about it. I didn't think it meant much, but it scared me for life. I didn't acknowledge it again until I was going through a photo album with my mom. At this time, I was 34. It had been 14 years since my trip to Airedale. We were looking at some photos of my relatives when one photo caught my eye. It was a picture of the girl I saw. It was exactly how I saw her. The dress, the straitjacket, the blood. I looked for more information on the picture. It was dated 1962. There was a name scribbled in the bottom right corner. Claire. I asked my mom about it. She said she was my grandmother. We never spoke about her because she was insane. And that I was named after her. Claire, Clara. I had never seen this picture before. I never knew any information about her. This is the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. Now I can't get her out of my head. I don't know about anyone else, but I have always had terrible vision. Generally, it gets worse from year to year, but there are some years I am able to skip the decay. I wear contact lenses because I've tried to avoid the nerd stigma my whole life. I'm not entirely sure the contacts help though, but I prefer them regardless. This year my vision had definitely gotten worse. I could tell just by trying to read words from afar. I was almost out of contact lenses as well. So it was time to go see my optometrist. The visit went about as usual, doing a bunch of vision tests, getting bright lights shined in my eyes, and trying to guess what letter the big blur was once he asked me to take out my contacts. As suspected, my vision had indeed gotten worse. When I asked my doctor about ordering new contacts, he offered me a strange proposal. This may seem weird, but I just received a new shipment of contacts today. This new company sent me an experimental set of contacts. To be blunt, I'm looking for a guinea pig to try them out on. That was a bit weird. New contacts. Do they match my prescription? I said, a bit confused. That's the thing. Apparently these contacts auto-adjust to the person wearing them. I have no clue how it works. But if it does, it would be an incredible stride for optometry. Your new contacts will take a few days to get here anyway. But if these work, you could be back to perfect vision today. The doctor replied. I don't like the idea of being a guinea pig, especially after all the TV and movies I've watched where experiments don't end quite well. On the other hand, this sounded incredible. Contacts that automatically adjust to your eyes? I was just curious to see if such a thing existed. In the end, curiosity won. I'll try them, I said. My optometrist quickly left the room with a grin, and returned a few minutes later with a small box in one hand, and a piece of paper in the other, which I quickly learned what the paper was for. I'm going to need you to sign this waiver. Like I said, they are experimental. Well, it looks like I won't be getting a big payday if something goes wrong, I thought as I signed the waiver. After getting that out of the way, the doctor set the box in front of me. New Life Vision, it said. Helping you see a new outlook on life. What a cheesy slogan, I thought, as I restrained myself from laughing out loud. I opened the small box and pulled out the even smaller 2 containers from within. If you've ever worn contacts before, you know what these containers look like. I was easily able to put both contacts in within a span of 30 seconds. At first, it seemed like they didn't work. My vision was as blurry as it always is without contacts. After blinking a few times, however, they started to become clearer. Another few seconds passed and I blinked a few more times, and they worked. My vision was absolutely perfect. This is amazing, I said out loud without even realizing it. So they work then? The doctor asked. Yeah, they work perfectly. I might even have better than 20/20 vision now. The doctor laughed at this. He ran a few more tests to make sure the lenses were working right, and I passed them all with flying colors. Well, you're free to go. The lenses seem to be working just fine. Just be sure to check back in with me in a couple days. Oh, and one last thing, he said as he pulled out a few folded pieces of paper stapled together neatly. I'm supposed to give you these. They are instructions for the contacts. Anyway, have a good day. Why would I ever need instructions for contacts? I've never needed instructions before. I figured it was probably just notes on the contacts since they were experimental, so I accepted the papers. Once I got back to my car, I quickly stuffed the papers in my center console and went home. My first day with the contacts was incredible. As I had told the doctor, I'm pretty sure my vision surpassed even 20/20 now. Everything was just so much more clear and focused. Colors even stood out more. I was almost hesitant when I removed them to go to sleep that night. I was actually a bit worried that the lenses wouldn't work the next day when I put them in, but just as before, after a few seconds, they worked more than perfect. Most of the day went on as normal, but something kept bugging me. You know that feeling you get when you swear you see something out of the corner of your eye, but when you turn to look, there's nothing there? Well, that feeling persisted for most of the day. But other than that, it was all fine. For the 3rd straight day, I woke up to put in my new miracle contacts. It was Saturday, so I would have the contacts for the rest of the weekend at least. I would report to the eye doctor on Monday. The nagging feeling I had felt the previous day was even gone. I guess I had just been imagining things. Or so I thought. Once again, the day went on like any other day, until I decided to venture out to get some food. I had gone to my favorite burger joint, and gotten some carry-out. I really don't like sitting in restaurants. As I was driving home, I never took my eyes off the road. Not even for one quick text. A few blocks from my house, though, I did blink. A simple human action. In the time it took for that single blink to occur, there was now a man standing in the road. I slammed on the brakes, sending my food flying from the passenger seat. The hood of my car was only inches from the man upon complete stop. I was about to jump out of the car to ask the man what the hell he was doing, but that was before I got a better look. I'm not sure I could call this thing a man. It was incredibly tall, at least 7 or 8 feet, but it was scrunched over like Gollum. It was also extremely slender, as if it were malnourished. Its skin was incredibly pale, almost completely white. Its head was to the side, and it was turning to look at me. I blinked once more, and it was gone. Of course, there was no one else around to tell me if there was actually something there, or if I was just insane. So I drove home, to enjoy the rest of my meal that wasn't splattered on my dashboard. I took the contacts out and went to bed early that night. Even though it was Saturday, I figured I must just be sleep deprived. It would just be better for me to rest. I almost skipped putting in the contacts the next morning in favor of an old pair of glasses. But the allure of the contacts was too much. It was Sunday, so of course that meant lazing around, flipping between football games. After a few hours of doing essentially nothing, I let out a yawn, closing my eyes in the process. When I opened my eyes, there was another figure in front of me. This one was short, probably about 4 feet tall. It too was scrunched over with the same slender and pale body. Its back was to me, so once again I couldn't see a face. I almost immediately closed my eyes in fear. When I gathered the courage to look again, just like before, the figure was gone. I wasn't certain this was the solution at the time, but I sprinted to the bathroom anyway, and removed the contacts. That's when I remembered. The instructions. After removing the contacts, I stormed out to my car and retrieved the instructions I had ignored before. Those instructions read out a few guidelines that I was meant to follow. Here is what it read. 1. If you begin to see figures, simply ignore them, and blink once. They should disappear. 2. If a figure appears in front of you, do not look at its face. 3. Under no circumstances should you wear the contact lenses for more than 24 hours at a time. Should you break any of these guidelines, New Life Vision bears no responsibility for any trauma you may suffer. As outlined in the waiver you signed beforehand. That was essentially the important parts of the paper. If I had read this before, I would never have even warned them. I immediately threw them away. There's something I'm not telling you all though. I left out part of my story. Mostly because I don't want to relive it. But I think it serves as an important warning. You see, when I went to remove the contacts, I saw another figure. It was standing behind me when I looked in the mirror. Its head was right next to mine, and I saw its face. I won't describe what I saw here, but just know it still haunts me to this day. These are more than just contact lenses. They will fix your vision, and help you see better than you ever have before. However, there are some things we aren't meant to see in this world. Something our eyes have evolved to block out for our own good. I never wore the contacts for more than 8 hours. I can only imagine what would happen if someone were to break the guideline of 24. Even now, I haven't worn the contacts in weeks. But sometimes I swear I still see the figures out of the corners of my eyes. I've considered gouging my eyes out, but it wouldn't help. When I close my eyes, they are still there. Please take my advice. If your eye doctor offers you to try out some contact lenses from New Life Vision, just say no. I need help, and I don't have much time left. I'm going back into the lake soon, and I'm afraid I won't be returning. This may be the last time anyone hears from me, so please listen to what I have to say, if only to save yourself. It started 2 days ago when I was out for a jog in the woods. There had been a crazy violent storm a few days prior which knocked a tree in front of my usual path. I decided to create my own path that day, and knew that even if I got lost, I could still use GPS to find my way back. The new trail started off fine up until I discovered the lake. It was small, not enough to show up on any map I've seen of the landscape. The water looked like oozing black oil, so opaque I couldn't see how deep it went. The top had a glistening shine to it, and in its reflection, the trees stood tall, but something about it put me off. The water twitched slightly as I got closer, leaning over the edge and staring straight into the water. When I finally realized what was wrong with it, I shrieked so hard that I saw birds flee their trees from the water's reflection. Despite how close I got to the lake, I couldn't see my own. Everything else seemed like the perfect parallel universe, one that didn't include me. As I focused harder on trying to see myself in the water, a figure jolted in the reflection. I turned as quick as I could, but when I did, there was nothing there. I looked back at the water, and behind the reflection of a tree stump stood a humanly figure clutching onto the wood. I rose to my feet and checked my surroundings. The wood stood bare, and I was the only one in it as far as the eye could see. I had thought I was hallucinating the whole thing, but when I turned to leave, I tripped on a rock at my feet. I fell into the slick black water that seemed to stick onto me for dear life, but as soon as I had tripped in, it felt like I fell right out. I lay on the edge of the water, my shoes still dunked in the icy cold. I crawled as fast and as far as I could away from that lake, but when I looked up, I froze. The sky was pitch black with not a star to be seen. It had been around 10 a.m. when I left, and sunset this time of year didn't happen until 5 p.m. I rubbed at my eyes as hard as I could. Every time I took my hand away, though, nothing had changed. The only light that shone was from the lake. It was now an iridescent blue that glimmered and glistened and illuminated the surrounding trees. That's when I saw her. Behind one of the trees that surrounded the lake stood a girl. Her hair was long and black, and she clutched onto the bark like it was the only thing keeping her from floating away. "Hello?" I called out. She didn't move. I inched toward her a step, making sure not to get too close. When I was finally in distance of seeing her face, I knew something was wrong. Her face was ghostly pale, and her skin made her look like she was decaying. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she smelled as bad as raw sewage. "It's too late for you," the girl whispered. I flinched at her voice. It was light and delicate, while sounding like a gruesome growl. "What?" I began to step back towards the lake as her head shot to the side, checking behind her. "She's coming, and she has a friend. You're too late." The girl began to step closer to me, and with each movement I moved back until I was on the brink of the lake once more. She got arm's length from me and whispered one last time, "I'm sorry." With her bony arms, she reached forward and pushed me as hard as she could. I fumbled backward and sunk into the lake. When I came back up, it was daytime again, and I was shivering like a dog. After rising to my feet, I checked the forest around me. The girl was gone, so I ran as fast as I could through the trees she once stood by to get home. The trouble didn't end there. No, it had only begun in that lake. When I got home, I peeled off all my clothing and jumped into the shower as quick as I could. I could still feel oozy lake water on my skin, and I needed it off. I stayed in there trying my hardest to forget what had just happened, like a warm shower could brush off the past hour. When I finished and stepped out of the shower, the trouble began. I wrapped my head in a towel and stepped in front of the mirror to comb my hair. But when I looked ahead, no reflection stared back at me. I was like a vampire in those old horror movies, except this was terrifyingly real. I ran from the bathroom into my room, hoping that it wasn't real, but when I looked in my own mirror, there was still nothing. It was like I was gone from the world, like I had never returned from whatever land I was in when I stepped into that lake. That afternoon, I went from object to object, trying my hardest to see just a glimpse of my reflection. I began to realize that maybe this was what the girl was talking about. She told me it was too late. I wondered where the girl came from and who she was. I sat before a large mirror in my living room as I waited for my mother to come home from work so I could show her the problem, when an image moved behind me. It crawled quickly from behind the fridge to underneath the kitchen table, but not fast enough that I didn't see it. I shuffled so my eyes were set on the kitchen table, and there was nothing beneath the tablecloth. I rubbed at my eyes until they turned red, and when I looked back up, the image was gone. I sat alone in the room without even a reflection, and I was more terrified than I had ever been. even more so when I saw the hair reflecting from the edges of the mirror. It was long, black as night, and slick like it had just been soaked. I scrambled to my feet as quickly and as quietly as I could, and plucked a signed baseball off of my bookshelf. The figure moved slightly, and I could see the bony arm that was attached to the body belonging to whoever's hair it was. Without warning, the figure stepped into full view. It was the girl from the lake, but this time she was much, much taller. Her skin was blistering white, with cuts and marks all over her body that oozed mysterious black liquids. Her eyes were stark white, and her lips stone black. Her fingers stretched out to the glass, reaching forward. I screamed as loud as I could and threw the baseball as hard as possible at the glass, followed by its metal holder, and anything I could get a hold of until the glass had shattered so much it littered the floor. I knew I had made a mistake once I looked to the ground. Each fresh shard had the girl in it, reaching out to grab me. I ran as fast as I could from the living room, but each time I passed the reflective material, I could only see her and never me. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. When I pass glass doors, mirrors, water, even when I look into my necklace, I see her. Or not her. The thing in the mirrors. That's not the girl I saw in the woods. The one I saw was afraid. She was cold. She warned me. I know she's like me. Maybe she too lost her reflection. And that thing that's been following me is it. She told me that the woman in the mirror had a friend. Maybe that's where my reflection went. I don't know what to do. I can't run forever. But I can't let her reach me. That's why I'm going back to the lake. Maybe if I find my reflection, I can stop this. Or maybe I'll end up just like the girl behind the tree. I needed to tell you this before I did anything. If I go missing, I need you to know, do not look into the reflection of that lake. And if you see me in the mirror, please run.